víc vaši? No jasně, já se chtěl takový ještě všim, jak jsi tady opuštěný, jsem to tady samotný, víš, jako nenechal úplně to samotný, no. Prostě jako no, já jsem si nebo jenom dovolil no jasně, uděláme tak do prostředka, že to já jsem ale ten prostor je pěkný. Hlavně myslím, že to, že vlastně když se nevyužívá, tak to to nějak si zapopli, prostě tak možná. Prostě jako není zatlačit, jo, protože tvoji kdyby já vím, prostě ty máky vlastně 4 a pak ty sedíš prostě v tím diplomatorem, prostě máš svobodu prostě sám, připadáš se jako takový blázar, prostě absolutně reprezentativní způsobem, to je máš prostory, které jsou fakt krásný. Já jsem to dělal v situací, které jsem učil nebo jako na tom něco. Ne. Vlastně jako tady vlastně zavolovat do jakýkoliv symbolu moci. Takže se prostě jako první prostě já Vyšehrad je centralizace ovládní. A tam jsou hezký prostě, ale není jich moc. A většinou prostě si v šlánkách, nejsou tam jako nic, jako máš těma, aby se tam měli přes 100 lidí, co tam nemohli vejít. Tam ty lidi prostě jako sedí na štíčkách, jako blbý. Už se nám to blíží do finále, a tím bez musí. Ty, ale to bude těžké. Tak, to bude těžké. Já už mám si nevědět. Jak vidím si to večer miluje, jako to nezvládní prostředí. Je to to skončí, ale zvládní. A vlastně tedy prostě, nic mě nezajímá, nechci to dělat. Ty, ale teď potom sedí a vyvolává jednoho za druhým, jako začený, prostě jak mu to jde. Ten pocit je toho, že je v tom, že jsme to celý čas Humberto, že potom je samotné. Si mě tak mažou na chleba, jako komise, tak je to znamený způsobem. Myslím, že asi jako faktorem musíš jako dojít do toho, že pak se hodí, myslím, že do Financial Times, že to myslím jako trend. A pak se začnou dít. A stejně tak mě jako prostě to ještě tak nám to dáme jako veřejně. Tak vidí ty lidi, jsem si tyhle strašně povej, kde je jako Sandra, jako ne, prostě bylo to veřejně, chci, aby si to streamoval, chci, aby to bylo prostě otevřené, protože byste dělali fakt kulovní. Kašlete na nás jak na podstavu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Getting direct access to electronic health records for all citizen patients, creating a single market for the free flow of data within the European Union, and last but not least, saving billions of euros. These are some of the benefits of the European Health Data Space proposal published by the European Commission at the beginning of May this year. It is this comprehensive and ambitious concept that we will discuss today. Welcome to the Liechtenstein Palace for the conference called European Health Data Space, an opportunity for innovation and economic growth, vision or reality. I would like to welcome all of you who came in person and also those people who are watching us online. This conference is organized by the Czech Chamber of Commerce and the Association of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industry of the Czech Republic and the Ministry of Health. We met here thanks to the kind support of our partners. The general partner is MSD. Main partners are AstraZeneca, Novartis, Roche, and partners are Faculty of Biomedical Engineering, ICZ, Microsoft, Novo Nordisk, Springs. Thank you all. Today's meeting is divided into several blocks with many speakers. You can, of course, ask them any questions you may have. That's what the Slido application is for. The easiest way how to join the application is to scan the QR code, or you can use the website www.slido.com and register under the hashtag EHDS. Please ask your questions in English. Please first type in the name of the person who are you going to ask, and then the question itself. Or if you want to to ask live here in the hall, just raise your hand, and we have hostesses with microphones ready. I believe it's very simple, and you can also see the instructions behind me on the screen. But before we start with individual presentations, I would like to welcome those two gentlemen here on the stage, already sitting here. Tomáš Prouza, the Vice President of the Czech Chamber of Commerce, and Jakub Dvořáček, the Deputy Minister of Health here in the Czech Republic. Welcome.
Thank you.
That's your turn, actually. Yeah, you can start your speeches.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's always a pleasure to have Daniela with us to guide us through the day. And I'm glad that we managed to meet here in beautiful Prague on the riverbanks of beautiful Vltava. So I do hope that those of you who are not from Prague will find time in the evening to actually stroll through the area, because that is one of the most beautiful places we have here, and still there are not too many tourists, so I hope you will enjoy that. However, we'll spend the day talking about something that might give a significant boost to European health and digital economies, the European health data space. When I look back, it's only slightly more than 6 months ago when the European Commission published the draft regulation, and I'm glad that it was the era of health that has seen the first sectorial adaptation of the so-called European data space. And those of you who follow this topic know that the data space and actually being able to use data in Europe more effectively was supposed and is supposed to make the EU the leader in the field of data economy. And we have many great startups, we have many great ideas, but we also need to make the regulatory framework much more easier for them. When the European Health Data Space proposal came out, I think we all knew that it will be an important milestone for all stakeholders to empower citizens and patients who will gain direct access to their electronic health records, and will be able to share their data with healthcare providers throughout the EU, stemming up again new ideas, new businesses, and moreover making people much more focused on the data they own and they can work with. At the same time, the proposal will enable using the electronic health data for research, for regulatory and for policy-making purposes, because that is often one of the key weaknesses, that the data is not used effectively, and we've all experienced that during the COVID pandemic. That was the best example to do that. However, I think the key point here is that the secondary use of anonymized health data will be happening under strict safeguards, because we know that Europe has been always very careful on how we use the data of European citizens, how we share them, and what happens to them. And at the same time, once we actually manage to do that, it should stem innovation, it should stem competitiveness of Europe, because that is something we really need to keep pushing more effectively. But as always, anything that combines health, already a very complicated topic, and IT, another very complicated topic, of course, means that the proposal is very complex, and it is ambitious. And those of you who watched the British series Yes Minister, you know that calling something ambitious means it's actually total, I don't know how to call it politely, but I think the European Health Data Space is anything but. I think it can open significant potential for much better health policy, to significantly improve the ability of our research institutions to work with the data, have much more effective data available, and also motivate our citizens to do that. And you know that sharing up-to-date and reliable health data is not only key to the use of electronic health services, we've been talking about them very much, but it is not only important to boost for research, for innovation and policy making, but also patient safety. Again, it's something very significant we need to keep in the forefront of our discussions, and also making sure that whatever regulatory proposals there are, they are based on the data. And once the health data space is operational, and I sort of pity Jakub because there will be more challenges from us like the Chamber of Commerce, asking, well, show us the data to back up your proposals. And Jakub knows that he's been moving back and forth from the government to business, so again, he's got this very good experience to do that. But also, if we get this system up and running, there is also, I think, one small benefit we need to keep in mind, and that is significant cost savings for health providers, for governments, because when you look at the growing deficits all over Europe, any cost saving that is not to the detriment of patients is very important, and we need to find anything we can to help that. I believe that the European health data space will open the potential of the European market for digital health services and for health products, just as we witnessed a similar boom in the US, in Asia. I think, yes, we do have a bit of catching up to do, but I think once we get the framework right, we can get moving up very quickly. We also see that with what I would call the COVID acceleration. You remember, I think in February 2020, nobody would believe in digital health services. We were all used to going to see our doctor, talking with him in person, getting a piece of paper back, and we've managed to change so much in a few quick months. When I look back at that time, yes, we all hated that. It was very complicated. But also, when I speak to many of the businesses, they say, well, it was amazing. IT projects that would take 3 years to approve were approved in 3 weeks. So again, that was something that get us moving, not only on the business level, also on the government level. I think also what we've seen, especially with the Czech Health Ministry and how they open up the data, was very effective. Although when we talk about digitalization, yes, it is one of the key health topics in the entire European Union. But when you look at the implementation on the level of member states, you see very varying results. And that, of course, is a very huge and significant challenge. That's why I'm very thankful again to the Health Ministry that they will put the EU health data space on the agenda of the upcoming EPSCO Council meeting, because I think we need to get the ball rolling, and we need to keep pushing the member states that are lagging behind to actually move forward. Because we know that if we actually push for the transformation of healthcare systems, it will accelerate the arrival of innovative technologies, increasing the productivity of the health sector of European economy, and also support the increase of our competitiveness. Because this is something we do lag behind, and when you look at the data, it is actually, and as Donald Trump would say, it's very sad. But again, 48% of healthcare innovations originate in the US, and only 22% of health innovations arise from the European Union. 48 versus 22. And that is a significant challenge. And I believe that what we will be talking about today will push us forward and increase the data. And to reverse this trend, I think the EU needs stable, predictable, and less administratively burdensome regulatory environment. And I think we can use the EHDS to actually bring added value to everyone, patients, healthcare providers, healthcare systems, researchers, policymakers, regulators, industry, society, and you can go on. I think the benefits of the proposals are significant, and I think I'm very happy that we will be fleshing that out today to actually see what are the various business potential. Because if there's one thing I worry is that, once something has health in its name, it will be simply put aside, well, it's only for the health professionals. But it's not. It is much more complex, and we need to keep it complex, which is a challenge. But again, we need to combine health, IT, and show the benefits. And that is why we, as the Chamber of Commerce, the Association of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industry of the Czech Republic, decided to actually organize this event and again look at something that can move very quickly. The milestones are very clear, and I believe that when we meet a year from now, there will be significant results. And again, I'm very honored, very glad that so many of you being here in person, some of you who couldn't travel being with us online, but I appreciate that you actually took the time to come to Prague and to have that discussion, and also I think inform the Czech presidency, because I think we can start something very significant, and our Swedish colleagues, and we have actually a few people from Sweden here, which I'm very happy for that. We'll keep the ball rolling. I think we're very lucky in this sequence of Czech presidency, then followed by Sweden. I think we can manage a lot. And to conclude, that the benefit of meeting here today is to discuss the benefits of sharing electronic health data, using the data, especially for the secondary purposes of research and development, for health policy making and regulatory decision making. And I think what is most important, share the good practices. Because I think what we need is really leading by example, showing that the things are feasible, that they are beneficial, that people do not have to worry about their data being misused. I think that is an important combination. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for taking the time of discussing something that I believe will be a significant change for the health industry in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dvořáček, now it's your turn.
So once again, welcome. It's difficult to start, to have a, let's say, the general introduction after Tomáš, but I believe, we are in a very specific situation, and it's quite unique to see, such a big number of people interested in the European legislation. If I will go back a few years, then it will be probably a quite empty room. It's showing, that also the Czech Republic start to seek the place in the Europe, that we start to watch what is happening around, which I believe is really important. And it's also showing, that this material, this let's say, big shift in how we see the healthcare is important not just for the industry. I see a number of people from industry, but I also see our colleagues from patient organizations. I see the people who came, from medical scientific societies. So it's obvious, that this material really affect all healthcare. Yes, it's ambitious. It's probably one of the most ambitious piece of legislation we have it now in the pipeline. Can we succeed it? Yes. Again, I believe we can move it this document to the reality very soon. It will be not easy task, but we have a special situation also because of the crisis. You know that during the crisis, the things happening usually much faster. Tomáš mentioned the COVID crisis and an economic crisis. I would add the Ukrainian war crisis. So we have three crises together. So it's really creating wonderful environment to move this piece of legislation. Without that, I would really doubt if the member states will be ready to pass the part of the autonomy to the European Commission, to the system which will unite all national e-health systems together and will create the space where the data will be shared, and every medical professional, every patient will get the chance to see all the records in one time, in one place. Of course, it's raising a lot of doubts from the patient, from scientific society. We have a number of internal discussions at the Ministry of Health. I see my colleagues here. My big thanks to all of you who did
this tremendous job last few months, because we really took it seriously and try to invest a lot of time and energy to move it as far as possible. We finished the draft reading. We finished the second and third chapter of the proposal. We will have a progress report at the EBSCO meeting, and we are now preparing and discussing with our Swedish colleagues, how we will transfer this important piece of legislation to Sweden. It's not easy, I have to say. You see, the old presidency trial passing, during their time through the election. We had the election. The French, they are always a little bit better. They had 2 elections, then the Swedish had the election just recently. So sometimes it's quite difficult also during the trial countries to have alignment, to see what we can prepare it for each other, to really move it with European health data space as fast as possible. But you are sitting here, so you have a hope that this will pass. I also have a hope. I see the same what Tomáš mentioned. This is the legislation which will make the Europe competitive for coming decades. If not, we will have to just recognize that we are not anymore the driver in bioscience, in the clinical trials and number of other areas. It will be a bit difficult, but without the European health data space, it will not be possible to really still be one of the leading part of world in this research and in the development in life science and biotech. So we have to do it. Of course, there's a lot of doubts about the funding, how the member states will pass through the financial issues which are connected to the implementation. Of course, there are a lot of resources. Are they really ready to cover this huge expense? Of course not. It will be on the member states. It will be on the European Commission and also to those who are sitting here, who are able really to persuade the member states that this is not a cost, but the investment, that we are investing to the system which will in the future bring us a lot of profit, not just scientific profit, but also the financial profit. And I'm talking about the secondary use of the system. So yes, it's a lot of work in lobbying. We have to do it, and I'm talking about the positive lobbying, but to really persuade the governments to spend such a big money, to pass the part of the autonomy and to create a system which will serve all of us, it will be not easy task. There is also a lot of doubts about the data security, about the GDPR and number of other fields. Of course, the patients had a lot of issues which they are placing, how their data will be protected, the medical professionals, how the data they creating and putting to the system, about the ownership of the data, about the interoperability of the systems, etc., etc. Now I can talk about the problems which raise up, during the discussions in working groups for another hour, maybe more. But we have our colleagues, from the Ministry of Health here, and I believe, they will guide you, through the development which we pass in last months. So that we are coming very close to the end of the Czech presidency, and the European health data space were one of the few legislative materials which we had. At the beginning, I was really, not happy that we will not touch the pharmaceutical package. As it moves, from this year to the next year, and we will see, if this material will be really, presented by Commission, in the March or in the April next year. But at the end, it gives the Ministry of Health and our colleagues here in the Czech Republic the chance to really focus on this key document. So, as I said, I feel that we are on the right track, that we have all of you here in the room, you have your interest, we have your attention on this topic. It gives us the hope, we will really move it as fast as possible with this material, and everybody could really benefit if we will do it right, and if we will create, the good background for the researchers, for the patient, for medical professionals, but also for the governments. I believe, that through this system, the governments will be much, it will be much much easier for us to plan, to set up our strategies, and to really interconnect the systems, in the Europe. We have a number of projects in the Europe which really ask, for implementation of European health data space. And I'm talking about the European Beating Cancer Plan, which is already in the implementation. But you know that the Czech presidency also focus on the rare disease area. We are really pushing the Commission to prepare the similar plan as already existing for the cancer. There is a discussion about the mental health, and all those areas needs the data. They needs the analytical work, and European health data space is the answer. So please, enjoy the day. I hope that all the presentation and discussion today will also give us some guide how we should move with the material. And with this, I will end because we already passed, through our time, which was dedicated for me and for Tomáš.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, for your opening speeches. Actually, if you want to stay here on the stage, feel free to do it, or you can go back to your seats. It's your decision.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, now let's start with the first presentation. The main question for the upcoming minutes is what are the core stones of the European health data space, says Elina Drakvik, experience, project management professional working at the interface of science and policy. Elina works as a specialist in Citra's Health Data 2030 project and is part of the coordination team of Towards European Health Data Space Joint Action. Thank you that you joined us at the conference.
Thank you very much for inviting me and also the kind introduction. So I work as a specialist in Sitra, but I have been working there for very long. I just moved this summer from Sweden to Finland, and just guess if any of my health data moved with me. No. So I'm really looking forward to the EHDS proposal as well, and it will bring many benefits, whether you are in your home country or whether you are traveling or whether you are moving abroad. So I was asked to present what are the cornerstones of the European health data space. Very ambitious proposal, as we just heard. But first of all, I would like to congratulate you organizers for organizing this wonderful event and bringing the key people together. It's very important that we continue this dialogue. So I will touch briefly about the European data policies and the European health data space, and then talk a little bit more about TEHDAS joint action. But before we start, I want to provide this slide. It's quite a busy slide. You don't have to read everything that's on it. Everyone is quite familiar with the GDPR already, but I want to draw your attention to the data strategy, the European data strategy that we got a couple of years ago. And this data strategy aims the free flow of data, creating the single market for data. And the EHDS is very pioneering proposal in this regard, because it's really putting forward the free flow of data across sectors and across countries, and with the full respect of GDPR. So it's providing also a horizontal framework for data governance and data access. And I'm also interested in this cross-sectoral personal data space that is bringing together all these different sectoral data spaces. For example, how we can combine health and how we can combine Green Deal related data, so everything from the biodiversity and food systems and chemicals in line with the One Health approach. So I'm also really looking forward to this happening in the future. So the European health data space, it's much more than just legislative proposal. It's a health-specific ecosystem. It's comprised of rules, common standards, practices, infrastructures, and also governance framework. And why it's so complex is that it also has links to other legislative proposals and initiatives. For example, the Data Governance Act Act, Artificial Intelligence Act, Data Act, Cybersecurity Framework, and so forth. So we need to be aware of all of these developments in the context of the EHDS. And here are the main thrusts of the proposal. The key takeaways may be that it strengthens the rights of individuals so that people have greater control of their own health data. It also provides rules for electronic health systems and rules and mechanisms supporting the secondary use of electronic health data. And it also brings mandatory cross-border infrastructures for primary and secondary use of health data. My Health at EU for the primary use and health data at EU for the secondary use. So I won't be in the details of the proposal, but just to provide overview, I guess you are all very familiar with this already. So the Chapter 1 provides the general provisions, the Chapter 2 focuses on the primary use of electronic health data, and Chapter 3 on EHR systems and wellness applications, and Chapter 4 focuses on secondary use of electronic health data, and Chapter 5 on additional actions, and Chapter 6 on European governance and coordination, and Chapter 7 and 9 to delegation and so forth. So we are moving on to TEHDAS joint action now. I guess many of you have heard about TEHDAS joint action already. So it is comprised of competent authorities from 25 European countries, the countries in green. It will be running altogether around 30 months. So it started in February last year and it will end in August next year. The budget is about 4 million euros, and the EU Commission covers 60% of the budget and the member states the remaining 40%. It is funded from the third health program. And Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund, is the coordinator of the joint action. So the TEHDAS joint action really supports the member states and the Commission. It is developing and promoting concepts, principles, but also recommendations for sharing of data in secondary use for the benefit of citizens, public health, but also to boost and improve research and innovation in Europe. So as I said, we are focusing in TEHDAS to the secondary use of health data. And here are the 4 pillars of the EHDS: legal and governance, data quality, infrastructure, and capacity building. And as you can see, we are stretching almost all the pillars. But what is missing, or where is the void, is more in the section on the capacity building. So we are not addressing that yet. One could think that it's kind of rational because we are still in the negotiation phase of the proposal and we don't know how it will really look like, but still we also know that it's a very long process and capacity building needs to start early so that it will be successful and the EHDS proposal can be actually implemented in the future. So I guess in the future we would be seeing more actions and projects also addressing capacity building part more prominently. And here are the key elements of TEHDAS. So we are focusing on governance, data quality, infrastructure, citizen engagement, data altruism, but also sustainability. And in the sustainability work, we are currently working on a sustainability plan, how to continue or how to implement the EHDS and what are the sort of the economic and financial implications on a higher level, what kind of business models are needed and what kind of fees and costs are foreseen. We have also just recently wrote a report on the governance models for data sharing, and that report will come out actually quite soon. Data quality is the key, so we need to boost the availability of comparable high-quality data and data sets to boost research and innovation, and in this regard, standards are of course key issue. We have also developed architecture for the infrastructure, how it could look like, and also citizen engagement is highly important in this regard. And we have some preliminary results that show that citizens are willing to share their health data with certain safeguards, especially for research and decision-making purposes to improve public health, but also with the safeguards for privacy. And we are also developing good practices and use cases for GDPR compliant data altruism. So here are the key players of the European health data space. As you know, we like to include stakeholders quite prominently in TEHDAS work. So we have organized stakeholder forums last year, but also this year. In general, their expectations are high, and they are sort of pushing forward the EHDS, but there are also some reservations. We will hear later today more about the benefits and risks, so let's not go into that. But what I would like to highlight here is the motives and the incentives that will be needed for the key players and the key stakeholders. So what are the key incentives that could be used so that we could make this reality? For example, funding is one thing, but it's not maybe the only thing. So what else is needed, and what other practices we could use to promote? For example, what is the role of research funders? What kind of conditions can be made so that the data would be available in the first place? We have had a steady flow of outputs. We have produced around 20 reports so far, deliverable and milestone reports, and just heads up, it will continue because most of the heavy project results will be delivered at the end of the project. So you can check out all the latest reports on our website, tehdas.eu, where you can find the reports, but also short summaries, one-page summaries, if you don't have time to read all the full reports. I just want to highlight one report that we get often or quite often cited. So barriers on cross-border sharing of health data for secondary use and options to overcome these. So we had 47 papers reviewed by 4 reviewers to identify main barriers, and we identified 89 barriers, and 20 of these barriers went through more detailed analysis, and 11 barriers were prioritized. So out of these 11 barriers, 6 were legal, 3 were data and semantic related, 1 was infrastructure related, and 1 was trust related. So 6 were legal. So this is one of the main issues, and it will need some fixing before EHDS will become reality. And in this analytical framework that we have developed for the sustainability of the secondary use of health data, and what we will be addressing also in the sustainability plan, we have also addressed as part of this user journey, and the focus in this regard will be on the data access part. The data collection part is, of course, very, very valuable and the key issue, and that is where we see the major costs are. But since we are focusing on the secondary use in TEHDAS, we will focus on this data access part in the sustainability plan. And here is the TEHDAS overall architecture proposal. So as you can see, we have the data permit authorities, secure processing environments, data users, data controllers, and also nodes and some centralized services. And then if we look at how it was then in the EHDS architecture, so we believe that this TEHDAS work has inspired the EHDS proposal somehow, because it looks quite similar what we proposed. So we will just use in the future similar terminology so that it will be more clear also in TEHDAS work, and we will speak the same language so that our recommendations and guidelines will be also more useful and clear with that regard. But then, what next? That remains to be seen. As we have heard, the political discussion is ongoing. There have been very constructive discussions we have heard so far. In the future, I don't know when, but we hope that the regulation will be adopted and it will enter into force, and then of course there will be the implementation part. But we see that TEHDAS has sort of paved the way towards EHDS, and of course the role of the EHDS2 pilot will be then very important to work more on the implementation side with the concrete use cases. And in the future we will of course see other projects and activities that will facilitate this process. So thank you.
Elina, Drakvik. I've already checked the Slido application, but there are no questions so far, so maybe later. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will move on. As I can see, the first row, our next guest has arrived. That's very nice. Petr Očko, the Deputy Minister for Digitalization and Innovation, representing the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic, is ready. And he's going to talk about, or he's going to answer the question, what are the opportunities for economic growth, research and innovation? Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here. As it was said, actually, I am Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Industry and Trade, responsible for the digital economy and innovation. So I'm very happy to. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I have a presentation here. So I would like to speak a little bit on the framework for the data economy in the EU. Also, because the Czech Republic, as we all know, has presidency of the EU. Still 1.5 months to go. We are actually in charge of a few important activities that are relevant to creating data spaces. So starting with the Czech presidency of the EU in the area of digital agenda, I would like to stress that it is one of the highest priorities for the Czech presidency. Of course, together with a few other points like energy or human rights and so on. Of course, the Czech presidency was very much influenced by what is happening in the world. We all know that the unprecedented Russian aggression in Ukraine is actually influencing many areas of our lives. Of course, also digital agenda. What I can say is that actually our agenda has to actually strengthen much more than we expected originally the need for cybersecurity measures and also the fight with propaganda and elimination of disinformation that are the phenomena that are brought by the crisis. But generally generally, we have planned that we will definitely shift very intensively the digital agenda forward, especially in the digital files that are on the table. I mean, digital, legislative files. So, what are our priorities, especially the legislative files as Artificial Intelligence Act, the Data Act, I will speak about it a little bit more, or the directive or update of the directive on European electronic identity, EHDS. So we are working on all of this, and we have some successes already in digital agenda. One of the first ones was the completion of the digital decade policy program. That is actually a conceptual document that actually drives or should drive European Union through next decade of digital transformation, focusing on digital transformation of public administration, of business, of digital infrastructure and digital skills. So I think it's really important if we plan the digital transformation of the EU that we have already approved the main strategic document that has actually legislative nature in this case, the Digital Decade Policy Program. So this is very generally on Czech presidency and the digital agenda, and a few words on the EU strategy in digital. In 2020, the European Commission has actually published a few important digital strategies. The digital strategy for digital markets, then white paper on artificial intelligence, and last but not least, the data strategy that actually paved the way for creating a real data economy in the EU. The main principles of the data strategy lie in actually extensive data protection, especially in relation to personal data, but also some other kinds of data. I will mention it a little bit later on. Also, protection of fundamental human rights, privacy and cyber security, but also in unlocking the potential of data in the area of innovation, job creation, and social progress in general. So the data strategy is in place, and actually the Commission and the other legislators started to work on implementation, and actually the first act, the first legislative act that was actually the product of the European data strategy is the Data Governance Act that was prepared and approved in, I would say, a record time, very quickly, and actually it has already entered into the force on June 23 this year, and it is applicable from September 2023. Data Governance Act is dealing mainly with the public sector data, but not only, and its aim is mainly to increase the trust in data sharing across the sectors and across the EU countries. The acceleration of data sharing should be realized by a few main principles. The first one is the reuse of certain public sector data, then introduction of so-called data intermediaries, then also the support for data altruism that was already mentioned also in previous presentation, and by strengthened level of coordination on the European level by so-called European Data Innovation Board. The main aims and principles of the DGA, as it is abbreviated, are voluntariness, and I will mention a few more words on data altruism later on. I already mentioned the strong emphasis on data protection, and also one of the goals is to create a common EU data spaces, also with the notion that access by entities from third countries should be actually granted under some conditions. Also, one of the goals is to increase the competitiveness of the European business, that together with Data Act should be secured by exactly unlocking the potential of data in the EU. So a few more words on the individual points. I have mentioned the reuse of protected data held by public sector bodies. So DGA brings some conditions under which also this protected data can be reused for the use of the public sector bodies. So it's not automatical, but there are some conditions on which the reuse can be realized, and it also brings single information points for businesses and citizens for reuse of the data. As I said, one of the new institutes that are established by DGA are so-called data intermediaries that connect business data for the purposes of data sharing. This is a completely new concept, but we believe that these data intermediaries could actually play a key role in facilitation of data sharing. They should be trusted, and to be trusted, they will have to go to through some notification procedure. But then they could be trusted facilitators of data sharing in the EU data economy. Then a few more words on data altruism. As it was said, the DGA brings some conditions under which actually voluntary data sharing can be realized in the EU. So it brings a set of rules under which this data altruism organizations can operate in the EU as a trusted organizations that help to facilitate the data sharing. So that was about DGA, and one more important file that is now on the table, and it's one of the high priorities of the Czech presidency, is another legislative act that is called shortly Data Act. It's quite fresh. It was published only in February 2022, but a lot of work has been done. It started a bit already during the French presidency, but actually the main substance of work on the compromise text was done under the Czech presidency. So at this moment we have a second compromise text of Data Act at the working party under the EU Council formation for telecommunications. And what is the aim of Data Act? Data Act is more focusing on business data, but not only. But the primary focus are especially the IoT data that are produced by by industries, and they sharing and the conditions for the sharing with other stakeholders on the market, and also the public bodies. So B2G data sharing in emergency situations and also for exceptional needs is part of Data Act. It brings also some other provisions like elimination of so-called vendor lock-in by enabling cloud switching. That is technically quite difficult debate now, but the idea is very reasonable to actually and the vendor locking by the cloud providers, and give consumers, including the companies, more possibilities to switch from one provider to another. And it also supports high level of interoperability in European data spaces in general. So it's Data Act. It's not approved yet. Actually, we do not expect, and we have never promised to achieve a general approach on Data Act under the Czech presidency, as we want to have a really high quality piece of legislation and not to push for every price quick consensus. But we believe that the Data Act needs to be well discussed also with the business stakeholders, with all the stakeholders on the European data market, and also with our like-minded friends in third countries. But we are working very heavily on the compromise. So I think during the Swedish presidency, I think the compromise can be reached. And jointly, Data Governance and Data Act actually create more or better framework to introduce real common European data spaces in the EU by bringing the conditions for interoperable frameworks, common standards and practices, common rules in the EU, the provisions targeting the better creation of data spaces as such. And that's one level of support for common European data spaces. The other level is that the EU supports creation of data spaces from the new instrument that is called Digital Euro program, and that I think is very good idea to create such a program, because like in previous programming periods, this kind of program did not exist. We had, of course, Horizon programs or framework programs for research, but we were missing. And I'm convinced that was one of the problems of EU. We were missing measures to actually support a real deployment of the new, and in this case, new digital technologies here in the EU. So I'm very happy that now we have Digital Euro program that is clearly focusing on deployment of new innovative technologies in the EU. So it's also relevant for the European data spaces, and part of the financing goes also that way from this program. So just to summarize, the framework, the EU framework for European data spaces. We have a strategy in place. It's a data strategy from 2020. We follow this strategy very intensively. So we have first results. We are building the general structure or the framework for the data economy. These are the legislative files that are already approved or now been discussed. That's especially DGA and Data Act, as I have mentioned. And to fill in the canvas, we have some supportive measures from the side of the European Commission to support create the concrete data spaces, and there we speak now especially about Digital Euro program and maybe also some other measures for the near future. So that's summary from my side. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I wish you a fruitful conference.
Do you have any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, there's one question. Would you please wait for the mic to hear you all?
Good morning, Zdenka Dudová, this time Charité Berlin and Masaryk University and Masaryk Memorial Cancer Institute in Brno. I'm here on behalf of biobanks, and I had such a presentation for German biobanks last week, and they didn't know anything about this in Germany, about the EHDS. And when I was preparing this talk, I just learned that even Germany is not part of the e-health infrastructure. They don't have the patient summary, e-prescription, and this kind of. There are many other countries, of course, and when you are speaking that in 3 years we will be aligned among whole Europe, and that all countries will exchange data and have follow the standards. Do you have some analysis or some idea how is it now in Europe as a whole? And because everything is built on e-health infrastructure and My Health EU, and this, as was said already within the TEHDAS analysis. So I'm just curious how to speed up this process, started already 2018, and put it into 3 years, maybe.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I'm not healthcare specialist so much, so I'm not in detail for health. But the truth is that the development and state of play in individual member states differs very much in the sense of standards, in the sense of advancement of the technologies, in the sense of concrete legislative frameworks on the level of the individual member states. So it's now to speak about European data spaces is sometimes very difficult. Especially the implementation is difficult. Actually, I don't know from the colleague from Finland if you can confirm that it's not easy. I'm not such a detail that you are, but exactly that's why these two files are now on the table, and actually DJ is already approved to actually accelerate the standardization of the framework for the data spaces across the EU. So that's one of the main reasons. The data spaces are several times mentioned in both files, and actually the reasoning for implementation of these two files is also based on acceleration of creation of this kind of data spaces. So actually I don't have detailed analysis here, especially not for health. I believe it exists. The truth is that the situation is quite difficult now, but I really believe that these two files can bring quite substantial acceleration of the framework.
Thank you very much. Another question here. Here is the mic. I hope it's going to work. No, it's not shining.
Hello?
Yeah,
it's working.
It's
Perfect.
working.
Thank you.
Perfect.
So, nice talks. I'm Hans Constant, so I'm from Belgium, setting up the Belgian Health Data Agency, but even more a digital health entrepreneur. So I'm working for the government now as an entrepreneur. And you hear me coming, right? I really like the fact that legislation is on the way. I really like that we're positioning Europe here for business. I really like also our privacy GDPR way to do this, different than other regions. But then my questions are two questions. One, we talked, I think Elina said it, on capacity building, right? It was the fourth pillar. But the point is capacity, you can throw money at it, we can work together, there's legislation, but at the end, talent. So I think this is a huge bottleneck in building this, is having the people who really can do this, because we talk indeed, as mentioned in the beginning, about health, legislation, informatics together, and it takes a long time to build these competencies. So my first question is, what's your vision and idea to stimulate maybe also young people to engage here, right? Capacity. And the second question I have is on, you mentioned on vendor lock-in. Should we focus more on open source to prevent vendor lock-in and to stimulate collaboration? These are my two questions.
Okay, that's good questions. Yeah, for the first thing, the capacity building. It's that's very important, and I'm also happy that the capacity building generally is a part of Digital Euro program. It's not only in relation to data spaces. It's generally a very important point, and also digital skills are part of Digital Euro program support. So I understand that. And it's clear that we need to work with the people. People are actually key to everything. Of course, from the EU level, actually the EU level cannot interfere too much in the elementary or actually mid or high school level of education. It's very much on the member states, but actually a lot of things is being done in the area of vocational training and reskilling and upskilling. We do a lot of things from actually structural funds and other EU funds, recovery plan here in the Czech Republic. Also what we are doing here in the capacity building, including the skills towards especially SMEs, but also the public administration, is that I think we have quite lively network of digital innovation hubs that you know, definitely this is actually institute that is actually also supported by Digital Euro program, but they were actually established in most countries, but also here in the Czech Republic already before actually it was the financing from the EU started. And the role of digital innovation hubs is actually to come and help to the companies, but also to the public administration and to people to actually analyze the potential, to actually set the strategy for the digital transformation, and also to raise the awareness on what is going on and what is possible, including training. So there is some network in place. Again, I have to say that I'm not very much in health, directly in healthcare, so I cannot speak for Minister of Health that definitely is doing some other things. Yeah, capacity building is very important point, and we are working on that on the member state level. But also, I think that there's a lot of positive things happening also from the EU level, especially finance from the digital program. On the second question, yeah, open source. Yeah, actually, open source is a way. We had a nice presidency event dedicated to the role of open source in Brno, actually 2 months ago. And there is definitely a high potential in that, but we cannot actually, we definitely have to be realistic that open source will not actually override all the digital solutions in a few years. So we definitely need to also to focus on the proprietary software, and then I think focusing on vendor lock-in elimination measures as they are now proposed in Data Act. It is very important. But to support actually open source solutions is also a way. And as I said, we had a few activities during our presidency to actually support it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Očko.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We will move on now. We will focus on the topic, or to be more precise, on the question, what is the vision, potential benefits and risks of the European health data space? Our next two guests are going to talk about that, and they're going to mention the details. Fulvia Raffaelli from the European Commission, Thank you for coming. And Zdeněk Gitter, representing the Ministry of Health of the Czech Republic. Fulvia Raffaelli will start. Fulvia joined the Commission in 2002 and since then took up responsibilities in several highly complex regulatory and technical projects. Since September 2022, she joined DG SANTÉ to lead the Digital Health Unit. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for organizing this very timely conference. Thank you for inviting us in beautiful Prague. And also thank you for bringing together this very wide group of experts. Let me also take the opportunity to thank the Czech presidency for the tremendous work they put it into the compromise text and into the support of the process, the legislative process. Yes, data is an indispensable part of today's world, and it can bring benefits to every aspect of our everyday lives, including health. The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly demonstrated the importance of digital services in a health domain, and during the pandemic, digital health products and services, including telehealth, became a heavy part of the delivery of care. The challenge is now, it has been mentioned today several times, to keep the momentum and seize the opportunity to complete the digital transition of the EU healthcare system, making it future-proof while consistently keeping the patient and the persons as a focal point. Unfortunately, it has been shown also in reports from TEHDAS, despite the acceleration that we have been observing during the pandemic crisis, many obstacles remain hampering the achievement of the full potential in these areas. Several studies have identified the main obstacles. For example, individuals' ability to access health services is still hampered by limitation in controlling their health data. And people today can still not always easily access their health data electronically and often face issues in sharing their data with other health professionals. This is an issue especially cross-border, but also inside the member states. A second obstacle is the fact that manufacturers of digital health service and products face barriers and additional costs because of a variety of different standards and specification of various organizations and highly fragmented market. The third problem is the limited secondary use of health data that puts limits on making more efficient and effective healthcare and public health policies. As we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemics, having access to accurate and timely information is crucial for effective health crisis management. So what is the vision for the European health data space and how we get there? It has been mentioned just before me, the proposal is part of a broader scenarios, a broader policy context about managing digital data. It is indeed the first common EU data space in a specific sector proposed following our European data strategy, and we hope that it will pave the way for other data spaces in other very important sectors. The EHDS is a health-specific ecosystem comprised of rules, common standards and practices, infrastructures, and quite extensive governance framework. The proposed, you certainly know, has two main legs, primary and secondary use. On primary use of health data, it will further empower individuals to control their health data. They will be able to share their electronic health data with other health professionals, have transparency over who accessed their data, and be able to restrict information that they don't want to share. On secondary use, the European health data space sets out a common EU framework on the use of health data for research, innovation, public health policy making, regulatory activities, and also more personalized medicines. considering actually the sensitiveness of health data, trust is key to the future of the EHDS. And this is why the European health data space builds on the General Data Protection Regulation, famous and unfamous GDPR, on the proposed Data Governance Act we just heard about, but also on the Draft Data Act and on the EU cybersecurity framework. As horizontal frameworks, they do provide rules, including security measures, that applies also to the health sectors. However, health data are very particular data, and their special sensitivities have been recognized, and it is today addressed by the current proposal. The security requirements set out in the European health data space, notably as regards electronic health record systems, provide more specific measures tailored to the health sectors, such as access control. I want to be very clear, the European health data space complements these initiatives and provides more tailor-made rules for the health sectors where needed. But what for? What are outcomes that we expect when the EHDS will be up and running? The primary use part will lead, we hope, to better health outcomes for people. As a health professional, we'll have a better evidence basis for treatment. It will also reduce the number of unnecessary tests, thus providing significant savings for patients and healthcare systems. On secondary use of health data, the greater availability of data will support the production of new and innovative medicinal products and devices that can provide better, more personalized care that will treat and eventually save lives. Industry will also benefit of a greater availability of data that could help them developing new services, new medicines, and new medical devices. We expect the financial benefit of the primary use of health data to amount to 5.5 billion over the next 10 years. And on secondary use, we also expect a very significant economic benefit of 5.4 billion over the next 10 years, coming up from three main key areas: efficiency gains in data access, better information for policymakers and regulators, better value for patients, healthcare providers, and innovators, thanks to the further reuse of health data. So much about the expected benefits, but who is going to pay for this and how? Member states have already allocated around 12 billion under the Recovery and Resilience Facility for developing digital health, which can also be used for the European health data space. 330 million are earmarked from the EU for Health Programme, as well as for the Digital European Programme. And in addition, at least 480 million can be accessed by health authorities together with other authorities under Connecting Europe facilities and Horizon Europe. We know this is a very ambitious project, and we will put in place the resource and the supporting actions that member states, but also different actors requires. But let me also recall that we're not starting from scratch, neither on primary use nor on secondary one. On primary use, what we're proposing is largely an evolution of the existing voluntary My Health at EU infrastructure, in which 11 member states already participated, and where the number of commitment member states is expected to grow rapidly in the years ahead, with most of the member states and EAA countries having plans to join My Health at EU by 2025. Currently, there are two services, patient summaries and e-prescriptions, But the process and infrastructure is being expanded to include also medical images, laboratory results, discharge report, and other health information categories. As regards the secondary use of health data for research, innovation, and policy making, 13 member states have already started to put forward more centralized national systems to provide access to data. But for the time being, there is no link yet between them at the EU level, and the system remains fragmented. It is therefore very important to strengthen cooperation between member states in this area. The EHDS2, the health data at the EU pilot project, has started in October with the objective of design, develop, deploy, and operate a network of nodes federated by central services, enabling reuse of health data. With a budget of 5 million euros and 16 partners from 10 member states, it is a very strong platform, actually, to design the infrastructure for the secondary use of health data. Yes, the EHDS is a very ambitious project, and it will require full commitments of each one of us: Commission, member states, healthcare professionals, hospitals, patients, organizations, research, innovators, and industry. At the moment, you have heard before me, the Commission is negotiating with Council and Parliament, and we are confident that the regulation will be adopted before the end of this Commission mandate, namely before mid-2024. The transition period will start 1 year after the adoption to allow healthcare providers and member states to adopt their systems and member states to set up their health data access bodies. For secondary use, we propose 1 year of transition, while for secondary use, we propose a staggered application with transition periods of further 1 to 3 years. There is so no time to waste. Let's work together to harness the digital transition in the health system with patients at the center and with their rights fully safeguarded. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. I have 2 questions for you. One is going to ask Mr. Jasper Kunov, Managing Director of MSD. You're ready right here.
Thanks for the kind introduction. Well, first of all, I want to make sure you understand we welcome that initiative going on as it pertains to putting the data space into action. It's been really nice to see the good progress going on that front, and I think it does represent a great opportunity for shaping the future of healthcare, but then also the digital ecosystem moving forward. And while there is a couple of challenges to be addressed, you mentioned a few of them: fragmentation, data portability, interoperability, etc., including IP protection also, which is important to us, as you can imagine. I was wondering, well, what your vision is also, or let's say perspective on how we contribute better as an industry, as it pertains to, for instance, building the infrastructure, building capabilities, what have you. So if you could allude to that, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you for the question. In my view, we would need the expertise of all actors involved into the process. Industry has very clearly an expertise, in particular when it goes to standards and interoperability experiences. We should actually much more cooperate with also getting experience from that set. Stakeholders will also be invited to participate to the future EHDS board, management board, and they will become part also of the future designing of the overall systems. But I believe that the expertise that industry has already in that settings would be also very important in terms of designing now the future in these areas.
Thank you very much. Is that enough? Okay, so there is another question we got via Slido application. Please, as you previously mentioned, where exactly are the savings to be found thanks to EHDS?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, please, as you previously mentioned, where exactly are the savings to be found thanks to the EHDS?
Okay, most of the savings we come actually from a further rationalization of the healthcare systems and the actually support of the digitalization at national and regional level. By making those data available to, of course, making that available on digitalized space, many double testing could be avoided, as the results of the data would be available to different healthcares in different situations. The additional savings could also come from actually a more standardized approach to the management of data, creating opportunities indeed for a bigger market in terms of product and service, digitalized product and services. Then in the longer term, of course, the availability of data could also be very important in terms of crisis management. Of course, we hope not to see any crisis in the future, but we are all aware, and maybe you more than I, on the needs actually on the how it would have been useful to have much more data during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. So the availability of data would also support actually the long-term design of public policies in times of crisis, but also in defining their public policies, health public policies in the long term. So savings will come from several areas. It is important to recall that savings are a part of the objectives, but of course protecting the privacy of the data and guarantees, giving guarantees that access to data will remain protected and secured is also very important. So a balance in between giving access to the data for possible long-term, medium and long-term savings and protecting actually the access to data is at the core of the proposal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Reflection on the current status quo of negotiations in the EU Council and aspirations of the Czech presidency is the topic for Zdeněk Gitter, who is coming on the stage. He focuses on new healthcare models using digital technologies and innovative patient-centered services. Thank you for coming.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me here to present the current status and hopefully some words about future of the regulation on EHDS in the Czech Republic. A few words about the history of EHDS in the Czech Republic. Ministry of Health is pursuing the activities regarding EHDS since this is inception in EC, and the major activity by May of 3rd of May this year when the proposal for the regulation on EHDS was published, was participation in TEHDAS. We have heard about this excellent project in the previous lecture. The publication of the EHDS proposal initiated the creation of a core team on the Ministry of Health, and immediately after that we prepared general position to the proposal, and it was approved by the Committee for the EU of the Czech government in May this year. Regulation on the EHDS became a priority, not only because of the Czech presidency, but also because of its scope, as it is revolutionary proposal with the provisions that will have impact on Czech healthcare sector, particularly with regard to its digitalization. And on the ministry, particularly the agenda for professional administration of the EHDS, for the regulation on EHDS proposal is in the Department of IT and Electronic Healthcare. The discussions of the content of the proposal is conducted in the council in Brussels, and there is a working party on public health. The first articles were processed by the Czech presidency, and then the role of honest broker was overtaken by Czech presidency in July this year. And since then, there was 16 meetings. Last was on 9th of November. And all were dedicated to EHDS, and several meetings are still to happen during the Czech presidency until the end of this year. All the 72 articles of the proposal were discussed, and part of the meetings were devoted to the horizontal topics. We have heard that this proposal is based on 2 articles of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, particularly Article 16 on internal market harmonization and 114 on personal data protection, but of course there is strong discussions about Article 168 about the healthcare provisioning as a national matter. The current status is that the compromise proposal of Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 was prepared by Czech presidency team, and it was shared with member states in October this year. This compromise is based on the comments from the member states and also other important entities such as European Data Protection Board and Data Protection Supervisory that were submitted so far. The second reading started very soon on 18th of October. And effectively, the whole day was spent by the Article 3. This just depicts how the process goes through the working party on public health. And the today's status is that the Article 7 is finished, but still there is a significant amount of comments to the compromise text, so it will go through the process again. And the aim of the Czech presidency is to present a progress report on the EPSCO Council on 19th of October this year. And then the negotiation will continue during Swedish presidency in the first half of 2023. The discussions of the proposal are thorough, but very constructive and cooperative. And significant part of the comments are questions, requests for clarifications of various articles. The main issues identified so far are as follows. Legal basis, that means EU primary law, and its impact, or the reflection of this primary law in the proposal. Alignment with GDPR, possible interference with healthcare systems in member states, administrative burden for member states, involvement member states in subsequent legislation. There is a proposal to switch between advisory and examination procedure in creation of implementing or delegated acts that are to be prepared after the regulation is accepted. Of course, investment and in general, most of the comments are related to secondary use of health data rather than to primary use of health data. Some detailed comments or scope of comments. They start with the definition of EHR, introduction of opt-out or opt-in for individuals for both primary and secondary use of health data. And just to mention, for example, data from wellness applications, clarification of the position of legacy or existing EHR systems in some member states, position of social care in the regulation, complex view on citizen values. That means this is interesting topic. Also, to consider when particularly the implementation of the regulation come into force, then the values of citizens should be considered, and data sharing with third countries, for example, which is another topic that means to have a compatible environment in the countries outside of European Union for possible using the data either for primary or secondary use. Here is a possible schedule for regulation of EHDS. We are here in the beginning of the time scale, fourth quarter of 2022. It is expected that the negotiation may take time until mid of 2024, and then there is 1 year left for entry into force of application of the provisions of the proposal of the regulation on EHDS, and in the meantime there is a period for creation or definition of the implementing acts with priority 1 or priority 2. This is still just outline how it may go. They are a bit more optimistic schedules, but also considering the comments from many member states, there may be further discussions about different schedules for some parts of the regulation. If we go to the Czech Republic, we understand that the regulation is really a sort of help for moving forward in the Czech Republic regarding digitalization of healthcare and aligning conditions for health data with other European countries. So it's welcome. However, the economic aspects and impact on healthcare providers and institutions, they are all crucial. Starting with legal challenges, we have heard about Digital Governance Act, and we must also focus on the scope of this two legislative documents, the Digital Governance Act and also regulation on EHDS, for which healthcare providers it will be applicable, for which kind of healthcare services should be addressed by these two documents, two legislative documents. In the Czech Republic, there are 3 legislative documents that are very, very relevant. That means Act on Health Services, GDPR, and Act on Electronication of Healthcare. These documents, at least some of them, will also need to be updated. Some new terminology should be introduced, as for example, the Act on Health Services works consistently with completely different vocabulary and also different provisions regarding processing the health data. There are also other legislative documents that will be affected or will need to be considered, and particularly the secondary use of health data will deserve significant attention to accommodate in the Czech legislation. Then there are organizational challenges. The EHDS proposal addresses at least seven new organs, new institutions or subjects that are defined, and they should be somehow mirrored in member states. That means either created or existing institution should accept the new roles and also governance, how they are defined in the proposal. They are, for example, Digital Health Authority, National Contact Point for Digital Health, Health Data Access Body, again, National Contact Point for secondary use of health data, and other institutions. Then, of course, economic aspects, not only the investment and operation of the EHDS, but also particularly with regard the secondary use of health data, the aspects related to economy in the Czech Republic, data economy in the Czech Republic, about position of digitalization and, for example, even AI development. How these strategies will be mirrored in the economics aspects, as most of the users of the health data obviously are in the industry or in the research or outside. So it's a task for the whole state. It's not only a question for Ministry of Health or healthcare sector. Then other challenges are in architecture of existing e-health in the Czech Republic, and concepts for EHR, particularly with focus on primary care, enabling access to all individuals to their data. And of course, it's well known for insiders in Czech healthcare that we have different standards used in hospital information systems, and also by other healthcare providers called DASTA, and we need to focus on transition to HL7 and review other existing concepts of systems built for e-health in the Czech Republic, particularly speaking about secondary use of data, secure processing environment, creation, and we cannot forget about security aspects and cyber security aspects definitely are of importance. Another challenge is communications of all these let's say novelties introduced to the member states, and in our case the Czech Republic, to speak about whereas implementation plans, how to do things properly so that they are accepted by all the stakeholders, including patients, healthcare providers, institutions, and other industry, for example, so that there is consensus on the solution, on the national solution that will be compliant to EHDS, but should be national, definitely. So the EHDS proposal has 72 articles, and each of the articles is really a good topic for a conference, for example, or for some discussions of experts for finding optimum solutions for given country. So how to avoid not seeing the forest in the trees, how to find out a usable outcome of all the amount of tasks that are defined in the regulation for the proposal. Of course, we can negotiate something in the council to try to accommodate the Czech, let's say, contributions when we will be allowed in the next periods of the negotiations next year. But definitely, the essence is fixed, and we know that we must set priorities because there are really many things that cannot happen in one time, considering also the capacities, which was said before, and also resources and existing infrastructure in the Czech Republic at healthcare providers. So the approach chosen is to set the priorities and recognize the benefits that the EHDS brings. That means to set the mind optimistically and to work from this position. That means something must happen, but we know that it's for the better of the Czech healthcare, it's for the better for the patients, for the industry, and for healthcare providers. And this is the approach. TEHDAS was introduced here, so currently the activities are on the ministry are focused on the various work packages in TEHDAS. We are active in all the so-called active work packages dealing with the content of secondary use of health data. Here is on the slide survey or some brief summary of what are the work packages about, and it was found thanks to various activities in TEHDAS and reviews done with Czech stakeholders, that the most relevant experience in the Czech Republic is in the research dealing with biobanks. This sector is advanced in many procedures that are similar or are identical what is proposed in the regulation on EHDS.
I'm very sorry, but your time is coming to an end.
Yeah. Then we have National Recovery Plan. We prepare a new project for secondary use of health data, which is under preparation, and it will be soon submitted to the ministries with supervising the National Recovery Plan. And then there are some other projects relevant to EHDS, particularly the CRSP project that was intended to found something like prototype of digital health authority on the ministry. EHDS project is about technology, about standardization. JadeCare is about practice with for example, EHRs in European countries and scaling up the good practices to other countries, including Czech Republic. New activities designed by EC as a support for implementation of various measures from the EHDS proposal are that means direct grant for member states to create digital access bodies for secondary use of health data, and also joint action on EU called EU for e-health, which will deal with the specifications for the EHRs for primary use of health data. Thank you. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Yes. there. Would you please raise your hand? Thank you.
Hello again. Sorry. I just wanted to point it out. Many thanks for the summary on the Czech side. And I would like to point it out that there is a European open science cloud as well ongoing on the researcher side, and the secure processing environment is discussed there a lot, and I think it can be useful for EHDS setting up as well. And I had the pleasure, before I came to Germany, the pleasure to coordinate a working group on the secondary or health data, sensitive data processing, and that maybe we have already worked a lot with lawyers and experts in social science and healthcare to set up some kind of proposal to this safe environment for data processing. So maybe we can discuss a little bit.
Yes,
no question. Thank you. It was full from your side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Thank you, Mr. Gutta. Thank you. Oh, there is another question. I'm sorry, I was too fast. Would you please come back to the stage? I will give you the microphone. No. It's better through the mic.
Eva Karásková, MSD Czech Republic. First, many thank you, Zdeněk, for coming and for introducing this. A lot of work you have done with the team at the Ministry of Health over the last few months, and thanks to Jakub, because I can imagine how many energy and time you have already invested in it. My question is dealing with the compromise that you are mentioning in your presentation, and there are some I don't want to say rumors, but some sources are saying that the article dealing with the cross-border telemedicine services is being deleted, which is quite a substantial part of the proposal helping the digital services internal market. So if you may say a few words around that. Thank you.
Yes, of course. This is also my favorite topic. You know, what's happening with telemedicine in EHDS, but not only in EHDS. Yes, but we should consider that telemedicine as such is addressed in the proposal in from three aspects, from three viewpoints. One is about the conditions for provisioning of telemedicine service in member states, and the article, which is contentious, obviously, was this article dealing with the equal conditions for provisioning of telemedicine service in different member states was proposed to be deleted by many members. As one of the reasons was that the justification by EC was not that substantial that this particular article should be in this data-oriented proposal, because, as I have said, this article deals with provisioning of the health service. So there may be discussions continuing about what's happening, because this is I don't know whether this is so significant in the Czech Republic. There were some discussions when COVID period started in 2020 about whereas foreign operators of telemedicine service they wanted similar conditions for their services as they are conditions for domestic services, but this and obviously this is the result of activities like similar activities in many member states. For decades, that means fighting for equal conditions for telemedicine services as they are defined for let's say domestic or national or established, or how we can call them, healthcare operators that also provide telemedicine services. But they are also so this articles really propose at the moment is proposed, and I fear that the discussion will not end. Maybe it will be moved to other legislative proposal or legislative document, because, as I have said, these relations of the aspects of operation of something is not that much relevant to EHDS. But of course, this is not yet done, not yet finished. But it's true that in the compromise text, this article is missing. But there are also other two aspects. One is about cross-border provisioning of the telemedicine service, and all these provisions are there without any change. That means cross-border telemedicine as such, and technical specifications and technical conditions, they are still there. And another one is about data from telemedicine systems. So they are actually considered as a sort of EHR system. So these technologies are still considered as a part of EHDS or source of EHDS data. And of course, they will also underwent the certification and all these things. So there are no changes regarding the telemedicine systems from the technical point of view.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you for your answer. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first part of the conference is over. Now we are having a break. If you want to drink a cup of coffee, you have to go downstairs on the ground floor. You will find the so-called brown hall. I'll meet you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Jo, to asi jenom já jsem... Jo, musíme... No, anebo prostě nějak začneme, oni sem... Říkal pán. Ne, teďka. Zlatá, děkuji. Hi, Elizabeth. Hi, nice to meet you. No. You are three together, and if there are any... It's possible that you are three in the group, and if there are some questions, then if we have enough time. Ale pojďme, akt 20. Stačí? Jo, OK. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you are ready for the next part of the conference. Já už jsem... Teď už zase ne. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had enough time to drink your cup of coffee, but we have to continue. We still have some topics to discuss. Do you want to say anything? Okay, so in a moment we will motivate the others and share a few examples from practice. Let's invite our next guest. The first one who is coming on the stage and joining us at the conference is Lisbeth Nielsen, Director General at the Danish Health Data Authority. Welcome to our conference.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm honored to be here and to share the experience that we've had in Denmark for the last 20-25 years, and it's just to give an example of why it takes a while to be ready to work like this. I'll talk a bit about the work that we've done, just a brief introduction to the Danish Health Data Authority. We were formed in 2015, but as I'll show you, we've had data for a long time more than that, and we do collect data for the national registries, make them available for research, also for statistics and analytics. We do national IT architecture and also the sharing of cross-sectoral sharing of data for primary purposes. work with standardization of terminology, classifications, and communication standards, and cyber and information security for the healthcare sector. So that's sort of the broad range of work that we do in the Danish Health Data Authority. So a bit about the Danish conditions that support secondary use of health data, and I'll be focusing on the secondary use of health data. A few cases, some of the challenges that we know and already, and a bit of perspectives on the EHDS. So in Denmark, we have a system with data that covers the entire population. Because we have a public-funded healthcare system, we have free and equal rights and access to healthcare and universal coverage. That means that we have data sets that cover the entire population and care provided in all care facilities in Denmark. Another facility that's really important for us to be able to share data for secondary use is a healthcare system that's fully digitized. We have patient records, electronic patient records in place in all parts of healthcare, municipalities, general practitioners, practicing specialists, hospitals, private hospitals, the emergency departments, so all of, even the ambulances. So all the healthcare system is digitized and records that data digitally in record systems. Of course, also lab orders and test results. Radiology is also digital. Medication information is shared. Both medication information and lab orders and results are shared across the country, available for primary patient care. Between the different healthcare professionals, we do primarily message exchange, so rehabilitation plans, referrals, discharge notes and prescriptions are digital, and around medication that is shared as well on a national server with access to current medication as well as current prescriptions and earlier prescriptions. So that's sort of the foundation of the Danish healthcare system. And this has been a strategy going on for more than 25 years of digitizing the healthcare sector, both for having an effective system, but also, of course, for patient safety and for taking care of the patients and meeting the patient's need. Patients also have access to their own records, fortunately not from primary practitioners, but from all hospitals. They can access their record online on the National Health Portal, as well as lab results. We have a long history of data collection going back to the 60s with the biological samples, causes of death, abortions, pregnancies, births, treatment in hospitals. So in 1977, we started collecting data on all activity in hospitals, so all contacts between a citizen and the hospital. The registry has been digital since 1978. At that point, the number of data was, of course, limited. It was more administrative information on procedures and diagnosis and time of getting into the hospital and getting out again. So we collect quite a lot of data, and we've done it for a long time. And this means that we've been working up expertise for quite a long time, and all these data are collected on the national level. All data is linkable with the CPR number, so the Central Person Registry, and this is the same unique identifier that is used all across the public sector and even in the banking sector and private sector, which means that we can do statistics and we can do analysis that will also cover socio-demographic factors, education, income, and whatever, to look at, for example, inequality in health or other factors. And we have, as you see, quite a lot of data. Not all of them reside in the Danish Health Data Authority, though. But we have quite both biological samples and dry data, as we call them, and now also genomes with the National Genome Center. See where I point? Yeah. So part of the reason for that is that we've worked quite a lot with standardization and automation of collecting data. So we have national standard, and we have quite extensive reporting guidelines. So what are the rules and what are the definitions of the data that we collect? And also it's a requirement by the public, by health professionals to actually report data. It's of course the institutions, the healthcare institutions, as much as the individual. Data is collected directly from the local systems, so it's not a report to the National Health Data Authority. It's part of your daily registration as a clinician or as an administrative person. We do automatic transfers, which means that we can validate data both locally, there's a validation process, but also when the data enters our systems. And of course, we try to be as transparent as possible, have a very close cooperation with the regions that run the main hospitals, so the somatic and psychiatric hospitals, and with municipalities who do nursing, home nursing, and rehabilitation. And with the general practitioners, we have quite an extensive collaboration on how do we calculate these things, what is a good way to report this, how can this actually reflect the healthcare system. And this is put into standardized definitions that are known by all. So that's a way of actually providing high quality of data, which is very important for the use of data. Also, data is stored by key actors, which is important. So we have the Danish Health Data Authority as part of that, but there are others as well, Statistics Denmark, who have all the data that is not health related, but all other data on, for example, social conditions. We have a Danish clinical quality program with clinical registries. There are about 80 of those that are disease specific, and they're also national. The Serum Institute, who has vaccines and infections. Hospitals have their own health records. Those are not easily accessible right now for research, but they are there and it's allowed to get into them. We have the National Genome Center and the 98 municipalities. We have Biobank Denmark, who has a list and a registry of all the biosamples in Denmark, and of course also a national biobank. So there's a number of quite a small number of key actors that we collaborate with. The legal framework is, of course, as you know, Denmark is part of the European Union, so of course we comply to the GDPR, but we also have a quite favorable legislation around data collection, both for primary use of data, so patient consent of sharing data between the relevant healthcare providers is implied. So you can opt out and say, I do not want the data from my hospital data to be shared with my own doctor, but if you don't do that, the data will be shared. Only, of course, accessible the electronic health records to the relevant persons that are involved in the patient treatment. And we do log everything, and the patient actually has access to logs, especially in the national solutions, but coming now also with the hospital records. And you can also deny access to your patient data. Then the professional will know that there is data that they cannot access, and there's a rule of being able to break the glass, but in general it's accepted, and very few people use that right. And you can access your log. On the secondary use of data, the Danish Health Law, the Health Act, as well as the different other Danish legislation, makes it possible to use data for planning, management, and research, statistical purposes. And in that sense, we don't need the consent of the individual if it's used for administrative purposes or statistical purposes. And we can, but of course, for statistical and research purposes, data can only be used if the processing of data is relevant of significant public importance. So research projects cannot just be improving your product or whatever a little bit. It needs to be a real research project, and also that the data that you're allowed to access is the ones that are necessary for the research project that you're carrying out. And of course, you need an approval from a data authority, and you need to be an approved research environment to get access to data. A few cases. So this is trying to put into pictures what the Danish Health Authority does around sharing data, and who do we share the data with. One thing is the health authorities. So we do statistics and we do analysis together with, for example, the Board of Health for political decision making and administration. Every year we answer around 60 questions from the parliament on different aspects of healthcare, and they can put questions directly and we will answer them. The healthcare system gets their data back, so data reported from the hospitals and municipalities are headed back in bulks to their business information systems, so they can use those. That's provided in a safe manner, of course. The research, as I mentioned, we deliver around data to make access to data for around 700 research projects a year. I have around 20 people, 25 people doing that job. And then, of course, the general public, which is really important with sharing analysis and statistics at our website, and also answering questions from reporters and journalists and even students. So we have around less than 200 users a day of our statistics, which is not maybe a lot, but it's used very much in the public debate as well. We make data available on a secure research platform. So only access is given to researchers that are part of an authorized research environment. Private companies can also get access, but they need to have collaboration with either a hospital researcher or a university-based researcher. And they can also, when they're giving access, they can also bring their own data and combine those with the data in the registries, use the any different tools they want, and of course they only get access to necessary data, still on an individual level, and they can take out only overall results of their analysis. So that's and data is of course pseudonymized. We cannot anonymize data in the secure platform. That's not possible because you have so many variables that one way or the other you would be able to detect who this is. But as some of you might know, as researchers or statistical people, you're not really interested in the individual. Trying to make this change, pushing the wrong button. So just briefly, during COVID-19, data was really important. We were able to, because we have one platform with one registry with all of the lab results, all of the PCR test, also the antigen testing. We have a central vaccination registry. We were able, and then because we have all the demographics, we were able to every day tracking COVID, where was it spread and how did the infection spread, which kind of business lines was it in. As many of you probably know, in the service sector, and transportation was one of them. It was used for the models of spread of infection, for the contact tracing, for the corona passport, which was used inside Denmark as well with different rules, for research, and of course for monitoring the hospital activity, how much is the hospital sector and the whole healthcare sector affected. So a bit about the challenges. This, maybe for some of you, this sounds like a really nice way of getting all these data. I can just tell you, if you meet Danish researchers, they'll say, no, it's really hard because we cannot get an overview of the data. It's hard to understand that you have different requirements for getting access to the data. So many different entrances. If we both need data from a hospital and from the national registries, who can guide us? Also, when you get to the data, it's really administratively heavy. It has long processing times. Rules are interpreted differently, and sometimes the legal framework is not in place. For example, for doing explorative studies. When we come to the access to data, can we actually link the data that we want from different sources? Is the analytical capacity high enough? We're discussing high performance computing. Are there enough data services? And it's hard to reuse data that are collected in previous studies. So we're now working with a vision of the better use of health data, and this is definitely, we're looking very much towards the European health data space to try to make a solution that will comply with that and making us able to be the national node for that. And of course still build on the experiences that we have. But what we do know is that even in Denmark, this will require massive investments to make it possible, and also finding the people. So we're working on one point of contact for application, improving metadata, guidance and support, and have a coherent approval process. Also making available more services of analysis and supercomputer facilities, different data services. So that's the vision that we're working on now, just getting a bit of funding, waiting for a new government to get in, and hope that the funding will still be there with a new government. Hopefully that will be the case. So just a bit about what we learned. There's a great potential, and I haven't even mentioned all the wonderful research projects that have taken place in Denmark, and how also the pharmaceutical industry in Denmark is using these data and using Denmark as a hub, along with many other countries. And we know right now that we have big competition, as someone else mentioned, from the US and from other parts of the world, who has a different view on sharing data. And I think that we need, as Europe, at least my opinion, to help to still be aware of the ethics and keeping the general publics behind us and making sure that we have the trust of them. There's an increasing demand for health data. It takes a lot of time. You know, we've had strategies for 25 years to build this. So it takes a lot of time. You need to, as I said, maintain the citizens' trust. User needs are changing. Technologies, there's a huge uptake of different technologies. I haven't even mentioned AI, which poses totally new questions to how do we do studies, how do we make sure that algorithms that are that we can actually check whether they're right or not, whether they're developed in a good way. And also changes are difficult, and there will be resistance. We've worked a lot with the concept of actually sharing data and collaborating between research groups, and getting, especially we're discussing with the biological samples, how do we get those out of the local freezer and get them into the central freezer so that all researchers can actually benefit from the samples that are collected. So, and as someone else said, it's hard to get the right people because it's everywhere in other sectors as well. People working with data who are really good at that. They're expensive, and with the public salaries, at least in Denmark, we're not that competitive to get them in. Just a few words. We're part of the EHDS pilot project. We've actually worked with the TEHDAS project as well, being part of that. And we're being a major contributor to the dissemination of the pilot project. We'll have the package lead on the recommendation for being a node. Major contributor also on the infrastructure and also on the metadata and regulatory legal compliance and being part of the use cases as well. So we try to throw ourselves into the European agenda as well. A few words of to end off is I tried to imagine what would it look like if we did what we do sometimes within IT is we do a post-mortem before we start the project. And if we should do that with the European health data space, looking back maybe 5 or 10 years from now, I would ask questions of, so the level of ambition and the time perspective, how do they correspond? Do we know already now that it's an important journey, but maybe we should know from the beginning that it's going to be a long journey, and still have the ambition, but maybe thinking about how to get there in a different manner? Is the focus on the citizens' trust, is that good enough? If we look back, would we have had enough focus on that? How do we, and I think you being here, it really exemplifies that. How do we handle the different levels of maturity and the different setup of healthcare systems? Someone was talking about the former speaking was talking about telemedicine. Is that a technology, or is that a way of providing healthcare? It's both. But how do you regulate that, and how do we meet that across Europe? Is the cost of doing this project, does that correspond with the benefits? Do we all the way, every step we take, can we say that there is a reasonable ratio? And of course it will be different between states. And also looking back, when was full value achieved? And then how do we get to value fast enough so that we'll have the critical mass? So those was just a few words from me, and I'm looking forward to the debate later. And hopefully someone said that I was doing a presentation yesterday that they were depressed afterwards because it seems that there's quite a lot of work to do. I hope you won't be, because this is definitely the right timing. I think that the Commission have, and thank you very much from the Czech presidency to bringing it so much forward. I think this is what we need on the European level, but it's going to be a long way, and it's going to be really exciting and a lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladislav Dušek, the director of the Institute for Health Information and Statistics of the Czech Republic, is our next guest.
Dear Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to share here some experiences with building of our healthcare control and management information system. It's hard to start after such excellent presentation, and thank you for that. I must say that I saw in the title of this section sharing of best practices, and I'm pretty sure that I'm not the right person to present something which is the best. I feel that we are just at the very beginning of implementing, or nationwide implementing of this information system, but hopefully you can find my IT or rather technical story at least a little bit interesting for you. At the very beginning of the presentation, I would like to highlight some leading principles which are behind any reasonable secondary data usage and data sharing. As you all know, there are many ways and there are many tools how to share data and how to open them, from opening of primary data by full scale to highly aggregated and sophisticated scientific reports and scientific papers. But regardless of any tool, any way we select for data usage, secondary data usage, data sharing, the value of the outcomes is strongly dependent on quality of primary data, quality and quality and quality, and representativeness, I must say. So we must ensure to collect representative data to the target population we would like to address. We must standardize primary coding of the data and ensure interoperability of the information system. This is the great problem, big problem in our country, interoperability of different hospital information systems in primary care specialists, in hands of primary care specialists. And of course, last but not least, well-controlled, reviewed process of data analyzing, publishing, and sharing. Please believe me, we do our best to keep all these standards alive and on board in our national information system, and that's why I'm advocating here for EHDS idea or any idea of data opening in general, because once you open some data, it will give very strong feedback to the owners of the data, to the stakeholders, to improve the quality and to improve the representativeness of the collection. So this is the Czech experience, very positive. Hopefully I will show you it in a few slides. But the second principle I would like to highlight is the sustainability of the problem, of the process of data collection. The nationwide collection of healthcare data must be seamless, and it must not increase administrative burden of healthcare professionals. We all in Europe suffer from lack of nurses, lack of administrative staff in hospitals, lack of physicians, I must say. And so the system must not increase the administrative burden. This is the main ambition of our system, to utilize all already running data flows, all already running established data transfers and or administrative data sources, and to concentrate them, centralize them in just one repository for the analysis and for secondary usage. The best way how to do it is to couple the whole system with the implementation of e-health, but it's very easy to say that, and it's very hard to implement it in practice. And I'm very, very sorry, but the history of reasonable data collection in my country is not so rich and so long as you saw in the excellent previous presentation. In fact, we started to build up our, let's say, modern or up-to-date healthcare information system in 2012, 2014, too late. And the starting point, it was a really unfavorable condition and unfavorable situation of the whole system. At that time, even in 2014-15, we did not implement any element of reasonable e-health system. And the whole system suffered from very poor legal mandate to centralize any data over the standard healthcare data flow. So as a consequence, our various sources of administrative and healthcare data were completely fractionated, and they had never been joined systematically at the national level, even in 2015. Data of healthcare payers, data of hospital information system, etc. And as a consequence, all centralized data collections were based on rather epidemiological registries, and any idea to collect data for research generated enormous administrative burden for professional staff in the whole system. So absolutely, definitely unsustainable system. So we had to change the system fundamentally with completely new law, completely new legal base, and completely new IT system. And my positive announcement here is that the first step has already been successfully completed. So nowadays we keep in our hands three completely new updated laws: Act on e-health implementation, Act on monitoring of healthcare services, which is very close to the EHDS idea, and finally, last but not least, very strong legal mandate to centralize and to implement completely new DRG system. So currently we operate in some new established data environment, let's say, which is very similar like we saw in previous presentation, and I would call it three-tier system, and the elementary base is the magic triangle, standard elementary triangle, patient, healthcare professional, and provider. This is the primary level, primary data collection, health data services, and it works in real time, and major data flow here is the exchange of electronic, hopefully electronic healthcare documentation between these players in the healthcare game. The second level in our system, I would call it managerial or organizational, and it's in our system, in our country, it's a domain of healthcare payers, health insurance companies, because here we can take the advantage of our, let's say, general health insurance tax, and more than 98% of healthcare services are paid via well-recognized, well-established healthcare tax, and so we can control each individual record on healthcare reported to health insurance companies. And both these levels are currently digitalized and interconnected, and they allow to pump the data, really huge volume of data, administrative data on healthcare, to the third layer, which means layer which is prepared for secondary data usage and for retrospective data analysis. I'm glad to say that the system currently is compatible with the idea of upcoming EHDS, although it was invented or proposed 5 or 6 years ago. So hopefully we can reach it, and this is more complex view on the structure of the whole system, which the national healthcare information system, which consists approximately of 8 or 9 basic IT components. And very briefly to describe it is the level of e-health, core infrastructure, let's call it identity space, the national registries of providers, patients, and professionals, identity space, which encapsulates all the other integrated information systems. Starting from the bottom, number 4, the most important one, completely centralized data of all health insurance companies by record, by patient, and it's interlinked with standardized information system of healthcare providers, especially hospitals, which allows us to manage standardized exporting of the data, and the system is interconnected inside, so it allows double control of data quality, of course. Of course, at the top, some epidemiological registries, and last but not least, we are developing special information systems supporting public health interventions like COVID-19, unfortunately, but especially screening programs, end-of-life care programs, etc. And I was asked to present some practical examples and outcomes of the Czech system, and I decided to show you very briefly 2 significantly different examples. And the first one is data support for something which I would call comprehensive disease management, and I use National Cancer Control Plan and its information system as an example. I think that it's a very good model of non-communicable disease, which requires very comprehensive IT background. Here I must say, and I'm very glad to say, thanks for EU joint action projects, because we developed our National Cancer Control Plan and its IT background in close collaboration with European scientific community, and the system was piloted under the umbrella of a joint action, IPAC, Innovative Partnership Against Cancer. Here you can see the portals where it was published. Some papers describing the structure of the national and functionality of the Czech cancer control plan, and I would recommend this portal, which covers a series of European scientific conferences which initiated the implementation of organized cancer control in our country. And this is the complexity of the system. As I've already said, cancer care is a good model because it requires extremely comprehensive IT background, which must cover all segments involved in cancer care, starting with prevention, organized population-based programs and diagnosis, and on the other hand, of course, palliative care, end-of-life care, and you all know that these seemingly peripheral segments of medicine are many times even more important than the therapy itself. And our ambition was and is to cover all these systems in just one information system. And again, nothing new. The system is derived from the backbone of the whole healthcare information system I've already mentioned. And the heart of the system is the registry of all reimbursed healthcare services, simply speaking, centralized data of our health insurance companies. And thank you very much if you are here for the collaboration and excellent data exporting to this really rich, big database. The system is capable to control each individual record, each individual medication, each individual diagnostic examination treatment. And these records are attributed to track the personalized chain of data, so we are able to track in personalized way, individualized patient's medical history, patient's pathway throughout the system, and it's based mostly on administrative data exporting, no excessive burden for healthcare professionals, for oncologists in cancer centers, in hospitals. And the second most important part is based on standardized hospital information systems, which are standardized according to rules which were proposed and implemented under the umbrella of joint actions I've already mentioned. And via this system, we are able to export standardized data sets, and it allows self-benchmarking of cancer centers and, of course, secondary data production for 2 minutes. Wow! My English is very slow, so I will go fast. The whole system is equipped with engine producing open data, but this is not the mainstream in our system. For secondary data usage, we are developing such analytical comprehensive portals or tools where you can zoom in to the topic you are interested in, and the system returns to you not only chains of data, but also pre-processed and well-designed tables, figures, maps in a user-friendly form. This is just an example of epidemiological portals, completely open, located to English, so you can try it in the comfort of your home. I have no time to describe it in detail here. And another example, more logistic one, is the portal onconet.cz, and this is the interactive mapping of cancer care infrastructure which is implemented in each individual region in this country. So all data of all providers of cancer care, diagnostic units are involved and concentrated in this portal, and through it you can simply zoom in to some particular center. You can control its equipment, data flow, patient flow, volume of care, spectrum of services, and so on. And this is the platform we are preparing now for the upset of European health data space, because this can be the platform for direct communication with patients. These are just examples of the content of the system, the epidemiological population-based level. I must skip it. hospital level benchmarking of centers. It's produced and you can find it directly in this portal, so I can skip it. I think benchmarking of regions in the capacity of centers. And this is the example of self-benchmarking screen, which is inside hospitals, which is coupled with already implemented DRG system. So you can just select the main diagnostic categories you are interested in, and then you can benchmark yourself in performance, cost indicators, outcome indicators, and so on. And I've already mentioned screenings, and screenings have implemented in our country very robust information system which works in two modes. The prospective mode, again, is derived from the backbone from centralized health insurance data of health insurance companies. And via this system, we are able to identify injury, to identify citizens who do not participate in screening, and we can directly communicate with them via health insurance companies. So this is the implementation of EHDS idea in practice, and we directly invite the people, and retrospectively we can control their involvement and the coverage of the screening and so on. And again, example of the content, using the example of colorectal cancer screening, where you can see the coverage, age-specific coverage, we control, of course, FOBT positivity rate and its time trend, compliance to colonoscopy, share of primary care specialists, and other. The second example, in just half a minute, is completely different, because COVID-19 forced us to develop this system to real-time management and even secondary usage of data in real-time management. Very robust system. Again, nothing new. It interconnects all healthcare providers treating and diagnosing COVID-19 with public health authorities and with the system managing ICUs and intensive care in hospitals. And again, it stands over the centralized administrative data throughout the country. The main added value is interconnectivity and connectivity, because the system established data bridges for real-time management of data with municipalities, local political authorities, social care facilities, hospitals, etc. This is relatively complicated data model of the whole system, and all these dimensions are tracked and are controlled in real time. And very briefly, an example, we published the data sharing and reporting model in International Journal of Medical Internet Research. This is quite interesting for me, and very positive news for scientists in the audience. Data sharing models and models for secondary data use are recognized by international community as valuable science, and it is acceptable for publication in world-class journals. So the system again consists of open data publishing, daily reporting of summary statistics, and again, as I've already showed in the use case of cancer care, analytical portals. The dashboard of management of ICUs, controlling in real time patient flow, bed occupancy, etc., etc. And this is not, unfortunately, fully located to English, but this is our proud real-time COVID-19 management portal, producing daily a huge amount of data, still producing daily a huge amount of data, summary statistics, open data, and all necessary endpoints which are important to control COVID-19. The end, just now, to conclude, I see many, many challenges, and the biggest challenge I see is the capacity building, not only in terms of infrastructure and money, but capacity building in minds of people and in interdisciplinary education of students. And we live in the era of omics data, and opening such data directly in straightforward way, it has many, many technical barriers, legal barriers, and even ethical barriers. So these are the main challenges, and I'm very glad to be here, and thank you much for your kind attention. I'm sorry for time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for speeding up. Let's see if we have time for answering the questions, because we are really running out of time. So I would like to invite another guest. We had a guest from Denmark, then we had a guest from the Czech Republic, and now the Netherlands comes. Petr Reinbeck, Chair of the Department of Medical Informatics of Erasmus MC from the Netherlands.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to share with you some of our work related to running studies across multiple countries, so not within one country, but across countries. I'm leading the Department of Medical Informatics, and in that department we have a very large research line called Health Data Science. In the Health Data Science group, we look at three very relevant topics for European health data space. One is a focus on improving interoperability of health data with a focus on Europe, building reproducible analytical pipelines to then use that standardized data to produce results that are valuable to patients, and finally to really do that, so run studies across multiple countries, generate evidence that matters. In this presentation, I'm going to highlight three different initiatives: Odyssey, Observational Health Data Science and Informatics, the European Health Data and Evidence Network, and very briefly talk about the Darwin EU initiative as well. So the questions we try to answer with all this effort can be summarized in three categories. One is related to clinical characterization. So we want to look at natural history. Who has diabetes? What are the incidences and prevalences? Another important topic is population-level effect estimation. So this is about causal inference. Is one drug more safe than the other drug? And the third topic is on prediction, so building patient-level prediction models to then validate those at large scale across countries, across different databases. So in fact, we want to learn from the trajectory of the patient over time to answer these three main categories, and many of the studies, and I would dare to say almost all of the studies we do on electronic health record data fall in either of these three categories. My world is really about this image, and I must say I sometimes dream about the picture, because this is about generating reliable evidence from health data in many different sources, many different formats, and also try to make that very transparent. So what are all the steps in between the source data and the reliable evidence, and how can we make that reproducible, etc., and robust? And especially focusing on the question, how can we scale this up across many different types of questions, but also across many different types of databases across Europe and actually even on a global scale. The problem here is that if we want to scale up, if we really want to change the paradigm of running studies at a very large scale and many different studies in a year, we have to solve the problem that if we build a tool, it simply doesn't fit on the data. And we all know that. We know the problems of interoperability, but we also need to find solutions for it, and that's what we try to do, to make that next step and try to implement some of these issues, or implement some of the solutions. It's about the structure of the data, the syntactic interoperability, but it's also about the semantic interoperability. We use, unfortunately, many different terminology systems across Europe, and that makes it very hard for us to run studies. If I want to look for a patient with diabetes in one country, I have to use another code in another country. We have to find solutions to also standardize the terminologies when we want to do research at a very large scale. But we need more. It's not only about standardization of health data. We also need to agree on what the analytics will be that we run against those data sources. What do we mean with the drug utilization study? What do we mean with incidence and prevalence of diseases? We have to agree and then move forward and not reinvent the wheel every time in every project. And unfortunately, I've seen that many times. The other point is we need to have a big data network, and that's where, of course, European health data space is also really driving. We need to have many data sources that are standardized that we can run studies on tomorrow. And finally, do not forget the strong community that we need around this. This is not only the stakeholders that are in the room here, but there are also many, many organizations that need to help with standardization of the data, and we need to train them, we need to certify them, and we need to solve the problem of the lack of experts in the field. we are focusing on all these topics, and the main component of this is standardization to a common data model. So we use the OMOP common data model, an established data model, and we standardize all the databases to the same structure, but also standardize them to the same terminology system. So we have standard terminology systems that we map the local codes to solve these both of these problems. And then we have built many analytical pipelines on top of the common data model to answer questions for different types of stakeholders. This is driven by Odyssey and Eden. The Observational Health Data Science and Informatics Initiative is a really large global initiative where many partners all around the world are standardizing their data to the same OMOP common data model. And we also work together with many research teams to build analytical tools that we can then reuse. So we do not invent the wheel again. If we build a tool to define cohorts, we use that tool and try to make it better together as a community. Also in Europe, there's a lot of activity, and at Erasmus we've been leading the European Odyssey chapter and been organizing meetings to bring together a lot of organizations in Europe to talk about the standardization and to move forward together by building tools. What was really exciting last time, and this was very recently, that we saw that also on national levels, a lot of activity has started where national nodes are being formed, where data sources are collaborating together within their own nation to run studies at a scale that they have not done before. And there are very nice examples. For example, in Italy, where many, many data sources have standardized their data, and one of the academic centers is taking the lead to then initiate studies within the country, but also knowing that this study could also be executed in other countries, which I think is very important. The uptake of this is very large, and unfortunately this is a very short presentation. There's many publications out there that I can recommend to look at, and Odyssey just recently created a nice dashboard where you can see the growth of publications and the growth of the number of researchers that are involved in this, and you can look up all the nice publications of the last years. Let's make the step to the European Health Data and Evidence Network project. So this is an IMI project with a focus on building a federated data network in Europe. Just to be very clear, with federation we mean data stays local. We bring the tools to the data, run the analysis locally, and share the aggregated data. So it's privacy by design to make sure that we never share any patient-level data with another organization. And we have demonstrated that we can run almost all the studies that we were asked to run using that paradigm. So I think it's important to mention that. The European Health Data Evidence Network is standardizing a very large number of data sources in Europe to the OMOP Common Data Model, but is also creating evidence by executing studies against those data sources and provide a lot of new insights. It's a large consortium, there's large funding, European funding, but what's important to mention is that a large part of this funding, 17 million euro, was put on the bank for the data partners. So the data partners could apply through open calls for financial support to map their data to OMOP, and the uptake is really, really amazing. I'll show you. Besides that, we have been putting a lot of effort in training small to medium enterprises all over Europe to support us, because we simply as a project can never support all these data sources in Europe and provide the scale-up that's necessary. So we've been training, in this case, 64 SMEs. We've certified them through training, through online courses. And all these companies now have their own economic ecosystem where they are working in their countries to help data sources and to get them on board, which I think is a very important outcome of the project. Training all these people, and it was already discussed earlier this morning, is not possible by just having a few people run around Europe giving presentations like myself. We need to scale up. So we've been working on building an e-learning platform called the Eden Academy that has many courses on how to standardize your data, how to use the data, how to execute the studies. And this is a very important resource, and it's growing. The number of users is growing fast. Many countries actually are using this now. Some universities use it even in their own curriculum to take part of the courses. Most exciting slide to me is always this one. We have been trying to get data sources enthusiastic to participate. And when I wrote the proposal, we didn't know what would happen. Would we have the right value proposition for these data sources to jump on the train, move their data to a standard and participate in studies? And we are really overwhelmed by the interest, and I'm extremely proud of that. Because at the moment, we are working with 166 databases across Europe, standardizing them all to the Open Common Data Model and being able to run studies with them. And the interest was even larger, so you see there are 400 data sources wanted to get mapped. And we just did our last call that closed this Friday. And what was really nice to see was there were 166 databases from 30 countries that applied for funding to get their data mapped to the same standard. And that's a very important achievement, because that means that if all these data sources are on board, we have more than 300 databases, or however how much we will fund, to run studies against. And that is unprecedented, I think. That means that we could do many, many studies, and I have no time to go in all the depth, but I do want to mention that it's not only on execution of study, but also methods research and tool development. So you see many publications here. This is all from 2022, where we built, for example, tools to look at drug utilization patterns or treatment patterns. What's the first, second, and third line use of a medicine in a certain population? And we run studies across multiple data sources to look at the different patterns, and that provided a large amount of information. We've also been running studies already to inform the European Medicines Agency in the decision-making process, including during the COVID-19 period, where we were able to run studies across multiple databases and provided important insights on side effects and on the vaccines, etc. A very recent one was actually published last week, where we looked at the comparative risk of thrombosis and thrombocytopenia syndrome in different types of vaccines. And this was done on about 300 million patients, which is a large number. A good example of where we can go next is what we've been working on in the last months in Eden, where we looked at the background rates of adverse events of special interest in COVID-19 patients. And we really looked into the difference in age groups and the difference of sex effects. And we did that at a very large scale. So here we were able to run across all these databases, across Europe, across the US, even in Asia, with about 500 million patients in the background. And that's extremely large number and creates a lot of insights. So we were able to look at the ACEs across age groups, look at trends across the database, look at heterogeneity among the databases, and that provided a huge amount of information. Then to close my presentation, and that's really a very nice new step in the journey, I would say, is the Darwin EU initiative that the EMA started. So the EMA opened up a call for tenders for setting up a coordination center to help them run studies for the European Medicines Agency across the different countries to answer questions from their different committees. And I'm very happy that the Erasmus MC was selected as coordination center, and we will be building on the effort that we've been doing in Eden and others and other initiatives within this project. The vision here of Darwin EU is to establish and maintain a network of data sources in Europe, standardized to a common data model, the Open Common Data Model, to execute all the studies that are needed to answer the questions from the committees from EMA, and to return the results of those different data sources back to the committees so they can use it for their decision making. So it's the full cycle. The coordination center will be in the middle, and the different committees are around that. They will ask the questions, and the coordination center has to interact with the individual data partners, but also potentially with the data permit authorities that are being set up in the European health data space. So we work together with European Health Data Space through the EMA use case that's been selected, and we will be working with them to replicate some of the studies that we've done on a larger scale. The number of studies is large in Darwin. It's very ambitious in 5 different phases. We start small. We're currently running 4 studies in the network, but we will scale up to 150 studies in the last year. So that only is possible if we standardize data and standardize analytics. Different phases, starting with pilots now, moving forward to establish all kind of technical solutions to run it in the federated network and then be fully operational later. If you want more information about Darwin, look at this slide. There are some links, and there's also a website coming up, and if you have questions, mail them to enquiries@darwin-u.org. If you want to know more information about Odyssey, Eden, Odyssey has written a nice book in English, also in Chinese, and I'm not sure you want to read that. And there's online information as well. So I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Petr. I'm very sorry, but we have no space for the debate because we are 30 minutes late, and our next guest has to leave the conference in 15 minutes, so we have to go on. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, open data and its potential in research, development, and innovation. What is the vision and reality in the Czech Republic? This is the topic for our next guest, Štěpán Jurajda, the Deputy Minister for Science, Research and Innovation, Government of the Czech Republic, accompanied by Marian Hajduch, member of the Research, Development, Innovation Council, Government of the Czech Republic. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. I will be brief out of both intent and necessity, but 2 comments from the Czech perspective and from the perspective of an outsider on the discussion of today's conference. I'm an outsider because I come here in the role of Deputy Minister for Research and Science and Innovation, so I'm not involved specifically in research in the health sphere, and also outsider because I'm a social scientist by background, empirical econometrics. But then I think those 2 topics might meet. So I really felt reminded very strongly, by the way, I'm using orange data from your presentation, that my students are in Denmark for a reason. I should just move there too. In the Czech Republic, it is very, indeed, almost impossible, very difficult, almost impossible to merge registered data across information systems. It is legally, it puts you into legal jeopardy to try to connect survey data with registry data. Anyhow, you will never succeed because even gaining the acceptance on the basic notion that you need access to individual level data to evaluate the effects of policies is something where, we're still struggling. So, my students work on Finnish data where they connect healthcare information with demographics. They work on biobank data being connected to survey data where we have a lot of information about behavior and so on. But of course, again, they do it in Scandinavia. Netherlands is, a close second. So going back to the R&D sector perspective, my main purpose here is to mention that in conjunction with the Data Governance Act, the Czech Republic is now preparing new legislation that should govern access and use of administrative registry data. And of course, this interacts with the European health data space and the general ability to use data to evaluate policies. And so I've first we of course need the data to be there. So the major improvements that were mentioned from the Czech perspective are fantastic. The fact that the data is there, it is of high quality and centralized is the first prerequisite. Now we're moving towards the possibility that there would be a regulated access to secondary data access, protecting the data, but also allowing access to individual data use. And I would like to stress that this is important not just to allow for the data to be used, but also I think to allow for the scientific disciplines that should be using this data to grow. In the Czech Republic, we have around 4,000 biologists who publish in high-quality journals, above the median of article and front score. I have so far found 4 people with a PhD from a School of Public Health. I'm happy to be corrected and bring it up to 10 if you can point out additional bodies to me. But a factor of 1,000 to 1 doesn't bode well for a country that needs more public health research. With aging around the corner, with the necessity to hold on to the quality of healthcare provision despite the aging, and if you look at an international map of scientific output, you will see large gaps, holes in health economics, in health communication, and in public health. So it is very difficult to grow new fields of science that don't exist in the country, A, because of the data access, and B, of course, for reasons that have to do with the political economy of how R&D funding is allocated. So I really, am hoping that both the European Health Data Space and the new legislation and the push that comes from the Data Governance Act will make for a revolutionary breakthrough, and that all of the data that has been improved and centralized in the country can come to full fruition. And finally, because I promised to be brief, I'm also fascinated to learn about all of the new initiatives on data use in situ, right? I mean, both the the EHDN consortium or the Open Safely Oxford initiative, and this is fascinating to me because, as you pointed out, this is about observational data. So now from a social science perspective, what we've been perfecting for a couple of decades is the ability to identify quasi-random, so-called natural experiments or quasi-experiments, sources of variation that allow you to use observational data to get causal inference. And so obviously multi-country is one way to go, but again, the interaction between the in-situ use of data and the ability to identify causal impacts of policies, that's certainly a fascinating field for me to watch. And so thank you again for invitation, and hoping for success of the European Health Data Space in the Czech Republic.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So let me continue with the second part of the speech. I would try to outline or exemplify what was actually mentioned before. Particularly, I am translational scientist from European Advanced Translational Medicine Infrastructure and from Palacký University over here in Olomouc in the Czech Republic. And we work on the data in great collaboration with a number of people physically present here. And I'm really thanks. Well, okay. Yeah. So thank you for that. Technically, the personalized medicine, it's the hot topic in advancing the healthcare those days, and we are combining data from multiple resources to achieve the real advancing. These are those days the data about the biology of the disease, different biological characteristics, particularly biomarkers from laboratories, the data about the therapies, and also data from the imaging. And those data must be combined, of course, and exploited for the primary and secondary use. Well, we are moving from imprecision medicine to more precision, not completely precision, but we need the personalization. That's the must. And of course, if we want to personalize therapy, we need to personalize also and combine the data on the personal level. So technically, we definitely need, for any research purpose, what Štěpán Jurajda mentioned before me, is actually to combine the data from different registries on the level of individuals. I think this is the must. If we don't do it, we cannot personalize, because we just have a descriptive statistics and overall combined information. So the data stewardship in medicine is probably more complicated in terms of the science. We have a lot of regulations, particularly in terms of the GDPR and many others. So data are sensitive by definition. And also we have to realize that if we want to those data, make them available for eventually reuse, the access to the data must be controlled, and also the interpretation of the data must be controlled in certain areas, not always. But we have faced a lot of disinformations or misinterpretations during the COVID pandemic of the data which have been generated by the public authorities, and this is also something what should be under certain control, I believe. So at our institute, we have developed long time ago multiple tools for the translational medical research. So anything from the registration and drug development of the small molecules up to basically the collection of preclinical and clinical data, and the system for the collection of clinical data, clean data, have been repurposed as a laboratory information management system during the COVID pandemic, and it actually served, and it still serves to many laboratories for reporting of the data to the state registries, and also for self-reporting and contact tracing in collaboration with the Czech Ministry of Health. So this was actually a very big effort we did in collaboration with the Institute of Health Informatics and Ministry of Health and many other, and Czech Army actually. So it was a very interesting exercise. We generated really a lot of data, and now we need to process them, to connect them and evaluate and exercise. And it's not always, it's basically not always simple, because we cannot combine the data on the individual level. For instance, during the COVID pandemic, it actually came out that we cannot combine the data from the electronic prescription with the data from the healthcare, because this is not legally possible. So technically, this was one of the major problems we have faced already in the past, and it was the study of alcohol abuse drug disulfiram we have actually published in 2017, but the study actually, or the story, started sometimes in 1956, where for the first time the alcoholics were actually indicated with disulfiram as an anti-abuse drug, and one woman with a breast cancer achieved complete remission. So that was a very interesting story. And of course, we wanted to evaluate epidemiological registries, whether we can confirm such phenomenon or not, but it was unfortunately not possible in the Czech Republic. So we went, to our colleagues in Denmark, and we were one of these 700 research projects, which were actually done in collaboration with Danish Cancer Registry, and thank you very much for that. And we actually selected all disulfiram users who were actually later on diagnosed with cancer, and assessed the frequency of the cancer, but also the survival outcomes in the continuing users and not continuing users of the disulfiram. And there was a great difference. So those people who were actually doing the cancer treatment on the disulfiram, they did much better. Yeah, and that was confirmed for several cancer types, localized, metastatic, and also according to individual cancer types. And it was actually, we made a lot of kind of research around it. We discovered the molecular mechanism. We found out that this is actually not the disulfiram, but it's one of its metabolites, which is active in terms of the anti-cancer activity. It was a great story published in Nature in 2017, and without the Danish Cancer Registry, this would never happen. So, who knows how many drugs we already have for the treatment of existing human diseases, which we can repurpose for something else. Typical example for that is actually using of corticosteroids for the COVID patients. I mean, if we would know that the patients on glucocorticosteroid therapy, they actually do much better with the lung inflammation, probably we would save a lot of lives. So this is really important, that we have access to those data. We can evaluate them instantly, and we can actually find existing drugs and repurpose them for something else. So this is absolutely important. Another area is actually the definition, genetic or multi-omic definition of our populations. We run Czech genomic and multi-omic cohort analysis. We did more than 2,000 Slavic genomes sequencing, the whole genome sequencing technologies. We have completed that with more than 1,000 samples for the multi-omic studies, for the proteomic, lipidomic, many others. We do actually collaborate with our colleagues from Netherlands, from Erasmus University, but also from Aroundbound, and with the Netherlands Health RI, Health Research Infrastructures Association. And this is a great project we run on the Horizon 2020 EHDS Plus. But we have also understood that this amount of data actually they are facing us to unprecedented challenges. This was a data transfer. So part of the sequencing, methylome sequencing of 127 patients was done in Stockholm, but the transfer and downloading data from Stockholm to us took 3 months. That's not a way going forward. And it was not a problem of our institution. It's somewhere on the, so we need to have a fast and secure connection in the Europe. You cannot download the data from 100. Well, to send a horse with the hard disk would be probably much faster. Yeah. So that was one of the limitations we have actually, and of course we have many other limitations. So we have to get ready for this type of exercise. And I'm very happy that actually European Commission, in the particularly DG Research, started the initiatives European Open Science Cloud. And this European Open Science Cloud pilot is basically to have a space, tools and procedures and data standards and ontology, how to actually use and reuse the medical data, not only medical data, all kinds of research data, but particularly medical data for the research projects. And fortunately, I have to say that this initiative is somehow in parallel with EHDS under auspices of DG SANTÉ, and those two DGs are not talking very much. But these are a huge investments on both sides, and I think we should actually combine effort, because still we will use the data from the same individuals. I mean, from us, it will not come from the Mars or from some other planet, at least not in the near future. And sooner or later, we should actually start talking together and creating joint initiatives, because this is a lot of money. Really a lot of money, which are invested into the building up European science cloud. And of course, the data should be verified. That's a completely different issue. I don't have a time for that. Yes, I don't have a time, yeah. And so the Czech Republic starts the implementation of EOSC initiatives. And this is a few slides from my colleague, Professor Luděk Matiska from Masaryk University in Brno. And our EOSC colleagues, we started actually the discussion that not discussion, but already the process. We will actually create the EOSC repository in the Czech Republic for the all research data we have inside. It has a dedicated infrastructure, so there will be a national data infrastructure based on the 4 pillars. It's about the meta directory, about the repository platform. There will be thematic repositories, including the medical, with very special attention to the sensitive data. Most probably the thematic group for the sensitive data will go together with the social sciences, because we still work with the same individuals, and the same regulation applies to both of us. And very important part is education and training, and actually creation of position of data stewards. So this will happen actually very soon in the Czech Republic. Since I don't have a time, I don't go to other details, so I apologize for that. But technically, I would say that this is happening. We should definitely try to combine efforts. And I believe that the same idea as Winston Churchill, that success is going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. And we are not afraid to fail, and we still have a lot of enthusiasm. So one day we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have only one presentation left before we go for the lunch break. How to use data to drive innovation and competitiveness. An innovative pharmaceutical industry perspective will be provided by Tomáš Brookland from the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations, who is already standing on the stage.
Sorry, yes, thank you very much for the invite today. My name is Tom Brookswind. I am an EU data policy lead at Hoffmann & Roche, the healthcare company based in Basel in Switzerland, and I realise I'm now standing between you and lunch, which is never a good place to be. So I'll be direct and to the point. Despite the fact I work for Hoffmann & Roche, I'm representing FPIA today. FPIA is the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations, representing the biopharmaceutical industry operating in Europe. And you can see there the number of staff members, 39 corporate members, 36 member associations, an increasing number of SMEs, with the overall vision to create a collaborative environment that enables the members to innovate, to discover, to develop and deliver new therapies and vaccines for people across Europe. I'm going to come straight out the door and say that FPIA's general position is that we fully welcome the European health data space. We buy into the vision described for the European health data space, and of course, this being the first health sector specific piece of data legislation means this is pretty critically important to this sector. We strongly support these efforts, whether it's increasing the expansion of the rights of individuals to have better control and access to their health data, whether it's better data sharing to increase and help the delivery of better healthcare in the primary setting, or of course to stimulate further research and development and policy making through secondary use. Either way, FPIA is fundamentally committed to helping create, be a thought partner, a co-creator to help realise the vision set out for the European health data space. Suffice to say, the European data and digital policy landscape is a rapidly evolving one. There are a lot of legislative acts that FPIA are active on, but we're also very active on the non-legislative acts, such as the Big Data Steering Group. It was great to hear Peter's presentation because we believe that understanding the connectivity between these pieces in Europe is really important. I want to talk a bit about why is the European health data space important to the pharmaceutical sector. Because there's a direct correlation between the link between these and actually the stimulation of further innovation in Europe. When it comes, I think it's safe to say that the attempts to find new ways to access novel data sources, the use of artificial intelligence and analytics can revolutionize the way we develop medicines, but also create new medical innovations. This slide articulates how we're trying, and I underscore the word trying, to use novel sources of data to all along the value chain in developing new medicines, and whether that's as early as the discovery phase in terms of new target identification, whether it's then work using digital technologies to understand better patient needs throughout the development, even the distribution, the supply, supporting the on-market use of medicines, and even then in the post-monitoring phase, there is a rich potential there for applying new data sources, AI, and analytics. I want to give two examples, though, two specific examples to try and communicate where we are actually struggling to access these types of data to support this. And again, there's a direct correlation with I think, Europe's future ability to innovate in this sector here. The first example is not a new one, it's the standard one where we are talking about the use of real-world data to support the development and approval of medicines in Europe. So, of course, when we talk about a clinical trial setting, it's a highly controlled setting. We also know there are statistics such as that clinical trials only represent typically 3% of overall populations. We also know that clinical trial data represents probably less than 2% of the overall amount of health data out there. And so it's of course really important that we start developing, driving for deeper insights around disease biology, trying to support the approval, the regulatory approval, the HTA reimbursement of medicines through the use of novel sources. And novel sources, when we talk about real-world data, we're talking about registry data, electronic health records, claims data, this kind of thing. But the challenge here is accessing this data. It can take, and this is anecdotal evidence, it can take up to 2 years to access some of this data. That's a very long time and probably not sustainable when we think about, again, this link with future innovation, speed of innovation, especially when we think about what our colleagues in the US and China are doing. That's one example. I want to give another example, which is a bit more focused on artificial intelligence. There are a lot of attempts at trying to employ artificial intelligence in the development of medicines and health technologies. And if you focus on the top image here, it's standard that any algorithm has to be tested. It has to be trained, tested, and validated on different data sets. But these data sets, we can't just rely on clinical trial data. These algorithms have to be exposed to broader, more representative healthcare populations. But again, the challenge here is actually accessing this data in an efficient way. At the bottom here on the left-hand side, the current model, the way we work is we often have to go site by site to get different agreements, requests for data site by site. This involves long contracting periods. We even need separate workflows per site. It's very laborious. It's very, very work intensive for both the sites and us. And again, it's not efficient. Of course, when you hear me say that and you think of the promise of the European health data space, you can imagine the potential there in trying to get more efficient access to this data through the and of course, we're talking about secondary use here in Chapter 4 through the setup of the nodes and the health data access bodies. So what kind of role could the pharmaceutical industry play in the European health data space? This is still a very active discussion, but we see a role in the development, helping develop the European health data space, which I mentioned at the beginning, lending knowledge and understanding of research and innovation with data, providing tangible use cases. Those 2 use cases I just gave, we can develop many more of those to help work through the nuances of the framework. But also in the operation, once the framework is in operation, we see a potential duality role here. So there is the first role on the left-hand side as a data holder. So in Chapter 4, when it comes to secondary use, there are 15 categories of data to be made available for reuse, one of which is electronic health record data. So there is a scenario in which we are considered legally a data holder of clinical trial data, but also as a data requester on the right-hand side there. And that would link with some of the examples I just gave there to support further innovation, which goes beyond actually just the delivery of the innovations. It's around healthcare system sustainability and overall benefit to society. I'm not going to go through all of this. FPA has a position. We responded to the draft proposal from the Commission. I'm not going to go through all of these, but suffice to say we believe we have to engage all stakeholders. This is going to impact all stakeholders in the healthcare space. Everybody has to have a voice here. Access to data shouldn't be limited by the type of user. It should be more focused on the legal grounds for research and processing of data. We need clarity on how this legislation links and is in respect of the existing horizontal frameworks like the GDPR, the Data Governance Act, the AI Act. It's becoming a very busy place, let me say, from a legislative perspective. Of course, harmonisation is important. The board, having equal representation on the board is important. Clarity of the definition of a data holder. If you look at those 15 types of data, those categories of data, there are many, many potential data holders when you look at how that data is collected and used. And then we need to have some certainty there on who we're talking about. Clarity on the definition of the data as well. Again, clinical trial data sounds simple, but there are actually many actors involved in a clinical trial who are technically collecting data. So those are some of the requests. Those are outlined in our response. It's also worth highlighting here, you may be aware of this joint response. There are 29 stakeholder groups that have signed this joint response to the proposed European health data space, and they are listing 7 key asks there on the slide. Many of those align with, in fact most, if not all, align with the FPA's position. Hence, FPA is actually one of the 29 stakeholders who have signed this. And it's worth noting that these stakeholders include medical professional associations, research organisations, patient representatives, industry associations, so a collaborative response here. In the last couple of slides, I just want to zone in a bit more on the concept of this clinical trial data sharing. Firstly, I want to raise that the clinical trial data sharing, or the potential sharing of clinical trial data within the European health data space, is going to need extensive discussion amongst multiple stakeholders. A key point I want to get across right now to everybody is the fact that there already exists quite a lot of clinical trial data sharing in Europe. It's already happening to a large degree. So we can consider there's already an ecosystem. This ecosystem is made up of both mandatory processes. So some of you may have heard of EMA Policy 70, where publishing of data and clinical reports is proactively done. Policy 43 is the legally governed right for anyone to request access to documents within an approved dossier. There's, of course, now the clinical trial regulation, the requirements under the clinical trial regulation around additional transparency and the use of the EMA's platform CTIS to enable that. So these are mandatory processes that we follow for sharing of clinical trial information. There's also voluntary processes. Certain organisations provide access to patient-level anonymised data to accredited qualified researchers and academics through platforms such as Vivli and CSDR. So collectively, we think there is already that ecosystem. But the key point is, and I highlight it there in red, those mechanisms and those processes for that ecosystem, they don't match what's being proposed for the European health data space in Chapter 4, i.e. going via the health data access bodies, granting of the permit. That's a different mechanism. So it begs the question now, what would it mean to share clinical trial data within the European health data space? How can this be achieved? I think FPA's opinion, and we will be submitting an amendment to the Parliament based on this. We believe that if clinical trial data is to be shared within the European health data space, and we can see the value of that because I think the value is that there's a consistent, harmonized framework for sharing all types of health data. But for that to be done, we need to have the discussion on what it's going to mean to move, in inverted commas, those existing processes into the European health data space. So, but for that, we're going to need to ensure there's no duplication of clinical trial data sharing. So what we can't have is the existing measures stay as they are, and then there's another way of sharing data in the European health data space. That's just going to increase privacy and liability risk. Clinical trial sponsors need to be considered the sole data holder of clinical trial data. What we mean by that is there's many actors in the clinical trial space who collect data, but it's really only the sponsors that have this experience in terms of sharing it. I mentioned moving in. We need to discuss how feasible that is. There's technical, legal barriers there. We would need to ensure that we maintain the same level of safeguards around privacy, protection, liability, and intellectual property rights. Again, within this existing ecosystem, these standards are clear. We've actually been doing it for nearly 10 years already. That means clinical trial data sharing is done once MAA and BLA, so US and EU approval for medicines is secured. And overall, I also want to highlight that FPA signed a joint set of principles, clinical trial data sharing principles in 2013, so a decade ago, signed a joint set of principles that underpins the approach that the industry takes to clinical trial data sharing. I include an image of it here. I think this is my second to last slide. There's a link there as well. Again, just to highlight, there's 10 years worth of experience that the industry has in terms of sharing data already. We know how to anonymize data, how to ensure it's protected, what it means to work in a secure processing environment, and ultimately ensuring the rights of individuals in this process. So in summary, we fully support the aims here of the European health data space. We're committed to being a thought partner, a co-creator, and working with you to create this. We believe that there is a really strong link. If you look at the potential of artificial intelligence analytics in developing these solutions, novel sources of data outside of clinical trials is going to play a really pivotal role there. And I liked some of the comments earlier by Tomáš talking about how there is a widening gap between the innovation between Europe and the US and China. And that's been, we've seen a steady trend for the last 20 years of that. And yeah, exactly. I finished then on the last points around clinical trial data sharing, that this needs to now be a very active discussion, but we need to holistically talk about all of these types of data sources. Thank you very much. Sorry if that took too long.
Thank you. No, it's okay. It's okay. I will be very brief now. Ladies and gentlemen, recharge your batteries during the lunch break, and please come back at 1:30 p.m. Okay.
All the slides we shared, because it was very quickly. There's a lot of lessons learned that can be shared.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope that you are ready to absorb more information after the lunch break. We are ready for the next guest who is connecting us online. We are going to talk still about the European health data space. What is the perspective of the European Parliament? Tomislav Sokol, member of the European Parliament, is ready to answer this question. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, especially for inviting me. I think it is very important to discuss this topic now. As you probably know, I was appointed the European Parliament, so one rapporteur. Myself is from the Committee on Public Health. So we will discuss the health dimension of the proposal, and the other rapporteur is from LIBE Committee. So there's the Committee on Civil Liberties and Justice, who will focus, more on the data protection and privacy issues of the proposal. So when we speak about the importance of this proposal, so I think there are two building blocks, let's say. One is the question of primary use of data. This is especially important for cross-border healthcare, for instance, for patients who go and travel to other member states for business purposes, for students who, for instance, go and for a semester to other member states, etc., and who need healthcare treatment. And of course, that's the whole idea of this proposal, is that healthcare professionals in that member state in which they're temporarily staying can access this data, with medical data of these patients, without having to go through all of the diagnostics and treatments again, but that they can use the data that was already gathered in the state of origin of the patient. Of course, there is also the secondary use of data. Secondary use of data is crucial for research and innovation, that we can use data from all across the European Union, that we don't have limitations and obstacles in that sense. Especially important is also the use of real-world data. I think that's one of the most important dimensions of this proposal, because especially for rare diseases where we do not have enough patients to conduct phase 3 clinical trials, it's essential that we have real-world data to supplant this. Also, real-world data is crucial for making policy decisions. We saw with the COVID-19 pandemic and lack of coordination and different methodologies of using the data, especially for instance, on the number of infected people, number of deaths, etc. Calculating certain things, and of course that was the big problem. So having one common European space for the use data and exchange of data is crucial if we want to have this common methodology. The data can really be exchanged, and that we can compare different member states on real terms, and not comparing apples and oranges. So both primary and secondary use of data is of essential importance if we want to have more efficient healthcare systems and better health outcomes. And this is why I fully support this proposal. So my whole approach as the rapporteur will be to maintain the basic principles of the proposal. So I want to have interoperability of data. We want to have both primary and secondary use of data, and we want to facilitate the use of data, and we want to remove obstacles which currently exist. So we don't want a similar situation that we had with the GDPR, where different member states have different ways of interpreting the provisions. We don't want this to repeat. So we want to have one common system, one common framework on the use of data and exchange of data of health data on European level, so that we can really talk about real European health union, and this data can really be used to the best possible extent. What will be the main issues? I think first will be about the definition. So many definitions in the regulation are not very clear. Some of them are very broad. Some of them refer to other pieces of EU legislation, and this is something that needs to be much clearer and much more precise. Especially definitions of concepts like data user, data holder, electronic health records. This is something that needs to be made much more precise and much clearer than it is now. It is also important to clearly distinguish and delineate between the application and implementation of this regulation and the other related regulations, for instance, of like the GDPR, the Data Act, and all of the other EU legislation which regulates data and the digital market in general. Also, what is important is I think I want as much as possible to be defined precisely in this regulation to avoid the need to have many delegated regulations made by the Commission. I'm a lawyer, and I think for the sake of legal clarity and legal certainty, we have to have clear definitions in this regulation and not to leave this afterwards for the Commission, because if we leave this to the Commission, then we will not know how exactly in the time of adopting the regulation, we will not know what will be its final implications in the end. Also, so that's the first big issue. So to have clear and precise rules, clear and more precisely defined concepts, and to have all of these different pieces of legislation regulating similar issues to fit together and not be in conflict one with the other. The second important issue, which I think will be point of contention, is the secondary use of data. So, of course, my position is that I want to facilitate the secondary use of data, but of course, we need to protect patient rights, and we have to find balance there. I think what is important is that we have really strict conditions on when data can be used and in which situations and for what purposes, and which data should be used, so that it is not that this data is anonymized, that it cannot be used to identify patients, etc. So to try to provide concrete definitions and very strict conditions about when this data can be used for secondary use, but to have clear rules on these conditions, but not to create unnecessary obstacles in that sense. What is also important is also to protect the IP rights and to protect the data which is necessary for the industry, especially clinical trials data, and to have it clearly prescribed when this data can be used, the clinical trials data, and under what conditions. Because what we also don't want to have unfair competition, that somebody takes advantage of the data which was gathered by their competitor in the market for their own benefit. So we have to also find a balance there. Next, the next issue is funding. So funding, I think that's one of the major problems in the current proposal, the Commission's proposal, which I think can be improved, because they provide some tailor-made, some targeted funding from the centralized level, but I think they mostly depend, and they are mostly focused on the existing legal financial instruments which we already have, like the RRF, for instance, etc. And I think this is not a very good approach, because the national recovery and resilience plans were made before this proposal was adopted, and of course the member states at that time didn't know what will be the requirements and conditions and the needs for investments into data infrastructure, and of course they couldn't foresee this in their recovery and resilience plans. And for that reason, I think it will be, if we add this additional burden and say that member states have to come up for additional funding for this health data infrastructure from existing financial instruments, that this will be a major problem for the member states, and they will have different interpretations and different implementations in different member states. And it's something that we should not allow. So I think we need more funding from the centralized level, provided by the regulation. I think that it should not be left to the existing funding sources, but we should provide additional funding sources from EU budget, from centralized level. And I think that the proposal can be much strengthened in that sense. So to have more concrete, tailor-made, targeted funding from EU level. And one last time about the timeline. Also, it is questionable whether some things which are provided in the regulation can be implemented in the time which is envisaged in the regulation. I think that we need realistic timeline. maybe even a kind of a more phased type of approach. Of course, that does not mean postponement for a too long period of time of the implementation of the regulation, but we definitely have to see what's realistic. So we have to have realistic timeline, realistic deadlines for implementation of certain parts of the regulation. But this is also closely connected to what I mentioned earlier, and that is the fact that we also need to provide funding which will make this implementation realistic. So because if we set unrealistic targets and timelines without providing concrete funding from EU level, then we will have big problems in terms of implementing the regulation. So this is more or less what I wanted to say. I think, as I said, the basic ideas and the basic principles are good. I will do my utmost to preserve these basic principles and to facilitate the use of health data both for primary and secondary use. But I will work on having more precise and more clear provisions in the regulation to have realistic timelines and to provide concrete funding for this to be implemented. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions and comments, please let me know.
Okay, thank you very much for your speech. Do you have any questions? No. So it would be it. No questions here in the hall. Thank you very much that you joined us.
Thank you very much. If somebody wants to pose a specific written question or send some recommendations and concrete suggestions on the report on concrete amendments, please do. And if you want, we can also organize the appointments. I try to engage with all stakeholders as much as possible. So if you have any proposals and suggestions, please let me know. Okay? In written form.
Great. Agreed. Great. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, let's come back to the topic we have already discussed here today, the best practice sharing and motivation for others. Very glad that we can invite Anders Gustafsson, Vice President, Karolinska Institutet in Sweden, and Klara Hellner, Research and Innovation Director at Stockholm Region, Karolinska Institutet, Sweden. Are you going to start? Yeah, it's in front of you. Well, okay. Great.
Yes. Thank you very much for that introduction and for allowing us the possibility to speak here. Anders and I will talk about the regional level. We've heard a lot about what you do on the national level, but we will talk more about what we do in Stockholm. And Anders represents the university, Karolinska Institutet, and I represent the region, Stockholm region. So health data in Region Stockholm is, in Stockholm we have extensive access to longitudinal and digital data that we have collected since decades. And we're a medium-sized city, 2.3 million citizens with 17 million care episodes and a number of caregivers, both public and private. And we have some data sources. The Stockholm Data Warehouse is our financial database. It's about reimbursement to all caregivers. But we also have electronic health record data that we use for secondary use. And of course, we have also data on pharma and imaging that we also use for secondary analysis. So we're one region, but we have same challenges as many others. We are also 26 separate municipalities, and the municipalities in Sweden are responsible for the community-based care, which is, for example, home assistance to the elderly. And there are a number of legal barriers to sharing health data in Sweden. First, if you look at the horizontal line, there is a barrier between the public and the private sector, and that exists both on the region side, responsible for healthcare, and also for on the community side, which are responsible for some healthcare, but also between regions and communities, municipalities. Health data and digitalization is top priority in all our strategies. These are our life science strategy, our research, education and development strategy, and our innovation strategy in Stockholm region. So, in 2019, we established something called Center for Health Data in order to facilitate secondary use of health data. And the role of Center for Health Data is, if you follow this line, on the left side we have primary use for healthcare purposes, and then we have the Center for Health Data, which could be described as a data broker. And then we have the secondary use, which is, in the majority of cases, done by the university or by researchers in the region. So we deliver data for analysis outside the region primary system. And the Center for Health Data is intended to facilitate this process. So it's a one-stop shop for data access. We have the gray circles here. These are major hospitals. We have 6 big hospitals in Stockholm and major caregivers, and they are all owners of their own data. So we cannot, I don't have data in the Center for Health Data. We just facilitate the use. And then for a researcher, before 2019, you had to contact each and every one of these big hospitals to ask for health data, and they all had their different processes, and they had different timelines and different forms to fill out, etc. And we also have a number of private caregivers which are not in this picture. So what CHD offers is a one-stop shop, a central point of contact. So now we have one application, one queue list, one data delivery, and one conversation partner for the researcher. So from the researcher's point of perspective, this looks like you contact Center for Health Data, you get some advice and pre-qualification information, and that actually takes quite a time. I want to stress that we need to support our researchers to inform them of what data is available, how do you do this, what could be a good approach here, what could be a possible design, etc. And then we hand the request out to all the caregivers who do their processing, and then we come back then when they have done the secrecy assessment, they come back to us with a decision, and then we help coordinating the data extraction from our digital system so that the researcher gets the data from us as well. We have 3 tasks in our mandate. It's to be the single point of contact, but also work on method and policy development, which we do quite a lot, and also to collaborate with caregivers, patients, academia, and industry. The legal conditions in Sweden for collecting and using health data are similar to many other countries. On the left-hand side, you have the legal framework for the primary data use, which is the Patient Data Act, and that will have to be updated when EHDS is implemented. And then we have another framework, the GDPR, and ethical approval for the secondary use. So if you are a researcher or you're a doctor working in a hospital, and you are both a researcher and a clinician, you have to be very aware of which hat you're wearing in data handling. And this is causing challenges and frustrations. But of course, it's there for the patient privacy. But it's the same data in the bottom. So that's important also. It's not different. So in order to get data from us, you need an ethical improvement, you need a research plan, you need to provide patient information in the consent forms. If consent is not obtained, this must be very stated in the EPM decision. You need a variable list, you need a personal data processor agreement if applicable, and you need a research team and data access limited to Sweden at the moment. We also work with the private sector in what we call test beds, and then we make an agreement on a common projects that we work with together. And in those cases, data stays within the region, but the results are shared with the private sector. I'll skip this one and hand over to you, Anders.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me talk about my favorite subject, Karolinska Institutet. Karolinska Institutet is a large medical institute. We have about half of Sweden's medical research and not that much education, but mainly research. We produce about 40% of all research, and we produce about 2,500 papers a year which could be called clinical, which the Swedish Research Council consider as clinical. And of course, a very large proportion of these studies and data and papers do need health data, of course. A lot of our researchers say, what's data-driven research? I guess all researchers see themselves as working with research, but we have characterized like data-driven research is large-scale and complex data, extensive computational resources, and advanced analysis and methods. That's how we kind of define it, and it's not meant to be exclusive, but rather including anyhow. It's big interest among our researchers now for data-driven research, no question. And it's a big interest from the university, it's a big interest from the county council, and quite a big interest from various research funding agencies. If you look at the local there, it's our own support organization. It's AI at KI. Down there is general support for people who wants to start with artificial intelligence or already works. It's a support structure. Research Data Office is working with ethical and regulatory support for the researchers. I'll come back to clinicum. I think that's the thing. But precision medicine, we think we are really focusing on precision medicine a lot now. And that's impossible without big amounts of data, of course. DDLS is an initiative from the Wallenberg Research Foundation where they want to advance the use of data-driven data-driven life science in Sweden, and we have it's quite a lot of money, and we are doing our best to be part of that. And DSN down there, the data science node, is just a way to handle this. TEF at the bottom is part of Digital Europe program. So since this area is a bit new, a lot of new initiatives starts, a lot of things happens, there's big risk for parallel processes, a big risk for extra work. So now we have started the data-driven KI. It's an umbrella organization where we can try to organize this and see if we can find synergies between all the different experiments or different initiatives and organize a meeting ground for all the research that does this. But I want to spend a few minutes on clinicum. Clinicum is a support structure for clinical and translational research. And the idea is that we are supporting our clinical researchers to improve the research as such, because we do have big, strong research groups that have the necessary competence and resources to do everything. But a lot of our clinical research is not from these big groups, but rather smaller groups, and we want to give them methodological support to increase the quality. The overall goal is to create conditions for high quality research and efficient use of health data. The clinicum will support for study design, biostatistics, bioinformation, and it will also coordinate services, IT environments, and facilitate the management of health data. And it will also be an organization that will demand or require extra resources from the university and to some extent from the county council. And maybe not least important, a close collaboration with the Center of Health Data. So we can conclude that improving access to and use of health data is a stepwise procedure. Is your conclusions, Clara?
Yes. Yeah. No, I think it's important to emphasize here that in order to have a qualitative process, you need to work with both the data holder and the data analysts, and you work before extraction of data, during extraction of data, and after extraction of data. So it's a cycle, and it's very important to look at all these steps. You just can't deliver data somewhere and think it will happen. You need to work like this.
And we must be able to ask the right questions.
Yes.
I have seen it like this, that when you do study design, you will have methodological support to do a good, relevant study design. And then we have the research support office that gives advice regarding ethical and regulatory issues, and then data acquisition is Center for Health Data, although you are also along the way. All the way, of course. And then finally, when you analyze your data, that's normal, just normal core facilities for biostatistics and bioinformation. So that's the idea.
Yeah, another conclusion is that I think this goes for the other Scandinavian countries as well, is that even though we are trying to standardize the way we put data into the system, we still have to use the data that we have in the system, and that's still there in the old format. So we need to have people who can extract data, and for that we need people who can program. And we have a few of those, but some of them are quite senior, so we're trying to fill up with people who can make use of our old data sources for large-scale, longitudinal studies.
2024, we will start a PhD or a research school in bioinformatics, and we will start a master course too, because we realize, as been mentioned already here before, that these people are rare and expensive, so we want to educate our own ones if possible. Yes?
Thank you.
That's us.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Do you want to ask anything? No? Two questions. Okay, we will start in the front.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I would wonder whether you could spend a few minutes explaining what's the attitude of the HCPs towards this kind of digitalization, because in our country and coming from the Czech Republic, we see quite a big resistance from the physicians to fill different databases, registers, as these are not interconnected, so it's quite a burdensome task. So sharing a bit of your experience and what's the best approach to get across these old, as you mentioned in the last sentence, the old structured data to the new era. Thank you.
Okay, so there are two sorts of data. The one that's collected on a national level, that's like quality registries, and that has from the beginning, that was a secondary registration after you filled out your your health chart. Today, this whole system, the EHR, that's digital. So what we do at the Center for Health Data is to make use of the regional healthcare data. We don't, that is the National Board of Medicine. So you can go to the national level and you can go to us and get health and data. So we try to reuse the data that is already collected for care purposes. But we have the same discussion as you do, that if you can't register at two places, you need to have automatic data transportation, which we do. But all the sources we have on the regional level, the primary data is of course much bigger and less organized than that is moved to the registries. So this is what we do, Center for Health Data. Will you come back?
Yeah, and you mentioned that we cannot increase the administrative burden for the health professionals, and we are really trying to avoid that. It will not fly if we do that. So it's a good question. We are really trying to avoid that.
So,
okay.
Any other
I saw another woman raising her hand.
Thank you very much for the overview. Is it? Yeah. I have a quick question. Do you know already who will be the health data access body in Sweden?
I'm looking at Maria here. No, I don't.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Okay, so I guess we will invite Hans Constant, project manager at the Belgium Health Data Authority, who is ready to share his practice.
Well, best practices is maybe a little bit too long shot, right? Because we're just starting. So let me share the path towards it, which is also important. And maybe before I start, I feel like an odd duck in the pond here for two reasons. First and for all, My background is 12 years in pharmaceutical industry and then 10 years as a founding CEO of a digital startup. And now I work for the government, being known as the most impatient guy. So that's kind of tricky, right? One thing. Secondly, I'm also still a digital health entrepreneur. But why do I do this? Because I think it is very important, and I see the passion in this room also. So they asked me in Belgium to first give advice, and then from that advice, they asked me to be the program manager for setting up the Belgian Health Data Agency. It's not anymore an authority, it's an agency. So what does this mean? In fact, we've seen the history, right? We know this, the history is being mentioned in many talks is the digital age. Can we prepare ourselves? And 3 pillars that are crucial here is secure data and access, right? That access and sharing data securely. Secondly is how can we connect the data? We've seen great examples, right? In the Czech Republic, you mentioned that you had a use case, but you had to go to Denmark because you could not link the data. So linkage of data for rare diseases even more, right? How can we get much more sense out of the data in a secure way? And then, of course, the third one, which is very important, we talked about trust. I think trust is one of the key words. And trust is not only do I trust you to use my data, because it's our data, right? It's the citizens' data, it's our health data. Do we trust the system? But I think trust is also, there was a question about savings. Is this money spent? People look at it, how much money is being spent? I'm an entrepreneur. So I raised 1 million, and with 1 year I delivered a lot. You're talking about billions. So for me, it's flabbergasting. So I think trust also comes with what money has been spent for what, and what's the result. I think we need to also focus on return of investment. So this said, I'm kind of the program manager doing this here, and we had the vision note end of 2021, and then we started to build the Health Data Agency. In fact, our vision is the same as we've heard. Maybe I'll go back to 2 sentences. Why do I do this? Why is my team so super motivated? 2 reasons. 1, can we help with data, smarter data use? Can we help patients? Can they benefit from it? And secondly, can we make the health data system more efficient? So we truly believe that a data-driven, I would say even preventive healthcare system can truly help save lives. Data saved lives, that's the vision. That's what we stand for. And of course, it has to be transparent, conform GDPR, privacy. So it's not so simple, right? We really need to make sure that this is a trustworthy health data agency. And the mission, of course, is that we want to make data uniformly available, that it is easy. We would love to be a next Denmark, right, for data, and probably not only one way, but 2 ways. Because I really like what's happening with TEHDAS towards European health data spaces is when the question is asked in Belgium, can we propagate that question to the other states and the other way around? Again, easy to say, but we know challenging to do. And maybe not so much technology, but also legislation, as we said. Because here also, me, personal, now I'm not talking as a program manager, but looking at the slides, that the legislation will be there in 2024. Come on, guys. So maybe one thing that I learned is how do we find balance between concrete things that work and the vision and the legislation? And that's maybe, and I really like our politicians, and there's quite some of them, who really were brave enough to hire me as an entrepreneur being program manager and our team. Because we're kind of a little bit hacking the system. But I would say ethically hacking the system, and I'll explain that. So the Belgian Health Data Agency stands for Facilitating Secondary Use of Health Data. So we're not a health data access body. The question was asked, it's not so clear for me neither. The permits, the secure processing environment. So we need to clarify that, we need to state. But for us, it's really facilitating we won't give permits, but when the permit is given, we might facilitate a permit. And when the permit is given, we'll speed up things. And it's not about speeding up things with more people, because we know we don't have more people, but it's about automation. I think we need to think more in systems and in scalability. This is missing, to my opinion. So this is also what we do. This is the little mess in Belgium. So in Belgium, we have great data, but it's all fragmented. We cannot get to it. And I'm missing a little bit here. I only saw it once, I think, and it was mentioned 3 times. Fair data, making data findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. When you want to know how many diabetes patients are there, you had the example with that drug for repurposing. Who's using that drug? How many diseases are there? First of all, where do you go? So in Belgium, we have all of these institutes, fantastic institutes, But where do I go? Where do I ask a question? Do I need to go to the hospitals, patient advocacy group, these institutes? Findability. Secondly is when you have the data, whoa, I found it, but then access. Do I need to be a physician? Do I need to be a politician? Do I need to follow a certain procedure to get access? So metadata was mentioned. We need to put next to the data sources, all of us, the metadata to know how can we access the data, annotate the data, please. That's the A of FAIR, part of it. And secondly, when you have the access, then interoperability, the I of FAIR. You get the data, but it's 1,000 PDFs that you cannot read. Good luck. You need to do NLP, but the NLP is not also good, right? So make sure that your data is interoperable, and real interoperable in the metadata, describing the data, but also in the data and the data quality. Because if I say suikerziekte in Dutch, you don't know what it is. If I use a fire code or another code, everybody knows. I want to go to China, have my QR code, and they should be able to read my data. That's interoperability. Make it machine readable. And the beauty is then that you come into FAIR, reusability, which means that data can be used beyond the primary purpose it was created for. Primary care, good quality of data, should by definition be born fair, so we can use it secondary, but we're far from there, right? But that's the vision we have. So in Belgium, we're really very deep into technology, but with the balance of use cases. But really make it scalable, make it automated. Because I think some of these great countries, and we've seen a lot of them, they run into problems because they need more people, we cannot find the people. So we need to think in automation better. And we need to bring indeed simplicity to the complexity, do data standardization. And as you see here, we only start with the 5 institutes. These are federal institutes in Belgium, but then we need to talk to the insurances. We need to talk to the hospitals, the patient advocacy groups. That's all of that data. And the stakeholders were mentioned. We also do this for researchers, and that can be academic and industry. For industry, that's again the pharma industry, but as well the tech industry, because they create algorithms, but they don't have the data to make it good. So we need to share more data, anonymized data. We need to be much better, because there's so much we can do and we can't do. And this needs to change. Government already mentioned policy making. If you need to wait 2 years in COVID times, it's not working, we know that. And it's a little bit of shame, I think, for the politicians, right? Because they were able to take decisions in 3 weeks, and now I see slides of 3 years. So please, can we keep that momentum a little bit? We need to have a little bit more bravery there. And then, of course, the citizens, as I said, trust rights. I want to ask a question about my data. Like my son of 16 years had COVID and he has asthma. Where can I go? Should I go to my physician? It would be great to have somewhere to say, children or people between that age with that comorbidity, that's what you need to look at. And also the trust, what do you do with my data? Can I trust this? Because we talk about informed consent. We all have signed informed consent, but who knows they have signed it? Who knows what was in it? And who even knows what's been done with the data? So is the informed consent so informed? We need to be better at that too. This is a slide with a lot of words which I typically don't like, but I think it's really kind of one of the key slides of the Belgian Health Data Agency. So first of all, verifying data, making it trustworthy, bringing in the transparency. Ethics, the ontology, because we can talk about law. Like in the law, data ownership is not mentioned. But does that mean that you can use the data? So we need to be careful there, right? So we need to really win the trust of the citizens. Privacy, data pseudonymization, anonymization. Anonymization, it's a one-time shot, but you cannot go back in the longitudinal studies. So, right, we need to really look into data pseudonymization. So with the Health Data Agency, we're really working on some technology capabilities to make sure that this gets automated once the Health Data Agency gets set up. Important also, we said talent. I asked a question about capabilities. I think we need to create a level playing field. I don't see this enough. I was a startup entrepreneur. I saw the RFPs, well, I run away from it. Because I don't want to write papers, I want to do things. And it takes time. And then, it's a too small company. Ooh, you're not trustworthy. We all know nobody gets fired from buying from the big ones, right? So we need to create a level playing field, because in these startups, I can assure you, there's a lot of talent, and there's a lot of talent that wants to engage, but they just can't engage. So we need to really create a system to engage them. So that's also something that's very important from our politicians to really do that, and we're putting into place some ways to do that, but it's not easy with these budgets and the way it works. So the system is the system, but we need to change that. And of course, It's not just about technology. Literacy is very important. Explaining people, change management. People are afraid. Explain to the physician what's in it for me, because they don't know what's in it for me, right? It's a burden. It shouldn't be a burden. It was mentioned by Karolinska, right? The person from Karolinska. We cannot ask more to them. It was already tough the last 3 years. So it has to be really simple. And of course, the use cases. The question was about savings, but can we please show what you have done with this project, what has been done? And you see the use cases, of course, innovative medicines, personalized medicine, real-world data, real-world evidence, so the use cases are there. To come back to Belgium, on the right side of the slide, you see that we've been writing the law. I never knew this, but it's taking already, like, we started in February and it's November, and they say we're going fast. For me, we're going ultra slow. But I do understand it, but you need to do the right thing. So you cannot just move in the hackish way, right? But the law will be there, so we're kind of on the last 2 steps. Normally, I expect December, January that the law will land, and the law is to set up the Health Data Agency, and then we can set it up in Belgium. We also have budgets from the RF, so I think money is available. It's spending the money efficiently, because we talk about effectiveness, what should we do? But efficiently is, where do we spend the money the right way to get things done quickly and to have some low-hanging fruit? I think that's sometimes missing. So these are the things we do, and of course, we're also looking in Belgium at the data streams, because we have a lot of data streams. Can we automate them? Because the people who work with them together, they know how to do it, but can we automate it for other people? It's these kind of things that we do, low-hanging fruits. You can do a lot with minimal efforts. And of course, we have also structural budget to do that, and I think Eden is a fantastic story. But what I really like about Eden is also that, Peter said it, I think, or Peter, but you have 17 million on the bank. And this you can spend. I know in Belgium, a lot of hospitals are doing things because you're paying them, right? Because they don't have the expertise and they don't have the money. Manage it and do it, because you need these incentives. So not only the what's in it for me, but you see in Belgium, there's 20 million budget next year to really do structured data in hospitals. You also need to pay for that and build expertise. So my last 3 minutes, this is kind of high level, but very important. So of course, the project management is what I do. I don't like doing it, but it's kind of a must do. But legal and governance, I won't talk about that. You've heard me, but it's a necessary evil, and evil is a bad word, but we need it. But I think we need to balance. I think that's sometimes missing. We need balance. And that's why you see the big red part, and you don't need to take pictures. Send me via LinkedIn, you'll get the slides, so no worries. But the point is, we're doing 3 things, and that's where I want to end, and then 2 slides to explain. Is first of all, we do a bottom-up approach. We have registries with anonymized data. Put it in the data catalog, let everybody use it. Simple. Annotate, structure, so that people can really use it, and they don't have to call and email and go to the experts. Secondly, we have a top-down approach where we go per request. There's a request coming in, it will tell you this is the process. Why does it take 2 years? Is it because of legal, technical? And then we say, we can speed it up this way. And we start to speed up, and we show to the politicians, it's 2 years, can we speed it up? These and these are the bottlenecks. So by putting transparency, you show what you can do, what impact you can create. And of course, master data management is crucial. Won't go in there, but that's a crucial thing, is data standardization. We talked about OMOP, FHIR, ICD-10, ICD-9, LOINC. How do we use it? What does it really mean? We need to explain. And that's in the bottom part. It's communication and outreach. And that's really explaining. It's evangelization. It's informing people. Because this is change, right? And it's data. It's very sensitive data. So I think we're also looking into the Health Data Academy and also business models. So that's what I said, return of investment. If there's a project of 10K, what was the person? If there's a project of 2 million, what's the purpose? We need to earn the trust of the citizen, because it's our money. It's not the European Commission's money, it's our money, it's our tax money. So we need to be better at that to win the trust. To end, 2 slides. This is crucial. We talked about data providers and consumers, but we're all prosumers. Even as a patient, I give consent to use my data, so I'm a provider of data. But I'm also a consumer as a researcher, or as a dad of a patient. I want to know things. And so what we do also is we want to engage. I think it was mentioned with the pharma, I think, sorry for the name, but you asked how can we engage? I think we should be better in engaging. And so what we do is say, what can the Health Data Agency in Belgium do for you? And then we ask the questions, and what can you do for us? And then we go in a partnership. Because we can deliver things quickly. There's low-hanging fruit. And maybe to end there, these are the questions. You see what we really try to do to engage with people, to make it clear. And that means that we can explain fair data. We can come in with our 4 data scientists and help you. We can maybe budget something. You have the expertise. You have data. Can we make it better? So it's really that collaboration, that partnership we need to look at. And with that, we really want to do things. But being here on stage, I think my biggest frustration with the European health data spaces is great vision, but so damn complex, so long timelines, and so much money. But how can we be better? And I think we need to work better, and that's really also my vision, personal vision here with the Health Data Authority, and I've led big projects, but the point is we really look into open source, but what I want to do is everything that we build in Belgium, I want to share it to you so you can reuse it. Because that's being efficient with learning what has worked in Denmark, what was worked in Sweden. And so we work in open source as much as possible, because then you can just go to GitHub, you can check it out, and you can use it. And another thing we do, because we all talk about difficulties with data, what we're starting to do is build synthetic data. Because then you can ask the question with synthetic data, and the question is there, and you can minimize your question, and you can do things. And then after that, we'll go to the data. So what I'm saying here is there's some really kind of hackathon-style things that you can do to deliver value quickly, to show concretely what has been done with this, and then to engage the community to deliver things. So our mission is really to build things and to deliver with a small team and grow, but in partnership with the stakeholders. So thank you for your time and open for questions.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have some questions. Please wait. We have some questions. I will be, yeah.
Hans, thanks for the presentation. I had a conceptual question for you. I wondered how much the European health data-based legislation is influencing the way you are designing this agency. And also, I guess, what are your observations given that some health data access bodies already exist in certain countries, some don't, and the timing that you're setting this up relative to other countries that already have an agency, would you say it's an advantage that you didn't have this yet now with European health database coming, or a disadvantage, or just, yeah, interested in your observations there?
Well, a lot of questions, right? So I'll try to answer them. So first of all, it's like managing in a multinational, right? You're in a pharma, so you need to manage 3 ways. You need to manage with your peers, you need to manage up here, you need to manage downwards, right? So what I say with the Belgium, the institutes is managed with the peers, right? But European health data spaces, for me, is an enabler. It's an enabler. Because really having the law there, being sure that data ownership becomes clear, that this data holdership, it's not clear. So bringing that clarity is necessary, and it will take time. And it's good to do it big, but then it slows down. So Johan Cruyff said it, every disadvantage has its advantage. So I would say, for me, I like the quote from Churchill that was mentioned, right? I think optimism is a moral duty. It's kind of similar. I think you need to turn the threats into opportunities. So for me, we know that the European health data space will take a long time, but it's necessary, and we tap into it. But it won't slow us down. But we're aligning. What you can do is just being fragmented. I see this too much. I think even with the Scandinavian, great examples. But you're centralized. And the Czech, you had example, you cannot get to your own country data. You have to go to Denmark for your data. So I think the European health data spaces is helping with that. It's aligning us, see what's happening here. I think that's important. Same with IMI, also big and a lot of money, but at least people aligned. So for me, it's an ally, but you need to manage it. And then for me, it's an opportunity also that the Belgian Health Data Agency is not set up, and I want to keep it small. Is this recorded? Are people viewing? Yes. Because I would even say, but they will forgive me, I would even say, the longer it takes that it's set up, and the longer we can do with a small tool, maybe we'll deliver more. Mm. Because what happens if you have a lot of money, I see this in startups, when you have a lot of money, you need to hire all the people, you have all the middle management, and you have a lot of PowerPoints, and not so many things happen, and a lot of money is spent. So what I like is to really be there with real experts, train younger people, engage them. I would rather more go into hackathons with anonymized data, build the ETLs, put it in the GitHub, and then throw it to every country. How fantastic would that be? So I think it's an opportunity that the politicians in Belgium, and I'm very thankful to them that they allow me and my team to do this. I think it's an opportunity to be small and to not be like a legal entity yet. So you can do things like in the background, and then hopefully we set enough pieces up and enough processes. We show it's working with a small team and that's really automated, and then hopefully this will steer further. And a last answer to your question is, what we try to do in Belgium with the health data is build anything with the philosophy that it can be used with any other member state. Automation and reusability is crucial. So it's an ally and a friend, depending on how you look at it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Hans.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's welcome our last guest in this section. Deepak Kalra, the president of the European Institute for Innovation through Health Data. Can you hear us, Mr. Kalra?
I can, and can you hear me?
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my slides, and my hope is that you can see my presentation now.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So firstly, apologies to all of you for not being able to be there in person. I would have loved to be with you in Prague, and I'm really sorry not to be there. A real compliment to the presentation you've just heard from Hans, both complimentary but also slightly different. I would like to speak about good governance practices and to give us a Europe-wide focus. And I would also like to emphasize in particular, how do we make this a motivation for citizens? And I was really pleased to hear Hans ending his talk actually with a speak about engagement. But let's start from where we have traditionally been. The traditional model of data sharing has been that a data user approaches a data holder and discovers them somehow. And the method of discovering that data holder who might be useful could be local knowledge, it could be looking at publications, searching the web. A lot of data discovery occurs through conferences where you bump into people who have similar attitudes to you, and so on. And when we look at data sharing, good practice in that context, it's really anchored on the concept of a data sharing agreement that the two parties sign. And that data sharing agreement specifies who they are, where they are, what dates the data may be used for. It should specify the purposes of the research, and there may be a formal protocol which might, as Clara mentioned, require ethical approval before it's permitted to go ahead. You've got to say what data it is you're planning to share and how you're going to make it available for sharing. What do you expect the data user to do to protect the data that you've made available? It may not be robustly anonymous, so you need to specify some security measures and so on. The data user might enrich the data, and what's to be done if they've added new codings, done data quality enhancements, etc. Do they share it back? Do they not share it back? And what about the analysis results? Does anything go back to the data holder? Does the data user hold it all? But if so, what do we do back for the data holder? Do they get shares in co-authorship of publication? Are they in other way recognized? Are they paid? Is there a fee for accessing the data? And of course, maybe demonstrating compliance. But as I think you've understood, point-to-point data sharing, whilst being really important, is not sufficient for today's knowledge discovery challenges. And I hope that you picked up from Peter's presentation earlier today the importance of adopting a bigger data approach. And this is a slide off Peter's regarding the Eden architecture. And I'm using it here. I'm not going to speak to all of the objects on the slide. The most important thing to understand about this is that we no longer are looking at point-to-point data sharing, but at a network of data sources, making data available for distributed querying, so it's really data access rather than sharing, because the person on the right using the Eden platform doesn't have a copy of the full data from any player on the left. They just run queries and get back results. And that federated architecture takes us beyond the point-to-point model, and it challenges the original point-to-point data sharing arrangements and invites us to look for new ways of good practices, which the Eden Project adopts and already demonstrates. It's not alone, and Europe has seen a real explosion of networked data resources. I've just put on this slide some example logos, and if you happen to be driving one of those regional, national, or pan-European infrastructures, please accept my apology if your logo isn't on the slide. I really wanted to indicate that the federated model, the networking model, the data access rather than data sharing model is now much more gaining ground and is spanning the data collected specifically for research, data collected through clinical trials, and routinely collected data, upholding the FAIR principles that Hans emphasized. So this is really where we are. And of course, the new kid on the block, the exciting kid on the block, is the European health data space and its anchor for secondary data sharing, which will be the health data at EU ecosystem. So we are now being invited to lift our horizon from point-to-point data sharing through to federated, through to more of a pan-European environment. This is my own slide as a kind of EHDS on one diagram slide, and I would love to present this to you if you gave me another hour, but you don't want a presentation on this topic. I only want to draw attention to the bottom of this slide. The blue is about the secondary use of data. Data access bodies have been mentioned, but transparency to the public is a very important part of how we make sure we bring the citizens of Europe along with us as we scale up health data use. It's very important that we don't assume that just a cozy relationship between the data holder and the data user that they both know to be comfortable and they're confident in is not enough anymore. The public are taking greater interest, and we have to consider then how are we going to take that forward. This is just one chart. There are so many surveys that have shown the public are anxious about data use. This is one from a few years ago. And it doesn't really matter whether you look at the European bar or the Belgian bar, they're almost identical. And what you see here is that as you move down from people knowing about their own genetic information through to sharing their genetic information with pharmaceutical companies, you see the dark purple and the light purple bars are growing. And by the time you reach the pharma industry, it's barely half the people are comfortable about sharing their genetic information. And yet, we know that pharma develops increasingly targeted therapies that are genetically specific to certain kinds of cancer. So without sharing genetic information to pharma, we are going to lose out on a future opportunity space to really tackle cancer in a precise and sensitive way. Do the public know that? Do the public realize when they say no, they are denying that opportunity? I'm not sure the public do really understand it. The most recent survey, I didn't include additional slides on this, comes from TEHDAS, the joint action towards a European health data space, whose recent survey has emphasized many similar messages about public attitude. So we've been very fortunate in working as a not-for-profit institute with the second one, the Digital Health Society. Together we have worked under the very kind sponsorship of MS, J&J, and MSD, a couple of them having supported this meeting today, to develop a number of multi-stakeholder reports where we've tried to understand how can we go forward towards having a broader, acceptable, well-governed health data ecosystem. And I'd like to draw your attention to one of those reports where we looked in the middle one, where we looked at a bit of detail on on what might be the recommendations we would make to a data permit authority. This came actually just a touch before the EHDS regulation, so we didn't use the right term, but we had the right concept. And that is that there are a series of things that these bodies should do in order to make sure that they develop decision-making rules and operate as bodies in ways that really win the public support, because the public will not be happy if they are not engaged in the whole process end to end. But there are two in particular I'd like to draw your attention to. One of them that I think already Tomislav mentioned is the need for European cohesion. We cannot successfully scale up data access if we have 27 data access bodies, and that assumes one per country, each with their own quite separate rules, so that we end up with heterogeneous decisions. So that's something very important. But the other one, and I'd like to shift the rest of my presentation onto this other one, which is, can we do more apart from the formalized processes to get the public to trust the bodies who want to use data? And here, I'm going to present now some intermediary results, work in progress, not yet formally published, but shared within a multi-stakeholder community as part of the sponsored work that I mentioned before, which is our initial ideas, draft ideas for what might be a societal compact. So what is a compact? A compact is a voluntary agreement that's made by a wide range of different stakeholders, for example, by pharma, for example, by universities, for example, by technology companies in the health data ecosystem, to try to provide some assurance to everybody, but especially the public, that they will only use health data in ways that are legal, ethical, secure, and in society's interests. So these are general promises, not use-specific. They are saying, as an organization, these are the ways in which we're going to work. And the heart of the compact document is a set of ethical principles and data use commitments, which I'd like to share with you, with the understanding that these are drafts. They've recently been shared with the multi-stakeholder group who helped us co-create them, and we're still collecting their feedback. But I wanted to give you a heads up. These are not definitive yet, and of course we will then engage one wider debate. So firstly, the health data and health-related data must only be reused for purposes that aim to directly bring benefits to society in terms of opportunities for improved health and care, and must never be used for purposes that are unethical, which violate human rights, are likely to disadvantage individuals, or are purely for selfish reasons. And if you know your EHDS well, which I hope you all do, you will know that the EHDS regulation specifies a set of purposes and a set of misuses, which we will align with as we develop the compact, but we will enrich with additional detail. That people who use data must safeguard the privacy of those individuals, including upholding the GDPR, and must be respectful of data holders. But the results should either be openly published or shared in some other way that means that they are eventually accessible to people. That means if they go into products and services, which is fine, those products and services must be available in a reasonable way, really must be affordable, is what I've heard patients tell me. They say, we don't want the end result to be something that our health system can't afford to buy, because then we won't feel our data has really ended up benefiting us. You must use every effort to be as transparent as possible to the public, and that data access bodies must make decisions based on principles that they uphold and also be transparent. Now, as I said, the heart of a compact is a set of commitments. That is a set of promises that when we use data, etc. I'm not going to go through all of the points on this slide because they echo some of the ones on off my earlier slides. But I will only ever use data for a declared purpose. I will have a legal basis for using data. I will have the permissions, such as ethical permissions. I'll uphold good practices in data protection, data management, and so on. And so these are the commitments expressed at a reasonably high level, but sufficiently granular that they mean something, that we want to develop and work on with stakeholder involvements. And so these can be promises that a data user could make to help build that assurance to the public that they are trustworthy bodies and that the public can be confident when they hear that they are using data, even if it's anonymous data and permission is not GDPR-wise required. They still trust the body concerned. And I want to close with my last slide, which is actually a little bit controversial. So I'd like you to run with me, and it may stimulate some questions. How could this work in practice? So if you imagine a data user organization declares its commitment to use the compact for all or a set of transparently specified use cases that it works with in relation to health data. And it signs that compact, and that some entity, a kind of registration entity on behalf of the compact ecosystem, registers the adoption of that compact, and they promote the importance of the compact to the public. But they maintain a public register of compact signatories, which is also promoted and made available to the public. So the public can see that the entity in blue is a compact signatory for sure. And a health data holder might then agree to share data with the data user, or in the future, it's possible that some organizations, such as data intermediaries in the future under the Data Governance Act, might say that we will only share data or grant data access to parties who do sign the compact. And then they will form, as in my first slide, a data sharing agreement which specifies that the compact and its commitments are part of what they're agreeing to. Now, the fact that they have made a data sharing agreement and that there is an intention to use data specifically now becomes part of the blue organization's transparency, that it has some way, like a public listing, of all of the ways they're using data, and that they add this to the list. And that list then is updated, and the compact entity has a link to that page and is able to say, if you want to know how this company is using data, go to this page. They keep a list of all of the major activities in which they're using health data. And what we also now will need is some way of oversight. When you speak to the public about any kind of promises or commitments, they make very clear that self-declared good practices isn't enough. They would like to see, public surveys, workshops have shown, they want to see that there is oversight. And so the only way this is going to really win public support is if there is oversight. So there has to be a multi-stakeholder independent panel that oversees what's going on. Now we get controversial. What if the data holder learns about something done with the data they've shared that they don't approve of, that breaches the terms of the agreement they've made, that suggests that the data holder, the data user in blue, has started to use the data for something that wasn't an agreed purpose, isn't one of the permitted purposes, is starting to misuse the data. They have to be allowed to communicate that to the entity, who then investigates, and that entity may also receive complaints in another direction. The public may be concerned about an organization or the way it's using data, and it must have an ability to request clarification about what has been done with the data, and if there's any evidence that proves the good character of the data user, then they should be able to request that. And unfortunately, if it proves to be the case that they find there has been misuse of data, they may recommend removal from the register. Possibly even it may be necessary that they publicize a flagrant misconduct. I would imagine it has to be pretty serious in order to do that, and they might even have to do further escalations. So this is a proposal that we're exploring. I'm going to stop sharing because that's the end of my presentation. And we would love to foster some debate among stakeholders, including the public, about whether this could be a useful supplement supporting the work of data access bodies, supporting trust in the European health data space, which is a vision that we're very passionate about. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? If not, once again, thank you very much. We're sending greetings from Prague. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. And I hope you have a nice day for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, what kind of conference would it be if there was no panel discussion? So the following debate is led by Daniel Dalton. Daniel is senior advisor of the Allied for Startups. Previously, he was a member of the European Parliament, and after leaving the Parliament, he was the CEO of the British Chamber of Commerce in the EU, and he's joining us right now. Thank you for that. Are you ready to ask your guests?
Yes, I am.
Of course. Yeah, whatever you want. You can use my phone, you can use whatever.
Yeah, well, I hope you can all hear me. We've got a big panel. This is one of the biggest panels that I've ever been involved in. We've got 8 people coming, but it's a very high-level panel, so I think it's going to be a really, really interesting debate. So just to go through the panelists, we've got Andrej Knotek, who's a member of the European Parliament and who's joining us online. Welcome, Andrej.
Good afternoon.
He's joining us from Brussels. With him, we've got Jakub Dvořáček, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Health here in the Czech Republic. Fulvia Raffaelli, who is the head of the Digital Health Unit in DG SANTÉ at the European Commission. Please come up and join us. Lisbeth Nielsen, who's the Director General of the Danish Health Data Authority. Maria Backlund Hassel, who's Senior International Coordinator at the Swedish eHealth Agency. Milan Maček, who's the head of the Institute of Biology and Medical Genetics at the University Hospital Motol here in the Czech Republic, and also the coordinator of the National Coordination Centre for Rare Diseases project. Thomas Brooklund, who's the Deputy Health Working Group Chair at the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries, who you've heard from already today. And finally, Robert Hedčák, who is the chair of the National Association of Patient Organisations here in the Czech Republic. So as you can see, it's a very big panel. We've got quite a long time for this debate. We've got about an hour and a half, so we'll hopefully get through all the issues. Okay. So this panel is all about what do we expect from the European health data space. And so really I'd like to ask all of our participants, what do you think about this? Is this a reality? Is this going to happen, the European health data space? Or is it, to put better words, a fiction? Because I think it's a challenging area that the Commission have chosen to regulate on. It's an exciting area, but it's also very challenging. So really, is this possible? Is this actually going to happen? What's the added value of it? And also, what do you all think is the biggest obstacle? So I think I'll start first with the Commission, as it's your proposal, and then we'll go through the rest of the panelists.
Thank you for the question. Frankly speaking, this is much more than a fiction. This is reality, and this is the message actually that we would like to pass on. Digitalization of health data is ongoing everywhere, at national, regional level already. The Commission proposal is actually building on the idea of getting more, protecting more, and at the same time making those health data more available for the future. So it's really about grasping the added value from measures and projects that are already ongoing at national level. The sharing of health data actually started already on a voluntary base. The health at EU, the My Data at EU projects is up and running with already 11 member states participating, and all of the member states and EA countries wishing to join the system by 2025. And the COVID crisis actually made very clear that making better use of those available data would have made already the difference during the crisis. So the Commission proposals is looking forward, try to get the best of what is ongoing already, and facilitating, while at the same time keeping the patient at the center of the whole system. So yes, this is reality.
Thank you. Maybe I'll pass directly to Andre first, because always the Parliament gets the right of response to Commission proposal. What's your view on this?
So very good afternoon from Brussels. Just to check, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thank you for hosting this great whole day event. And to jump on your question, I think yes, it is firstly real, and secondly as well realistic project. And on the same, it is also game-changing project. So we must understand that game-changing projects, they can bring some challenges and risks. And the fact whether this project will be successful or not is, let's say, question of how we will be able to work with the risk and with the opportunities. But absolutely, it is realistic. If I look on, let's say, the biggest challenges in my eyes, it is acceptance and trust, because it is a change. And in any organization or community, you can succeed with the change only if the change is accepted. It's true that we are not building on zero, so there has been some attempts and some basic works done before on voluntary basis. But if we want to succeed, both the healthcare professionals and as well the patients and the citizens, they must have a trust. And if we don't succeed, just one example, if we don't succeed to persuade medical doctors how it works in the community. 10 years ago, I was thinking whether I will get a vaccination for flu, and I went to my practitioner, my doctor, and I asked him, and if he would say no, I perhaps wouldn't go, but he said yes, so I went. And the same it will be with this project. If the professionals don't trust, the citizens will trust as well. Will as well not trust. And let's say the biggest add value for me, it is definitely that EHDS works as an enabler, towards more sustainable and across EU functioning health ecosystems with clear benefits, not only to patients, but as well to economy through savings or development of innovative therapies.
Thank you. I think if we go along the panel, first with Elizabeth.
So I think first of all, the EHDS, both the My Health part and the secondary use of data, is the answer, and it's a relevant answer to a question that's already there. So we have European research projects that needs ways to actually use data from different countries. So the need is there, and need of having data available and having common regulation and common ways to do it is there. It's the same with sharing data for primary use as well. The use cases are different in different countries. The number of people crossing borders is of course different, but just for the secondary use, I think
there's a need there. I think also that the thoughts in the proposal is right, having the notes and keeping the data in the country. So the thought behind it is right, and I think the ideas are right. What I'm struggling a bit with is coming from the proposal now to what we're actually going to implement, and I definitely hope that there'll be listening from the Commission and from the Parliament to what are the experiences of the different member states, what are the how are different ways we can do it, and also the pilot project that's going on right now in the TEHDAS project, listening to those experiences and knowledge will be crucial. And I think it's a bit like a lot of technology that when you look at it, it's maybe overestimated how fast you'll get to the benefits, but in the long run, we probably already now underestimate the significance of this. So I think in the long run, this will have great significance for Europe as a region, but maybe we won't get there as fast and get as much realized as fast as the idea is right now. But the direction is right, and I think just that we'll need to start and get experiences and get working across already the countries who can participate, and then have everyone go along and get smarter and smarter on the way. And so make room for that also in the regulation that we need to develop along the way that we do things.
So I think you asked if this is a distant future or reality. Distant reality, I think, is a good sort of in between. I'm Swedish. I'm trying to just be in between, lagom, in everything. I think this actually gives us sort of a goal to work towards for all of us, and I think that itself is good. This is the first out of 9 data spaces. We're first out, and the idea that we're building an sort of IT highway for information throughout Europe is not to be taken lightly. That will give us lots of experience for the other data spaces to come, of course, and we can share that. But if we go back to sort of the primary use of how Elina talked about moving from Sweden to Finland, try moving from Västerås in Sweden to Stockholm in Sweden. I always talk about this when I met my doctor. I also met a doctor who, the first time I met him in Stockholm, asked if he could see my shared patient record, and I said, sure, do that. And I looked at them, and they were empty because my old region could not share. So he said, you've been healthy. I'm going to have to tell him that I use him as an example in every speech I give. But anyway, I think that even if it's going to take time on a European level, the fact that we can have an added value on a national level is one of the great things for me, for the primary use of health data anyway. So yeah, that's a start.
Well, I'm a medical molecular geneticist, and if you ask if it's a future or a distant dream, I have to say we've been operating and we've been sharing in the field of genomics already for quite some time, I would say for 2 decades, and you just cannot consider the progress of our field without sharing, right? That's absolutely normal. The other thing which is kind of specific for the field is that we are working with patient associations, and there, according to the recent rare biometa surveys, which are quite representative of the overall sort of, I would say, ecosystem and the milieu and the thoughts of patients, those are affected and who are the key stakeholders of data sharing and progress in medicine targeted therapies based on the genotype, as was many times said by the previous speakers, is the fact that patients want to share. They want us to share the data. They trust us as professionals. They also are keen to provide their health data not only in a structured way but also in a digitalized way, for instance like human phenotype ontology. I mean, all these classification systems are out there, ORFA codes and so on. So there's a lot of goodwill and there's a lot of potential, and we need to also realize that a lot of the omics techniques, they are utterly dependent on broader sharing of information. So without, I would say, international sharing of data data like prioritization of variants or finding meaningful clinical results in the data is impossible. So what we were sort of surprised, and I'm a little bit worried, is that I would say rare diseases were not selected as one of the use cases of EHDS because, you know, the community is ready. There's a lot of goodwill, as I say, and also there's a potential to show the benefit of data sharing concretely on new therapies and also on new, let's say, not only therapies, but diagnostic approaches, which also have a bearing on the social system. So, I mean, by early diagnosis, you can structure healthcare pathways, and you can also show the healthcare systems, which are other key stakeholders in the process, how data sharing is essentially valuable and that there's a community ready. I mean, the patient community ready and the professional community ready in the background. And what I see as an obstacle is surprisingly not that much the political aspects. These can be with a little bit of, I would say, patience. They can be sorted out in a way. But what we see on the ground, and I'm head of a large genomics department here in Prague, is that, and not only here, in other European member states as well, I would say the electronization of healthcare is lagging behind. And there's a lot of heterogeneity in terms of the hospital systems which we are using. So the primary data and entering of primary data and motivating of the physician, because it is an extra effort, and Professor Dušek spoke about it, that it should be sort of effortless. This is a major issue, because then even for artificial intelligence, it was mentioned by previous speakers, if you don't have high quality data in, then artificial intelligence will bring a black box, I would say nonsense outcome, as we see all the time. So, I mean, the heterogeneity of the primary health data systems, all the electronic health systems, the software which is in the hospitals, that's a major investment which has to be done before we go or before we can even speak realistically about sharing at a European-wide level. It's not only technical, it's on the primary level, how to get the doctors motivated and how to get valuable data into the system and then to share it at the international level.
Thanks. Daniel, I'll go straight on to the point around the greatest value add and the biggest obstacle. I think the greatest value add, it's hard. When we think of things like the extension of the rights of individuals to have better control and access to data, the delivery of better actual healthcare in the primary setting, and also the reuse of data in the secondary setting, those are all really big value adds, and it's hard to elevate one above the others. If I was pushed, though, I work in the pharmaceutical industry, so I would probably highlight the reuse, the secondary setting. I think we need to remember that one of the biggest value adds, or one of the biggest value propositions of data, is in its reuse, which is why the comparison to oil is so terrible, because oil is a consumable. Data can be reused again and again. It's not a one-time transaction where I give you my data, I don't have it anymore and you do. That's not how it works. The value is in reusing it again and again for research and innovation. And so I would probably highlight that as one of the biggest value adds. I would also, I mentioned this earlier, the reuse is the piece of the legislation that I think is most closely correlated with stimulating more innovation. And as we said earlier, we're not in a good place with innovation, I think, in Europe right now when we look around the world. On that point, I listened throughout the day to the other speakers. There were three things I wanted to highlight in relation to that, the innovation piece. Firstly, 4 out of the top 100 AI startups are in Europe. That's 4%. That's very small. 5% of the world's unicorns. I'm not talking about a horse with a horn. You know, a business that's valued at $1 billion or above before it's traded on the stock market. Only 5% of those come from Europe. Again, that's a tiny percentage. I also just want to read something that came up at this week's Financial Times Global Pharma and Biotech Summit. There were some talks that stressed that 20 years ago, the US attracted just 2 billion euros more in R&D investment than Europe. So that was 20 years ago too. Today is 25 billion is the difference. At the same time, the share of emerging biopharma companies headquartered in the EU has declined, and Europe as a whole. Most new companies are now based in the US, and more, we are all seeing companies developing and growing from China and the rest of Asia too. So the innovation piece is, of course, really important. The biggest obstacle, I would say here, I think one of the things that we can all be really proud about in Europe, I think, and the direction that policymakers take here is this rights-based approach. that's the right approach from a human perspective, ensuring the rights of individuals, the ethics and the transparency. We should be proud to work in this space. I know I do, even though the irony is I'm actually half British, half Swiss, neither of which are in the EU, but that's besides the point. I think that this piece, but that means when you aim for really high levels of protection, privacy, ethics, that's sometimes at odds a little bit with fostering the right innovative space. That's a really hard threshold to manage, and I think in that respects, the European health data space is a brilliant idea and a brilliant vision, but it's got to work in reality as well. So we need to make sure that that vision doesn't just stay as a good idea, that it's actually fit for purpose for the stakeholders that need to use it. Okay.
Thank you. Before maybe just summarizing some of what was already said, I'm glad to be on the panel because we are talking largely about patient data. So patient representative makes sense to be involved in this discussion. I think the biggest benefit that patient communities see in the upcoming legislation is the increase of better access to treatment and medication. We do not care so much about nice words of innovation. We obviously are not interested in any commercial issues involved in the whole topic. It is treatment. It is access to medication. In this sense, many of the data sharing is already happening, and I'm glad that we have a representative of the rare disease society here. That's exactly the kind of patient groups, both inside our national organization but also at the European level, who are the loudest proponents of the data sharing, because for them it is really a question of getting access to treatment, and without this data sharing they would be limited given the limited pool of number of patients in a given national setting. So in this sense it is happening. If you ask, is it a distant fiction? I don't think it's fiction, but I do think it's distant. I think the way it was designed, it'll take many, many years, maybe more years than we all initially envisaged. And that brings me to the biggest barrier or challenge, and that's the divergent health system across member states. We've seen a number of presentations today, and from these presentations, even though they were meant as best practices, we see that we have a different level of digitalization in different member states. We see it very painfully now as a national patient organization when we talk to the government representatives, how do we proceed faster in digitalization? There are a number of issues that we face at the national level. So by introducing these national differences and discrepancies at the EU level, I think we will very soon realize that some member states are just not ready to fully conform to this new legislation. From the patient perspective, there is also another barrier. Then how do we meaningfully involve patients? Because it is still about patients' data, and patients still own the data. We are the owners. It's not the pharma. It's not the government. It's not the health authorities. It's the patients. And we've heard a number of ethical constraints, and they're all very relevant, and we can have a nice academic discussion about all these. But my question is, how do we meaningfully engage, again, mostly at the national level? And I'll be happy to hear from other panelists or people in the audience how it was done in other countries. Because to meaningfully engage patient groups, patient representatives, means, first of all, the will, that you actually accept that these are the partners for the discussion. You need to have somebody who has the capacity. So then again, it's a question, is the government or the industry ready to actually provide these capacities, to build these capacities among patient representatives? But then by extension, the patients will not just help to define the parameters, but they can also be the very important bridge to create the trust. If I am just a representative of general public, I have no views on particular medical topic, but patients do. Patients are actually living with the disease, that they have lived experience. They can tell you why it's important to share information on genomic information, for example. And I'm sure if you do the research and you ask patients with rare diseases vis-a-vis general population, you'll have different answers. People who live with the disease will be more willing to share the data on genomic data than the general population. So that's another interesting, I think, role that I'll be happy to discuss either in the panel or out of the panel. How do we meaningfully involve patients in this discussion? And just maybe a nice summary, and I use again the Rare Disease European Patient Association. They use a very nice short slogan: "Data means hope," and I think that's a nice summary of what's in it for patients.
Thank you. We've obviously got a large panel, so if during this any of you want to say something or want to intervene, just try and catch my eye, because I want to make sure you all get to speak. I'll start off, just come back to what you said, Robert, because the patient side of this is really important, because there's a relatively small proportion of patients at the moment who probably are even considering any sort of cross-border healthcare access. So, how do we make them, particularly those who are not considering it or have never considered it before, how do we get them enthused by this? And who should be playing that role? Do you have any sort of idea of how we get them involved?
I think for the primary data, for the primary health data, as you correctly said, it'll be always a minority of people. I think it'll be much more interesting to talk about the secondary use of the health data, because that's where most of the sort of value added will be coming. People even today, when they travel and move from one member state to another member state, they find a way how to share their data. And I do share the view that it might be more difficult to actually share data domestically when you move from one hospital to another hospital inside your country, where the interoperability of data is non-existent, and that's the major issue for, I believe, every member state of the EU. So I think here, probably let's talk to the users. Let's talk to people who actually experience this cross-border treatment or access of from one country to another country. We have patient organizations now in all EU member states. We do not have paradoxically umbrella organizations in every EU country. So in many countries the patient voice is fragmented, which would be that's another challenge. Patients, even though they're in the center of all of this, they have the lowest bargaining power. They are the ones actually who are sort of cited at the table because of number of reasons. So that would be a way to do. But again, that brings me back to the national discussions. We are now going through discussion of patient summary in the Czech Republic. That seems to be a very straightforward topic, but there's a number of things that came up, and this would be a delayed process. We know already the patient summary here will not happen as fast as we all thought. So this will be again sort of a discussion of how do we make sure that the discrepancies and the differences at national level will not stop or will not delay significantly the introduction of the European data sharing agreements.
Thank you. Yes, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I just may add, it's up to the rare diseases. We already have a very successful pan-European structure, and those are the so-called European reference networks for rare diseases, who in fact are associated with specific and respective patient support groups. So, this is the way how the expertise should travel rather than patients themselves, in the wording of the EU Council recommendation from 2009. And these structures are already sharing. They're sharing through the so-called CPMS systems. They consult the patients. So data sharing within the rare disease community, where patients and experts work hand in hand, is quite successful at the moment. And again, I plea for using this already existing model as a use case for EHDS.
So talking about the trust from patients and also general public, I think that the part of My Health, the primary use, what that can be used for, I also don't really think that it will be very much the mobility between countries, but that it can be a way, at least that's what we see in Denmark, that if as a patient you have access to your own data, if you can actually report your outcomes digitally, if you can try to renew a prescription online, if you can actually interact digitally with the healthcare system, at least 80% of the people can do that. If you can book your appointments, then the whole concept of what's going on in the healthcare system with my data is clearer to you. And that, in that sense, it builds trust that doctors are actually, nurses are taking care of my data, and it's actually useful for my care, but also for research. So I think the primary use of data will be could be a lever to have people and the general public understand what is health data, because we've tried to do, transparency campaigns and telling people how do we use that data, and for most people it's really for connoisseurs. Most people, if you have a rare disease, maybe you're interested in research, most people, it's not their daily life. So we need to make it part of the whole healthcare experience, that they know there's health data involved, and then they can actually participate, and that might create understanding of the larger and the secondary use of data.
First come to
Yes, I do believe, indeed, as has been said, that the setting up of the European health data sets would give a certain direction to actually projects and areas that have been already taken, steps that have already been taken at national level. And actually increase the awareness also at the patients, but also let's realize that most of the EU citizens are not patients at all. They're very healthy people, so they do not feel like ill at all, and they have a different, let's say, concern or no concern at all in relation with their data sharing. Please do not forget that digitalization of healthcare is taking place also for efficiency gains at the level of organizing the health care systems, regional and national level. So by actually creating a level play field, actually formalize the rights for each one of us in relation with the control of their digital health data, we're also creating a baseline, a kind clear baseline for the member states actually to set up their own systems. So very clear that we're not entering into the way member states are organizing their own healthcare systems, but we do actually set a level play field for sharing and also controlling the data at the level of primary and secondary use. Also considering that today this is implemented in a very different way. So we think that creating a common baseline at the European level would also help actually member states in providing the same guarantees, the same security in relation with the way data health are handled at all levels.
Yeah, I was thinking about how the secondary use of health data, the data is collected at the primary setting. So we have to involve clinicians in this conversation as well, because they're the ones who are meeting patients for the first time, can explain to them that the things I notify, that I comment on your health now, it was stored in this HR system, and it will be reused sometimes in the future, maybe. And you might be contacted in 4 years' time asking for your permission to share your data. And that's not very easy to fit into the sort of 15 minutes you have with your doctor, but still, we need that help. And also, if I share my health data, how do I know when it's used? And can I see the results of it? It would be very nice to have been part of a study to see that this was the outcome. We made a better drug. We came up with a better procedure because we used information we got from your operation and so forth. And the transparency of this is so very important. I'm lucky to live in a country where the people in general trust their health institutions, healthcare institutions, and the agencies. That's also very nice that they like us, or trust us anyway. They don't like us, but and to keep that trust, because it's so easy to misuse, so easy to lose it. And not because we're evil or something, but to make a mistake. So there has to be so many safeguards. So yes, you might think that the legal issues are, taking a long time, but they're there for a reason. And to protect that trust, I don't think you can't be too careful actually about that.
Can I bring Andre in as well, because you're unfortunately not in the position to be able to catch my eye here. All the other panelists are able to catch my eye. Do you see a challenge here persuading your constituents to share their data? Do you think this is an area where this is sort of led by the politicians rather than something that's coming from the constituents asking you to do this?
I think I'll need to be involved in persuading Europeans to be maybe gradually willing to share the data. I fully recognize the situation of rare disease patients or patients waiting for transformative cell and gene therapies, where simply the approach based on real-world data, real-world evidence is needed, and they have understanding. As I said, EHDS is enabler for not only health aspects, but also the sustainability of the whole ecosystem. And then simply we must do everything possible to utilize full potential of the EHDS, because it's also, for example, about the savings, and this must be communicated with the society through first the clever communication, what could be the effect, and once we have first results, or maybe we have already today some results, we can communicate and then try to persuade. Of course, we must count on this information because coming from Brussels, this proposal, and I know that it's based on the needs to catch up the R&D in other countries, needs to react on rare diseases, and needs to have sustainable ecosystem in the future, because in some countries the healthcare is not available to everyone, and in some countries like mine it is available, but it's in deficit. So we need to also change the approach, think a little outside the box. But some will come and say, okay, this is another Brussels idea how to take your sovereignty and freedom and so on. So also these aspects must be considered, and if all stakeholders are together, communicate, and that means patient organizations fully to be involved, all the pharma guys, member states also willing to think outside the box, to use the full potential, then we can come with good examples that persuade perhaps gradually also wide public to jump in. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think just to pick up on that and to ask the Commissioner a question here, because with Ally for Startups, we come from this much more from the data policy side. And of course, there's the Data Act, first of all, and then the different data spaces, of course, are coming after, and the health data space is the first one of them, but we're expecting other data spaces in construction, mobility, tourism, a number of others. But the Commission chose to start with the health data space. Now, this is interesting because this is probably one of the most challenging ones to start off, because, of course, all the data issues we've talked about in terms of personal data, but also the subsidiarity issues. So I'm keen to know why you've started with this one, and what the thinking was behind that.
Well, I think it is one of the most difficult, but it's also one of the more risky one, where actually the data that we are going to handle are more precious, let's say, to each one of us. Here we're talking really about health data, very personal related data that needs to be, the use of which both a primary and secondary use must be fully protected and regulated. I think the idea of coming out with this health data space as not as sort of originated already a few years ago, well before the proposal, and even well before the COVID-19 crisis made the use of data actually even more important, and made everybody realizing how important it is to have a direct, easy, and accessible access to health data. As I said before, several experiences on national and regional level are already up and running. And the fact actually that most of the member states have plans to invest in these areas, create also the conditions for European platforms that actually guide and set a direction for all the different systems set up at national level, so that we can also exploit the full potential of a joint management of the health data at the European level. Indeed, in particular, if we want to create good conditions for innovation, research, and long-term policy making in the EU. So indeed, it is a difficult area. Is not sure that all the future, let's say, data space will be so fully regulated as this one, but this it was urgent, let's say, to ensure that the further transition into the digitalization of the healthcare would actually be made on very solid ground, solid basis for the respect of the very special date that we are handling in this context.
It'd be interesting also to see what the member states think about this. And I don't know, I mean, obviously from the Danish Health Data Authority. Do you think, your government, for example, is likely to be supportive of this, or do you see challenges there?
So actually we don't have a government these days because you still had the general election, so I might need to be careful on what to say because we don't really have a mandate yet on the European health data space. But in general, I think that what we see is that where we need to be careful is that both it seems to be a high level of ambition of the details of the regulation, which I think is maybe not that might turn out to be a problem because it's still quite immature. Standardization, especially for primary use of data, is not very high. But there's some things standardized and other isn't, and usually standardization is something that you don't just set out stiff rules. You start out to have recommended standards, then they are more mature, and at some point they're compulsory. So we need to learn from the way that you normally use standards in healthcare and in other fields as well. That we don't start to set up too high standards or maybe too detailed regulation. And I think that we should learn from the GDPR that you cannot always trust the national states or even private enterprises to do good implementation of great thoughts. Sometimes it'll be bad implementation, and we don't need that. So there needs to be a discussion on how do we both respect the subsidiarity and still get ahead. I don't know if that was too political to say, but it's I think with the diversity of the healthcare systems in Europe, we need to move slowly but surely and better regulate broader than more detailed in the beginning, I think.
Tom, yes.
Elizabeth, actually, that was really good. Can I ask you a question? So in line with that concept, you have something like the GDPR and then different interpretations at the national level. What can actually be done to drive then for more harmonisation at the national level? We've heard things about, codes of conduct, for example, and I know that the topic of anonymisation is still a hot debate, and I've seen it. In fact, I think it was at a TEHDAS event not long ago where there were these word bubbles coming up on the screen, and people were highlighting what did they see, and this was months ago. What did they see then as the biggest challenges? And a couple of people had written, where's the real definition of anonymisation going to come from, and should it come from the European health data-based legislation? And I get the sense that challenge of having an EU-wide framework that then the risk is that it gets implemented in different ways. What can be done about that? What are the tools or the mechanisms that can be done to drive for that? Because the risk is, in this digital data policy space, there are more and more pieces of legislation. The risk of confusion and complexity is just exponentially rising. And so we can't really afford any more lack of harmonisation. I guess I'm just asking another question to the panel, but...
I wish I had the answer.
Does anyone want to take that?
Did you ask me? Or?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I think we should take seriously that we've had the TEHDAS project, and now we have the EHDS 2 project. So the Commission actually did the right thing and set out to post money into actually trying to do this and look at all the other experiments that we've heard about today and see, so what's right there. So we need to, instead of, thinking it up, we need to look at who's already showed the way and what can be done, and then start implementing some of those ways of. And I guess also, and then is it really possible to make things anonymous, or do we pseudonymize, or what technologies do we use? But we need to. I think this is a field that's evolving all the time. But let's find out who's done it, and let's look at them instead of just starting on a blank piece of paper. So I think it's done the right thing, but the problem right now is that do we get the pilot project up and going before we're actually putting the last final words on the regulation? So I think that's one of the issues of which is the right. So maybe the Commission can tell us how are they thinking about this.
Of
course, we're fully aware of that challenge. This is also why in many areas we have asked actually the co-legislator to empower the Commission to have later decisions in via delegating and implementing act. Actually, we see as fully based on the results of the pilot project you're referring to. Now, looking to the Parliament and to the Member States, because I know that this is one of the areas where also Mr. Sohol also referred to, there are broader discussions. Of course, Mr. Sohol said that they would like to see more detail in the current regulation, not to be left too much to the future. So we must have a balance in between having very clear general approach and then leaving the possibility for more technical decisions to be taken and also to be updated on a regular basis, because we know this is an area where technology and in general terms knowledge is evolving very quickly. So the fact keeping, let's say, the possibility for the Commission to be empowered to take decisions in these areas would also guarantees a future-proof, let's say, regulatory approaches, without, of course, forgetting that, well, the Commission wisdom is big, but we never go in this kind of exercise without having a full support actually all coming up from the practitioners, from the experts, and from the different authorities that do have that experience. So Commission is very knows everything, but in these details, be sure that it does rely on the expertise and where the expertise stays.
I mean, you touch on one of those sort of really interesting elements of Brussels lawmaking there that I think often isn't fully understood, that there's always a big row between the Commission and the Parliament and the Council about delegated or implementing acts. The technical sort of legislation once the basic act has been done. And Andre, I can see you'd like to come in here.
Thank you for the floor. Actually, I would like to confirm the approach here presented by our colleague from European Commission. Today, there are two kinds of MEPs, those that would prefer that MEP can make a complete detailed law, and basically they are experts on everything, and then are those second kind, it's more my approach to make sure that the general concept is running, that we have budget, we manage the risks. And it's clear that for such technical and also in time legislation situation which can develop in time very quickly and is dependent on a number of inputs, we must follow this, let's say, logics, and I will say it in plain words, not in the Brussels language. Simply, the legislators shall give basic frame, and then the body responsible for the daily business, which is the European Commission, then they should have the authority to come with more details and also react to necessary changes. And there are many forms, so-called delegated act would be perhaps the best, because it also allows the Parliament and the Member States, which is more important even because the healthcare is under the Member States' responsibility, can then react through form of objection if the Commission would go to some nonsense direction. So yes, I agree that the politicians should make just the basic frame and then details on the experts. Of course, last sentence on this, sometimes European Commission works too fast and forgets that there are the customers, which are the patients, stakeholders, and so on. So the Commission needs to debate a lot with all stakeholders, patients, businesses, and healthcare providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, Andre mentioned, and he inspired me, the customers, the patients. And what we see as clinicians and also researchers is that patients prefer dynamic consent. They're aware that you cannot, I would say, grasp everything with one very strict informed consent, which needs to be reconsented. They need to visit the hospital again and talk to the people and so on. It's not practical. So dynamic consent first. They would prefer pseudonymized data, obviously, because they want feedback, right? They are in because they want some feedback. If you give anonymous data, you just essentially throw the data away and you won't get anything back, although you may feel good. That's what they tell us, that some new drug was developed, but was it my data, wasn't it my data? And we cannot tell. So I would really plea what Tomáš has said, that the concepts of consent on the I would say should be clarified on an EU-wide level, because then you will have a data set which is consented in a different way. And we see it in registry, what a mess it creates, because sometimes people want to, so for instance, step out and they don't want their data to be used any further, but you just cannot stop the ones which are already there, because they're part of many research projects and so on. So I would very much plea to go to the basics and to set the things right on the entry level, and only then work on some regulatory issues, because otherwise it will be a mess and a big Babylon.
Now, we're trying to make this as interactive as possible, so we're getting messages on the online Q&A, and also I want to open it up to the floor here in just 1 second, because we've got a couple of questions on Slido that I want to ask, particularly to Lisbeth, because I know you've got to go a little bit before everyone else, and so we want to get these questions into you. So a couple of questions. One, what is the exchange format between Danish hospitals and other institutions? Is the national standard format used for EU exchange as well? And what's the personal capacity of the Danish Health Data Authority?
Sorry?
The personal capacity, yes.
So between hospitals, there are different ways of exchanging data. We don't exchange total patient records. We have two different systems, one in the eastern part of the country and a different EHR system in the western part of the country. Then we have a common e-journal where all data is copied every night. So as a patient, you can see data from any hospital on you in the country. Doctors can also access that. Both hospital doctors and nurses and general practitioners can access the same data. So they have access always online to any data that's recorded in any hospital in Denmark. When we do exchange real data between hospitals in two parts of the country, that will be for referrals, or it will be discharge notes, and then for medicine, we have a shared medication record where you can update the current medication and you can get access to what was the medication, what has been the medication earlier. You cannot access the hospital medication directly. You could look that up at the e-journal. So that's sort of the, and it's a standardized way of communicating these formats that are Danish. In all of the eastern part of the country, they can all access the same database, so they don't need to exchange data. At the Health Data Authority, we are a little less than 300 people, around more or less 100 doing primary use of data, another 100 doing secondary use of data, and then we have around 20-25 working with cybersecurity and general staff, and then classifications and terminologies is also around 30-50. I don't really know if that adds up, but that's sort of the proportions of people. So 25 really engaging in giving access to researchers to data.
Perfect, thank you. I think we had a question from the floor as well. Do you want?
We have so many microphones.
Yeah, we've got lots of.
Yeah, so a great debate and a very esteemed panel here. And I really like, Robert, that you're here for the patients. So I'm going to ask a question as a dad of a patient and as an entrepreneur. Because sometimes this makes me angry, to be honest. And I'll tell you why. We're talking about legislation that's coming in 2-3 years. I had a message that my kid had 2 weeks to 2 months to live. So do I sit in the couch and wait 3 years for the legislation to help me? So we need to balance things, that's my point. And to come back to also what Tomáš said, as an entrepreneur in Europe, we're fragmented, it's very difficult. When I started a company, we were the venture of the year with EIT, but 85% of the income came from the US. And I went 4 times to China. In fact, as an entrepreneur, I had to go to China. And I made a persiflage that said, in the US they create, in China they duplicate, and in Europe we regulate. But my point is here, right, is really, and it's the right thing to do, because people are laughing. But like in China, I've been in China, I've had the question, I said, Hans, great, Europe is doing regulations, good luck. In 2 years you might have something. But by the way, in Belgium, there was a rapist, he was out. With our cameras, this would have never happened. So balance things. In China, for instance, there's no privacy and they own the data. In the US, I would say privacy is there, but the tech companies own the data. We want to be different in Europe. I love it. It's the right thing to do philosophically, but there's also the balancing what's happening. And to that point, my question is, are hospitals, are we not using too much GDPR to block things instead of to help things? So are we kind of to be philosophically too correct sometimes? And that's the balancing act of what should we do now to really help the patients, because I think that should be the mission. And sometimes I miss this with too much legal people as driving force and not enough the healthcare professionals driving force. Maybe I'm too provocative, but I want to ask a question to say, where's the balance here?
Who wants to take that?
Well, maybe I can.
Yes, it is.
You mentioned research, and we are quite close to it. And GDPR is indeed, I would say, used as a panacea in a way, you know, for the lawyers who don't want you to do things and who make their life easier. And I have to say, on the genetics front, internationally, and for instance, in the European Society of Human Genetics, we as geneticists know the value, I repeat myself, of data sharing, and we are sometimes very frustrated that the European Union has put security above health, right? So there are many initiatives, such as, for instance, the one on sharing on genomic data, like the one from the Global Alliance for GA4GH, you know, Global Alliance for Genomic Health, or the one from the Public and Professional Committee from the European Society, who really work on the issues, how GDPR can be used for the benefit of the patients and not to hinder research. It's a long run, I agree. Sadly, patients' time is ticking much faster than the legal time and all these bureaucratic proceedings. But I think there is some progress from which the European health data space community can learn and which can use. So yes, it's an obstacle, but also an opportunity, because if the patients know that it's under GDPR, they know it's quite strict, and it increases their level of trust into the system. They trust us, but they say, well, you have it in your hospitals, you have it in your secure service, that's fine with us. But once it gets out of the healthcare institution, then we would like to have some additional protection. And if you say, well, it's GDPR, but it's balanced with your, I would say, profit, either short-term or long-term, then they're very much willing to give us dynamic consent and enter their data into registry. And not only like genomic data, but annotated data, because they understand that this is the way forward. So yes, it's a difficult thing, but many professional bodies are working on it.
Andre?
Thanks for the floor. It's an excellent question. First, just point, yes, Europe is very over-regulated, and reducing the burden, the red tape is very necessary. To your point on data protection, I mean, this is kind of a restriction which comes from citizens as well. We have this regulation because there was public demand. I'm not a fan of too much regulation in this direction, but I respect that there was demand. And if we want to persuade the public that EHDS is answer to their other demands, that what they need to do is to trust the system and share the data, then I agree with the previous speaker that having GDPR compliant stick on it would be good. What we should avoid is bringing in restrictions that are unnecessary. So there is a, let's say, hypothetical full potential of EHDS, but we are making unnecessary artificial restrictions. Okay, so for example, for the secondary usage of the data, the R&Ds and the businesses, they, according to the proposal, they are not able to use it for, let's say, compliance data mining on cost-benefit analysis of the product. And this is, for example, a restriction which I don't understand at all why we do this since the beginning. Or there is this telemedicine that the Commission proposes, the ability of telemedicine. There is a demand for cross-border treatment. By the way, the fact that the cross-border treatment is not used so much isn't because there is no demand. The demand is high, but we don't have the tools. And when we have the possibility of using the telemedicine, we have the reference networks. So I mean, it's ideal that citizen with disease in Prague can consult through and share the data with someone in Lisbon. But since the beginning, member states, for example, are against this proposal in Commission. So we should distinguish between, let's say, logical restrictions where we need to invest and really take it seriously, as the GDPR, even not a fan, but it's here because Europe is thinking different than China. That's the answer. We have different values, and then the artificial restrictions that makes us all crazy in Europe, which is the overregulation. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I had a couple of comments, and I'm realizing they're a bit disconnected and might not actually even answer the question you're asking, but I'll say them anyway. I guess the whole privacy discussion is a challenging one because there's obviously that inherent tension between ensuring rights, protecting the rights, ensuring the right levels of privacy and protection, versus having some utility left in the data, and those are sometimes pulling in opposite directions, and too far in. If you too far in both directions isn't good. If you aim for too much value in the data, you risk infringing on the privacy rights. If you over-anonymize, there's no utility left in the data, and some might even say there you're infringing on the rights of someone to donate their data for greater good. So that is it, and I guess where you are on that scale is a context-specific case-by-case assessment every time. So it's difficult to have a kind of blanket approach. I mean, I agree that I think Europe's the philosophy is the right one, because I do absolutely buy into that rights-based one. And I think Europe, looking at the bigger picture, Europe is quite influential on the rest of the world. I think a lot of good ideas originate here in terms of legislation. I've heard a number of people say that GDPR has become a global standard. In terms of the content, of course, and some people criticise sometimes the GDPR, but what they're criticising is the harmonisation mechanism, not the content. The content, I think, is actually really good. And it's interesting, I listened to quite a credible podcast, which is run by US-based, actually, tech journalists, and they often say that Europe, when it comes to this regulation, they say Europe has the best ideas, but they rarely benefit from them, because something like GDPR, all the other regions around the world have taken the great idea and the content of the GDPR, and they've managed to use it to inspire their own legislations around data privacy, but done it in, I guess, a more successful way. And the last thing, I know that the conversation around privacy, GDPR, quickly comes back to trust, the topic we were discussing earlier, and would you or would you not share your health data? It's always astonishing to me, because we so easily share our data with Google and Amazon and everybody else. I mean, Netflix, I was reading, just by them checking what your viewing habits are, let's say, they can learn scary, they can tell you things about yourself that you didn't know. They know your political affiliations, your sexual orientation. There are a lot and that's personal information, by the way. We're talking here about sharing personal health data. We're giving personal data to tech companies there. So I always find this a bit of an irony, I have to say. But yeah, again, I don't think that really answered your question around the balance, but just some random thoughts.
Yes, Robert.
I don't think that we always need to end up with regulation, but we should always have the discussion, which actually opens the topic. And at the end of this top discussion, there could be regulation, there could be industry or self-regulation that comes in place, or it might just be dismissed as not relevant. But I think from the patient perspective, if patients expect that they will have the right to withdraw their consent for sharing the data, then obviously this needs to be regulated somehow. Otherwise, there might be some providers who will not fulfill this expectation or meet this right. The right to rectify data. If I find in my health record that something is not correct, I should have a right to appeal to someone and say, look, there is something wrong with my data, health data in the record, and let's talk about how to rectify that. I expect, as a patient, I would like to have access to my electronic files, which, I mean, many members say this is not happening. I'd like to have my copy of the electronic data with no cost, because again, this is my data, and I expect that. And that if you start a discussion, then at the end, you know, we should come to a conclusion: do we regulate this? Do we need some regulation which will actually make sure that these rights are upheld, or is there any other way that the patient's rights can be met, and we would not we don't need to introduce additional regulation?
Yes.
Again, speaking of patients, what we see as on the professional side, that patients, when they become involved in research, when they become involved in drug development, be it crowdfunding or working with pharma, the level of trust is increasing, and sometimes they scratch their head, say, why have we been so distrustful? You know, they are doing a good thing for us. So involve them in data access committees, involve them in early clinical trials. This is the best way. And they will be happy to share this non-disclosure agreement, so the pharma doesn't have to be worried. And I cannot agree more that on a global scale we work also with NIH and with the US. Europe is losing unnecessarily, for instance, in the area of orphan drugs and highly innovative therapies, pediatric medicines. I mean, I have no conflict of interest. I can say that I'm a pediatrician, but I no longer prescribe drugs, and I'm not involved in treatment. I'm more like in organization and diagnostics. But I can see that for European pharmaceutical industry, I mean, developing orphan medicine products, that's family silver. We should support it, and we should not over-regulate it, because then we lose completely. So we are very much fond of working with the industry. Of course, there can be some black sheep who little bit spoil the overall positive image, but those are outliers, and we need to clearly say to the patients, so involve them at every step of the drug development process, involve them in diagnostics, and immediately all these worries, which are usually based on tabloids or scandalous cases, which again, we tell them, look, those are outliers. This is not common practice. So, I mean, it's not only transparency, but the keyword and the buzzword should be involvement and direct involvement.
I very much agree with the previous speakers. I do think that we should also consider that there are other aspects of this than research and innovation and new developments and industry. Another part, and I think that's why we're actually lagging behind, maybe it's not so much the regulation is part of it, but this whole thing also comes back to will and execution and political courage to say we need a healthcare sector that's efficient and that is digitized, and it's not, you know, that it's not all small doctors' offices with no IT, because that also affects the quality of care that the patients receive. So there's a duality between that, and I think we can do all this regulation very fast, but that won't help you or it won't help anyone if we still have a healthcare system that's analog in most of Europe, actually, in great countries. And in that sense, we need still also to get both the patients and the politicians along, because if you go to Germany, there's a different history, and there's a different belief in how to. Germany is just one example, but there's a value of having, you know, a hospital in every town. There's not a value of having fewer, bigger hospitals. So there's a totally different discussion. And as of now, that's not part of the EU to discuss healthcare systems in Europe. It's only as a patient, as a citizen. So I think it's somehow we could miss the point if we just talk about the regulation for research, because there's always a way. If you do genomics, you can always find a way. And I think it's great that we're trying to put that into system. But it's the whole healthcare system that needs to be modernized in Europe and across the board. Other than that, we won't have any effect.
Maria.
Yes. I was just going to say that this is one regulation that's not going to add to the other ones, because we do have regulations. We have 27 regulations. And it's impossible to have a market with 27 regulations. And we talked about how we're not interested, how much investment is being done in the US or in China. And the reason is that we're not interesting because we're 27 different countries, and who can invest in 27 different countries? We have to have the same opportunities in the whole of Europe. We must be regarded as one market, and we're not. We're 27 markets, and we're too small. So I think we miss out on access to good products, new technology, new drugs, just because we are so small. So this regulation will not be just another regulation. This is one, I don't know the quote from the Lord of the Rings, but this is one regulation to rule them all. But no, not that. But it will take away 27 other regulations. So it hopefully it will become easier for everyone.
Yeah. Apologies, microphone problems here.
Okay. Thank you for making the last point. Indeed, we do see the EHDS as not an additional layer, but somehow a common platform that should actually, in the longer term, simplify the current situations and actually providing a one-stop shop for access to data for secondary use, but also creating some level playing field in terms of rights for the patients, for the individuals in terms of access to their data. I mean, just a small example, let's say in relation to the GDPR, indeed, we build upon the GDPR, but in some, considering the specificities of the health data, we go beyond it. In particularly, under the GDPR, you do have the right to access your data, but this to be done in 60 days. And there is no reference whatsoever to the format of the data you're going to receive. So you may receive actually a big bunch of different PDF files. We're actually here in the context of the healthcare systems, we know that informations and data may actually be needed on instant availability. So that's why we're also providing a right to get those data immediately and free of charge. So there are areas actually where we try to simplify, or at least to make easier and more transparent the current situation that is very diversified across the 27 member states. So this is where we see it.
Again, if anyone's got any questions, please don't be shy to put up your hand. We will ask them. There's one here. I think a microphone is coming.
Yeah, thank you for the panel. Very interesting discussions. So I have a question. We have been discussing a lot here now about the treatment and care and how it can be personalized. But what is your view on prevention and how EHDS could help bring that forward?
Who would like to start?
Thank you. But that's using health data in another way for prevention, see what works and what, and that also goes to show that you have to have information from many sources, but also from, because, just going back to where it started, we talk about health information in healthcare, but we do have information in other sources, health information with other sources, not just healthcare. We have it from municipality care, from the local authorities, social care. All those points of information together can be used to have a better preventative research on preventative measures, because healthcare in schools, that information is very, very important, and that's not always transported into the healthcare system as the student sort of leaves the school environment. So we miss out on things like that. So it's important to realize that health data is not just in healthcare. There is a big part of it in social care and other cares. That's just my idea.
No, yeah.
Tom, and then on.
I was writing down what I was going to say, but I didn't finish. But yeah, very much agree, Maria. I guess we need also, actually something that Robert mentioned earlier, we need data in healthy people, individuals as well, before they become patients. And there's a lot of other types of data, and I think the mention of the other data spaces, there'll be health determinant related data in the agricultural data space. If we think about pollutants in the air, if we think about a disease like multiple sclerosis, the exposure to sunlight is a factor there. So, you know, knowing where you've lived throughout your life and how close or further away from the equator that you lived in terms of sunlight exposure, these are all new types of data that I guess are not routinely collected that will play, I think, a big part in future prevention. And I guess that's a way to say that data would all be collected in the European, or at least the common data space is plural rather than just the European health data space.
Well, I mean, Sweden is quite strong, and it's a strong proponent since many years in the One World, One Health initiative. And I think that clearly shows, and we see it in not only in rare diseases, but also in genetics, genomics, that, you know, we are all not only like humans, separated species, but we are part of a really very strong ecosystem. And the ecosystem needs to be grasped by big data, because only then you can get, I would say, predictive in a way and preventative information. But it's very, very difficult because, you know, when you come to the standardization of data, microbiology, virology, I mean, radiation, whatever, it's so complex that it needs really, it's a completely new domain. So yes, indeed, but I think this is still a little bit more distant future before we can put together all the omics data from various species, local data, and so on, as Tomáš said, to make it, I would say, to give preventative or preventive information to a so far healthy citizen, although we say in genetics there's nobody's sort of primarily healthy, and everybody of us has a disposition, and a disease can develop throughout lifetime. It's only when it becomes apparent to the healthcare system. But yes, this is my dream. In fact, I hope we will get to this stage.
Just Andre first, because he was, and then Lisbeth.
Yeah, thank you. Very good point on the prevention. So I believe that if majority of the EU population one day is involved, then we will have quite accurate statistics to see the trends that will help us to understand the risk and target the finance both on disciplines and also geographically, because different parts of Europe can have different health issues based on the lifestyle. So this is, I would say, another, as I said in the beginning, enabler. So enabler to enhance prevention more, let's say, knowledge-based. And also one add value would be the controlling, especially, I mean, for the primary use data. And we had this project in Czech Republic of 3-4 years, and then like 10 years ago, it has stopped for whatever reasons. And every citizen interested had the profile, and you could see all your costs on interventions, in medical interventions, and all related costs. And what appeared that some doctors, for example, did virtual treatments, and the patient said, no, I have not been there. And so it was also about the controlling. And myself as a patient, I could see what was concrete treatment in reality, what was the cost, and this would also, in certain way, beside the financial controlling, stimulate thinking on lifestyle and prevention.
Just a quick comment on the preventative care. We saw the pandemic. At least in Denmark, we used data that the Serum Institute used data that they never used before. So they got data from public transportation, from using also checking the sewers, the water coming out of the sewers to see if there's a higher prevalence of infection. So within infectious diseases, there definitely was a breakthrough of using both healthcare sector data, but data from across the board. That was only a regulation that was there for a while. Probably you won't be able to do the same without a special regulation, but it showed us that it's possible to actually see, did it work to keep the children out of school? Did it work to have, funny enough, distancing worked, but there were so many issues that we could actually see in the data, and also with the whole sequencing of the viruses. So much that we can learn from that, and using data from all different sectors. So I think there's a huge opportunity, but it needs to be, there needs to be, it's again back to the trust, there needs to be a reason. It can't just be for, throwing out the net to see if there's any kind of sort of correlation without any hypothesis behind it.
Yes.
I want to build on that, and this is not a provocative question now, and I'm still in Europe because I do believe we're doing the right thing, and let me be clear on that. But to build on that, I often also refer to we call our system healthcare, but it's sick care system, right? It's not a healthcare system, that's the preventive we need to move to. So it's a very strong thing I think the European Commission really should build upon. And I want to add a question on top of that towards the Commission. Is, I think, imagine we have a European health data space with all the member states so we can do this fantastic stuff. Are we going to shift into value-based healthcare? Are we going to shift into value-based healthcare? Evidence-based healthcare?
Well, this is a question for the member states, more for the Commission. As this is really up to the
because that would be fantastic, because now I see sometimes they're spending money on the wrong things, and that also builds distrust. And it's also with the pharma. I think pharma wants to be transparent. Indeed, it's black sheep, right? That kind of mess up the area. But evidence-based health would be great. I think real-world evidence is one thing because it's a synthetic arm to see what's the standard of care right now, and it's cheap. It's there by definition, right? But value-based healthcare is kind of would position the European Commission really, I think, leading rather than following, to my opinion. But I think evidence-based healthcare based on data would be fantastic, right? So I hope this is probably one of the bigger value drivers too. I'm looking at the pharma people now also.
No, I'm just...
Thank you. No, thank you very much. Yeah, exactly. Do you want to respond to that? Not really. Does anyone else want to respond to that? Or I think it was more comment rather than that. I'm going to give the panel a break on that one because there's another question at the back. I think a microphone is coming to you.
Thank you for your discussions, and I would like to know your opinion about the ownership or holdership, or I a little bit find very difficult to push people who are responsible for the data or in our biobank for the samples, because we have already many experience with sharing samples and data, and it's usually we are waiting as the requester. The researcher provides nice overview of the project, ethical agreement of the committee and everything, and then we are waiting for the data responsible person or the samples. Do you think that, or I still don't understand how is it with the people when they provide their data to the research? Is it me as a researcher to be the responsible one sharing or say under which license or the conditions under which I share the data, or is it still the patient clicking it somewhere in some part of the process when I like code the patient for my study, but he's coded as well for another studies, and you know how I still don't understand when I'm the patient and the researcher and how I will handle my data and who will be the owner and who will make the final decision that these data can be shared. And or the ethical committee will probably have to have a look on the project and say, yes, you can share or you should share. Or maybe just the first step here when the people want to share, is it really so easy that I just check somewhere some checkbox that I would provide my data for this research?
Who would, yes.
Well, actually, it goes more the other way around. So let me briefly describe the process as it goes from our researchers to get access to the data. So the researcher will introduce requests where it would need to clarify what are the objectives of the research, what kind of data and the quality of data it would like to get for which objectives. First of all, in the regulation, we do have a list of uses which are prohibited. So this first check is if this is in line with the overall objectives of the research as fixed in the regulation. Then there are national health data body access, health body access responsibility authorities at national level that will actually check the pertinence of the research and give the authorization to use. And then this request is if it concern only one member states would go directly, and then the data holders will have to provide the information, the data, and then this will go directly to the researcher. If actually it concerns more member states, the application will be moved to the other HDBAs, and then another authorization will be added. So it's not automatically the fact that one member state has agreed, then it's not automatic that it goes for everybody. Actually, there is also afterwards. So this would be sort of after authorization, you will get access to anonymous data, only anonymous data, okay? If you, because of the objective of your research, actually, you would need to get access to pseudonymized data, then in this context, you will have to access the data in security environment, where you would not be able to download the data, so you would need just to secure. In any case, the results of your research will need to be made public, so there will be public information on the facts that your research was based on data gathered through the EHDS networks, and this information will be available to everybody. In this, for this secondary use, the current proposal does not foresee any explicit consent at the individual hands. So those are the data which are gathered and available at the place of the data holders. They will be they will notify in catalogs. They will inform and make available information on which data they do have, of what quality, of how long, for how many years, etc. So the characteristics of the data they hold. And in this, the secondary use. For secondary use, at this point in time, the proposal does not foresee any explicit consent. I hope I've been replying to your question.
I think Tom wanted to come in, and then after that, Milan.
Very good question, and the topic of data ownership always seems to come up, and it's an important one. I guess my comment here would be, it's a challenging topic, but I'm not. The way we talk about it in some of the meetings I'm in is that there is, as I said earlier, it's not data is not like a table. It's not something that once I give it to you, I don't have it anymore. It's not a transactional piece. It can be reused. So that the traditional concept of owning something tangible doesn't apply to data. And in fact, my privacy counsel and certain lawyers have told me there's no sentence, no construct in EU law that speaks of data ownership. So the concept doesn't exist. I think it's much more helpful to talk about the control and the access to data. And I think that's why it's really important that in the European health data space, Chapter 4 for secondary use, it's really key that we define who are or is the data holder per type of data. I realise there might be many potential actors who might legally be defined as a data holder. If I give the example of clinical trial data, because I guess that's the one that's more closely within the sponsor space, I think we've been talking with NFP and we'll be submitting actually an amendment to the European Parliament to propose that to bring more legal certainty here, that the sponsor of a clinical trial, whether that's a pharmaceutical company or an investigator, the sponsor of a clinical trial should be the data holder, the sole data holder. And that's not about control, it's about understanding the limits and the risk and the liability that come with that. Because, for example, the pharma sector does have now nearly a decade's worth of experience of sharing that data in a privacy-preserving, protected way in secure processing environments. These kind of things should build trust, and I think that kind of legal certainty then makes it clear for that type of health data, this actor or this holder is responsible for that. Because if we don't have that, then the liability, then it's not, the liability isn't in place if something goes wrong, and I think we need that level of certainty. But I don't think anyone, it's interesting what others think, I don't think anyone really owns data. I think at maximum we can say we are custodians of data on behalf of others, but sorry, Milan, you want to?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, I cannot agree more, yeah. When we talk in our sort of DNA bank, when we have a broader governance around it, there are many people, patients are involved, lawyers as well, and whenever the ownership questions comes up, we say, hey, forget it, it's up to the lawyers, we cannot answer this question. But now let's talk about the benefit, let's talk about academic integrity. So, there's always a collective decision, and when the patient gives us a dynamic consent, he or she trusts us that we will do our best, and when we sort of throw it across the wall, and give it to the pharma, then these liability issues and so on, which the pharma has developed over time and which is trustworthy. So it's explanation and involvement, and then you don't have to have these problems, who owns this and that, because these discussions can be endless and will lead to nowhere.
Maybe I can clarify, because I think it can be bottleneck when you apply for the data. The bottleneck, that when you are waiting for the agreement of all people who can decide if these data are going to be shared or not. And if it's the point of health data access bodies, maybe it's solving this problem. I'm just saying the experience that we start and then we stop very soon because the people are not answering, because the granularity of the ownership, I don't know how to call it differently, but the responsibility or the people who can give me as to the researcher this data or samples, I have to reach them and ask. It's nowadays like currently working system when you want to have some data set or some kind of. For example, I applied in Netherlands for some data set regarding mice models, but wearing the tumor from patient. And I applied many months ago, and I have no reply because there has to be some kind of ethical approval. But I asked the national body, and then the body came to the responsible person, and probably there is some discussion, or maybe they forgot already, I don't know. But, I just apply according to the rules, and I'm waiting, and how long I should waiting, or if the EHDS maybe is simplifying this. I just wanted to say that this maybe can be simplified by EHDS, because now it's really difficult to get to the responsible person who can share the data with me. Or maybe it's my bad experience only, sorry.
Do you want to respond?
Just very briefly, we can discuss it afterwards. Yeah. This is beyond the topic of this panel, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think also we are running near the end, because I know a couple of the panelists have to rush off to the airport after this. So I'd like to maybe just give everyone on the panel a little opportunity to sort of sum up, or give a little, final intervention from each of you. Maybe shall I start from Robert, because you were the last one on the first round, so let you start.
Maybe I'll just repeat what I said earlier, that we'll, as patient representative, will be looking for meaningful involvement of patients, so that not just at the end of the process, sort of giving final comments, but be actually involved in designing some of the procedures, so that the patient's voice is heard from early on, and our expectations, which might be different from expectations from researchers and industry, actually heard early on.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess Yeah, I think on behalf of FPIA, again, we fully buy into the concept, we fully buy into the vision set out here. If we can achieve that vision, in fact, when the draft was released in May, there was an accompanying 19-page, it's late, I'm tired, a 19-page document called the Introduction to the European Health Data Space. If you read that, it's really inspiring, and it's an incredible vision that's painted. But I think, again, we need to translate the great idea into a practical, workable solution, and I think that needs to involve all stakeholders, because the European health data space will somehow impact every stakeholder in the healthcare space, and we see really good examples where stakeholders are being brought into the forum. I guess that's the main thing I'd end on.
Well, difficult, but a lot has been said already. I would say I would have a couple of messages. So please don't reinvent the wheel, because there's a lot of use cases already out there, especially in the area of genomics, rare diseases, and European reference networks and so on. And we can learn a lot of very practical messages which have been developed in the last decade or so. Secondly, I would say please involve the patients in it and at various stages. And this will do wonders in terms of trust, because they are the major stakeholders and they are willing to share and they are eager to share. And not only, in fact, in rare diseases, also in cancer, rare cancer, common cancer, all these patients where the time is ticking fast. So they are really very keen to share. And in fact, rare diseases and rare cancer are the forerunners of personalized, or you can call it stratified medicine, and they are the ones where trans-European sharing of clinical data and omics information is already ongoing, and lessons are learned as we speak. And finally, I would say, by the regulation, and we see it in all other fields, and I don't want to be specific, but the plea from the research and patient community as we see it would be, please don't overregulate, don't undercut the, I would say competitiveness of EU pharmaceutical industry in this regard, and because they are our partners, that's very important. And we would not like to end in hands of US pharma, mainly because we are small fragmented markets, and we see in our country that for some innovative therapies we are just not interested, especially a few patients here and there. And if they come into a European-wide and nationwide overlay grade environment, they will not file. So this will also endanger access. So we didn't have a chance to talk about it, but access is an issue which is linked to regulation as well, and we should not be overkilling the regulation, because we always say, and the longer you're in medicine, we always see that the road to hell is paved by good intentions.
So yeah, what I would like to say, coming from a country where we do have this high trust in our healthcare system, and we do like to share our information, I'm happy that the proposal contains lots of mentioning of the patient's control and access to their own health data. I really appreciate that, and I think that's something that we can build upon, all of us.
Andre, I think. Sorry. Let you come in now.
The lady should have been first, but okay, anyway. Many thanks for the occasion to be here with you. It was a great debate, and if I can summary, then it's clear that all stakeholders need to be taken in consideration. We cannot exclude anyone interested in this bill. As I said, also patients first. We have heard a lot that member states are fragmented, and of course I understand that the governments must take care about health, but we will need some European solutions, for example, for the rare diseases, not only because of the data, but also because of the cost sharing or having some innovative payment models. And my takeaway message would be, health data space, this is not just to build a house. This is to live in the house and to maintain the house, improve the house, reiterate and reiterate. This will be whole life process. So we should start immediately. Those that are not ready, they will be at least motivated to jump on quickly. And of course, with the time, we can spread and improve. As this is very technical, for example, the ownership debate, it was clear that this is not something that few policymakers can do without proper consulting and proper interest. So once again, many thanks and greetings from Brussels.
Thank you, and Commission for the final word.
Well, thank you also very much from my side. It has been very interesting to hear from all different representatives or stakeholders around the table. It is, we fully conscious of the fact that this is a very ambitious project, but we also conscious of the fact that this is a real game changer. So it's a piece of legislation that we need to design actually all together. So from member states, the parliament, and the patient associations, and all different industry innovators, researchers, to make a real impact on the life of each one of us, being a patient, being a healthy person, being a researcher, etc., etc. So we want, I think, out of this exercise, a regulation that is implementable, it is implemented, and actually makes the difference for the future. And we do actually rely on each one of you around the table to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to thank all of you for taking your time to come and speak to this panel. It's been a really, really high-level panel, and it's been really interesting. So thank you for giving your expertise. We spoke, I think we were here for nearly 2 hours, which for a panel is quite extraordinary, and not too many people left the room either. So it's been incredible. Thank you very much. And I think we're going to move now to the final remarks. So I will pass to that. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of the conference, so I just want to ask Tomáš Prouza to come back to the stage, and Petr, the Executive Director of the Association of Innovative Pharmaceutical Industry of the Czech Republic, is joining him. So, gentleman, who is going to start? I see Petr. Okay.
Yeah, hello, just brief. I'm not Petr, I'm David.
I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry.
No troubles. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon also from my side. As I said, my name is David. I'm representing the National Trade Association of the Czech Republic. I will be really brief because I wrote the notes during the whole day, and I was thinking what is important to highlight in the end. And I think that it's pretty easy for now for me because everything was said. Something was said twice, something was said even, let's say, numerous times. So it's pretty easy. I will just come back what was said by Hans, that data saves lives. Same what was said by Robert, that data means whole. And one of my colleagues is also saying that data is a new currency, which I think is important to take into consideration as well. And these are the outcomes which I believe resonated during the discussion. By the way, I'm a lawyer, so I don't really like the second quote by Hans. And yeah, but I must admit that I agree with you totally. So for today, we had a great opportunity that we heard the different angles, different, let's say, expectations, visions, but also some challenges and a little bit of concerns from different angles. And I think it's really important that nobody from the speakers was against the proposal itself. So it's, I believe, natural that there are different visions, different positions and opinions, but finally we need to find a consensus because I believe that everybody agree that European health data space is something, as it was said, it's a game changer which can definitely and substantially improve the healthcare in the Europe. I got just two short points which I would like to emphasize, and the first one is that it was said European health data space is really technical and could be really hard for understanding and for the communication towards the public. So I would like to emphasize that it is really important, and it's on the shoulders of all of us, not only the Commission, Parliament, but also the medical societies, industry, and patient organizations to communicate, educate, and let's say really promote the benefits of the European health data space as such. The second thing is that, and it was said by Milan, it's not necessary to reinvent the wheel, because today we had a great opportunity to see numerous great examples how data could be used and could be used as a benefit for the healthcare as such. So we can just inspire. I would like to say one more thing, and it is that we cannot just, let's say, stop at the legislative procedure. It was said with the example of GDPR, totally agree, because the implementation phase as such is same importance as the legislative procedure itself. So just, let's say, don't forget that we are just in the beginning of the road, and it will be necessary to continue even after the bill is approved. I'm really looking forward to see how the discussion in Council and the Parliament will go. I really, really hope that there will be more MPs like Ondřej, similar opinion, similar approach, because I really like what was said from his side. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude. So thank you all. Thank you all to our dear speakers. It was really nice. I would like to also, let's say, express my gratitude to my colleagues from the association, from the Chamber of Commerce, from the agency who helped us to organize this conference. And I would like to just say one name, because it's important to really state that the lady who is behind the content and the concept of the conference is Eva Karásková from the company MSD. And I would like to really thank you, Eva, because I know that this was really stressful agenda for you. But I believe that everybody will agree with me that the discussion was great and the conference is a success. And with this, I will pass my word to Tomáš. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll skip the final speech I had. I'll make a couple of points. First one, I'm a policymaker, so I'm always intrigued by using data for policymaking. We've been very bad in doing that in the past, so I hope we will change that. I hope that this will be an example to also other policy areas, and we really make sure that we can move towards fact-based policymaking we've all been hoping for many years. So that for me is one important thing to keep pushing for. Business-wise, I know that businesses will find a way to use the data effectively, that they actually will push for rules that make sense. We've seen it in other parts of the digital agenda. I think the health data is something where the value is even much higher than in other areas of life. So again, I'm very confident that we will see a lot of successful business stories, a lot of successful business applications. We have a lot of great examples of the work of TEHDAS we've seen in the morning, and again, a lot of discussions we had showed how valuable the proposal can be if we don't bungle it. And that is my hope. That also with us for the Swedish presidency, do not envy the Swedish colleagues, but again, I think that will be something very successful. And the final point I want to make, thank you very much for coming, spending time in Prague. I do hope you will still have a bit more time to spend here in Prague. I want to thank Daniela for guiding us throughout the day. It's always great to have her. Keep moving things along very effectively. And finally, big thanks to the whole organization team. Guys, you did a great work, and thank you very much for actually making sure this was such a great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tomáš Prouza, David Kolář. My apologies once again. I will remember it till the end of my life. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for your attention. If you want to stay a bit longer, it's possible downstairs again, but please stay until 6 o'clock. Then it is going to be closed. So thank you very much once again. Have a good day. Goodbye.